They're trying to rotate past field, find themselves a spot in the zone, but even beyond this, it's nice try. There's not a lot of opportunities for them to put down safely. Oh, that's going to be good.
Oh, that nade!
Oh, Rappa, Tetra are going to fall here, and Guri closing in the gap to make sure he's able to secure those flushes and maintain credits for that kill. As he should be able to spot out Reno. Shots into the smoke. We're going to turn off the X-ray.
Nice.
And there you go. Finds the last player.
FTA, never surrender, nice try, BBB, future, ADR, everyone's coming in.
Send it. Absolutely send it. W key. You can see everybody heading for safety in the circle. Oz looking to land any type of drive-by. We're just going to see non-stop carnage right now as the kill feed is exploding from so many teams crashing right on top of one another. 3 members of Adrenaline down. The res was being worked on toward Innate, but now as Dylan gets caught on fire from a Molotov, that's going to push them back away from this great nade by Roth. And the dinner bell is being rung as Bing Bang Boom look to close this one out and see if they can spot the remaining members of Adrenaline. And Nate was res, but was going to quickly fall to the Molotov. And there you go, in a rain of fire, 14 kills. Bing Bang Boom. Nice try. It is a 2v1, but look at this. It's the sawed-off, Dustin. We have seen this come in clutch. He connects on one shot, finds a second. Waldo goes down. It is now a 1v1, 36 HP for Raji. Is it going to be enough? He pulls the sawed-off back out, but hadn't reloaded.
No way.
Here we go. 2 bullets back in the chamber. Is it going to be enough? It's nice try. Look for that final kill, the potential chicken dinner. As he takes shots out, but down to 5 HP. I think he got it. Nice try. Take the victory. 12 kills in match number 8. Bing, bang, boom. Try to cross the round into safety.
They're not even contesting your storyline. Just don't go good.
No, again! Let's go, baby! What the f?
Is that pan non-stick? Because you're not going to be sticking around here very long playing like this. Whoa, lower the lethal weapon, Mr. Cast Iron Killer. I'm here to help you. Okay, let's start with where you drop. Landmark locations have the best loot, but they tend to get really hot. Remote areas tend to be a safer bet, but you might have to pillage a couple of towns before you're ready to rock. Let's say you make it through the initial drop. A circle marked in white will appear on your map, the safe zone. That's where you want to be, because the blue zone is coming to town. The blue zone is a bully, but it doesn't want your lunch. It wants your health, so do whatever you can to get to that circle. Oh yeah, there are red zones too. Those suck to be in. Once the blue zone closes completely, the process begins again. This time, faster, and the blue zone hurts more. And just like in real estate, there's less and less room for everybody to exist together. So buckle up, Bubby. Things are about to get crazy. In the end, there can be only one person or duo or squad. You get it. Alright, I can't watch this anymore. What are you picking up? 2 pump shotguns, two gas cans, 2 tac stocks, 157.76? No. You may know the basics, but with loot like that, you're never gonna make it past them. It's loot breakdown time. You start with a utility belt, and yes, it does something. On top of that, your inventory space can be expanded by wearing backpacks and or vests. Whoa. Slow down, you maniac. Just because you can loot everything in sight doesn't mean that you should. 30 bandages, 3 quick draw magazines, and 300 ACP ammo for a gun you don't have is probably not what you want to be hoarding. But it might make sense to hold on to attachments you plan on using later down the line. Ooh, nice. So, if you think you should have space for that grenade, check your inventory. I'm sure there's something you could part ways with. And 3, 2, 1. There you go. You get it now.
some updates to Destin, a new vehicle, and special new skins. All this and more as we dive into the Update 19.2 patch report. First up, Destin is getting some additional cover in several areas, as well as more cell towers, ascenders, and fuel pumps. You'll also now notice the passage of time and even shifting weather patterns in your Destin games. If your match is going long and you're starting to feel hangry, look out for the newest Battlegrounds vehicle, the food truck. This sturdy vehicle holds a driver and passenger, while up to 2 others serve up hot food and even hotter lead in the back. There's also new heavy stock in the game to try out on your favorite stock-slotted weapon. You may remember us talking about an animation refresh some time back. This update, you'll start to see the fruits of those efforts with new animations for all weapon operations and player motions. Check them out and let us know what you think. For those looking to really pimp their ride, we've added new special vehicle skins to the game. Our first set will turn your run-of-the-mill Coupe RB into a sleek and sexy McLaren GT. Customized paint, rims, and even your brakes. These customizations can be crafted in the workshop or by collecting rewards from the new McLaren Crafters Pass. But before you go betting your pink slip, while it may look like a McLaren, it still performs like a regular old coupe. There's quite a bit more to learn about these updates and more, so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 19.2 is here, so drop in, wax up that new McLaren, and serve up some chicken dinner, extra bullets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series 7 is just around the corner, and is the last chance for teams to prove themselves worthy of attending the PUBG Global Championship 2022. With a new competition comes new rewards for you, so let's dive into the Pick'em Challenge and check out how to cast your votes, earn esports points, and bring home some awesome new skins. Starting September 9th, the Pick'em Challenge will be open both for voting and the purchase of brand new PCS7 items. As always, each purchase will support our PCS7 teams, with 30% of the net sales added directly to the prize pool. So pick up some coupons to pick your winners. One more thing to keep in mind. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, since regions will be facing off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for the APAC and Americas regions from September 9th to September 23rd, and Asia and EU from September 26th to October 7th. Now, let's learn how to pick 'em and win. The first challenge is the classic Pick the Winner game, where you utilize your voting coupons and keen esports insights to predict which teams will win in their region. Guess correctly, and you'll be rewarded with 100,000 EP, which you can use to pick up great new PCS7 gear in the esports shop. Each region is a new chance to win, so play them all and win up to 400,000 EP. The second challenge is the Team Face-Off, where you choose who you think will win between 2 rival teams. The EP prize here varies from 400 to 7,600 depending on how weighted the vote tally is. So vote with the pack or take a bigger risk for even more reward. Need to get your hands on voting coupons or some more EP? We've got some easy ways to earn some for free. First, tune into the PCS7 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeem the code fast enough to earn yourself a free voting coupon. We've also got an in-game event for you. Simply play a couple matches and complete the mission to pick yourself up another free coupon. Head on over to the event tab in-game for more details. To pick up some bonus EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels, where you face off against other randomly selected players from chat to choose which of the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. Want to participate in the official PUBG Fantasy League? Visit twire.gg to sign up and click on the Fantasy tab to get started. Here you can build your own fantasy squad and earn points as your roster of players compete in PCS7. The player prices are set differently based on their overall performance throughout the year, so plan your spending wisely to pick an effective team within your budget. Unlike previous events, for PCS7 you'll be able to choose different rosters every week. Track your fantasy team's performance and swap out your players as needed for the upcoming week's match to keep your earnings high. The top 10 players in each region will be awarded G-Coin and a full PCS7 Mega Bundle set. You can also create your own private leaderboard to battle it out between your friends for the ultimate prize, bragging rights. Search and join existing leaderboards, or create your own and invite your friends to play together. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the Esports tab from the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. PUBG Continental Series 7 is almost here. Which squads do you think will claim their regional throne? who will prove themselves worthy of the PUBG Global Championship. Find out when PCS7 begins on September 16th. Pick your teams, cast your votes, and see who wins when you tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back. It is time for the final stop on the road to PGC. It is PCS7 kicking off right now. I'll be your host, Toffees, and I am joined by the Cammy D and Porosaurus, fresh back from his hike this morning. We're excited to have everybody here as we kick this thing off. You look good, man. And it is going to be a ton of fun. Let's get right into it. Before we break down the teams and who's playing, let's talk about the format and the journey to get there. Because just like your journey to get here this morning, it was long and difficult. It started out with two separate regions, hiking their way all the way to the Big 16, where for the first time ever, something pretty cool is happening, Cameron.
Yeah, the LCQ was split down the middle, so now we have 8 and 8 for North America and Latin America. The two sub-regions are represented equally here. A couple of new names from both sides.
It's going to be awesome. We'll break those down as the day continues. We'll also remind you of how the format works for this event. It is straightforward. You're used to it. 5 matches, 15 a week, 30 games, and it's the super settings. Nothing new.
Nothing new at all. Everybody should be well used to this by now. 10 points for the win and a point for every kill. And it's going to be real important, Toffees, because it's going to be real tight on that leaderboard. I mean, every point counts.
Every point counts, and the money is big this time. Take a look at what the teams are playing for. $250K in the prize pool, Cam.
Total prize pool, not just, of course, your reward for your placement, but they've got special pricing. But if you think 250K is not enough, crowdfunding, PCS7 skins, 30% of the sales go to PCS7 across the board, all 4 regions. So if you really want to make it a bigger deal, make it even better.
Nice, and you can do that. You got to go the distance. And I'm going to be honest, it's a lot riding here. There's a lot of money on the line. The teams are excited about that, but that's not necessarily the whole meat and potatoes of this thing. There's something the teams are fired up about. What is it?
I mean, it's got to be PGC points. PGC points. You want to get to the big dance at the end of the year. This is how you do it, and this is where you get the most points of the year right here is in PCS7.
So let's take a quick look at it. The Sonics and E United, we're going to talk about these guys ad nauseum, I imagine. Can they be caught, yes or no? Can they be caught?
No, they're already there. They're already qualified.
They're done.
They're gone, baby.
Mathematically, it's impossible for them to not go, so they're going.
Now, here's my question. It's third place, Yo-Ho, right now. These guys were going, but wait a second. They're not here?
They're not here. They have a good number of points, but that does give the opportunity for all the teams right behind them to chase and potentially overtake them. Poor's looking at me. He thinks that they're pretty safe. I'm not. I think it's 50-50, but we have 30 games.
Safe,
who can catch him? Can anybody catch him, Poro?
I mean, the only people that can catch him maybe wild card. They could knock it down a little bit. I mean, Bing Bang Boom and Luminosity. That's who you need to really be keeping your eyes on for this one, fighting for that last spot. But I feel like Yo-Ho's probably safe.
All right, let's take a quick look. And the reason we're talking about that is because the point distribution here is bigger than it has ever been. The way that this is built is that the games at the end, or the events at the end, matter the most.
Yes.
330 per second opens the door to a lot of teams, but that first place, that little check mark, Cameron, what does that mean? Because that opens a lot more doors.
It means that if you automatically go. It doesn't matter how many points you have. It is an automatic qualification to PGC. We want to send the best of the best, and it doesn't matter how you started this year. If you end at the very top, getting first place here in PCS7, you're going to go.
So are you telling me that EOS Guri could go to PGC?
Well, I mean,
theoretically.
They could. Theoretically, they
look,
could.
it's the beginning. It's a bright new day here, Cameron. But honestly, if anybody takes that check home other than United or Sonics, it'll be a shock.
And we'll talk about those picks in a second. I do want to remind you guys that if you, like us and everyone else here, is excited about PGC, keep it up because it's just around the corner. We have a full month of PUBG action here for PCS7, and it's starting November 1st. PGC kicks off. New format, a whole month. It is going to be awesome. Also, keep in mind, you want to get involved, you want to get to know the players a little bit better. Maybe you know them better than we do. Twire.gg is where we're doing fantasy. You can go over there. It closes registration around 4:20 this afternoon.
Pretty soon.
So make sure you do it now.
Yeah, go.
Get in there, guys.
Get in there. And in fact, here, we'll give you some information on who to pick a little bit later to help out if you don't figure it out yourself. But here's some information on how it all works. Check it out.
Want to participate in the official PUBG Fantasy League? Visit twire.gg to sign up and click on the Fantasy tab to get started. Here you can build your own fantasy squad and earn points as your roster of players compete in PCS7. The player prices are set differently based on their overall performance throughout the year, so plan your spending wisely to pick an effective team within your budget. Unlike previous events, for PCS7 you'll be able to choose different rosters every week. Track your fantasy team's performance and swap out your players as needed for the upcoming week's match to keep your earnings high. The top 10 players in each region will be awarded G-Coin and a full PCS7 Mega Bundle set. You can also create your own private leaderboard to battle it out between your friends for the ultimate prize, bragging rights. Search and join existing leaderboards, or create your own and invite your friends to play together.
Go check it out just so that you know at home what the points look like. A kill is worth 2, 100 damage is worth 1, plus 5 for survival to the end. And of course, my favorite, -3 if you die before 10 minutes, which I think is why Light Show's not on too many teams.
He's on mine.
He's on
He's on mine.
You have
He's on mine. I have him. Yeah.
I love it.
It's worth the risk.
It's worth the risk. All right, well, if you guys need to know who to pick, let's talk about the teams that are taking the field. The Big 16, the best and brightest the Americas has to offer. 8 from Latin America, 8 from North America. It is exciting. Is there a team on this list that you're excited to watch? Not necessarily going to win, but you're going to watch.
I mean, I want to watch all the best teams, right? Sonics and United, it's always a joy to see them, but I'm also excited to see what 4 p.m. can pull out. We have seen them before. It's a new name, but it's Akreche. They have now grown out of the nursery, and they are 4 poor men at this point. I want to see what they can do.
Well, from babies to men. You hit that from me during rehearsals. That's solid. Poro, who you love?
I mean, I got my eyes on Bing Bang Boom. I think they made a big roster change here going into the final tournament of the year, trying to make that PGC push. It's a lot of pressure being put on young Gats, but it could pay off in a big way.
So we're going to be tracking those teams that are making these pushes, but I want to ask you guys who wins this thing. 60K on the line, bragging rights in the check mark. I'll go first because for me it's easy. Sonics takes home the win because that's what Sonics does. They're on a trajectory to win PGC, in my opinion. Cameron?
I mean, PGC is going to be difficult no matter who goes, but I agree with you. I think Sonics are going to be winning this event. It's always going to be a coin flip between Sonics and E United, but Sonics are just that much more reliable. They don't have the highest highs, but they also don't have the lowest lows. They have one of the best drop spots on the map, so they have priority on getting into the solid positions most of the time. They're not going to be as active in the mid game because they don't need to be. They're already in position to take over once the late game hits.
I feel it. All right, what's your pick? Are you staying on the Sonics train?
Hell no.
No.
Look, hey, man, Sonics are a fantastic team. And as you said, it is basically a coin flip between Sonics and E United. Yeah. But the coin always falls on the United side. They've won these things 4 times, Cam. They've got 4 wins in the last 2 years. Sonics has.
Okay, well, we've had 3 years of PCS, so why don't you draw the line a little early? We'll see how that falls.
E United, I think, is as good or possibly better than Sonics right now. Now you've got Flood playing on 5 ping. You got half the team 1 ESL2. They have COVID. So, I mean, now they're coming in here. They're hot as you could possibly get. Sonics is too, don't get me wrong, but I think E United takes it.
I like how we're trying to have a big argument, but constantly saying, no, the other team is good too. But absolutely, my team's better.
That's how it is. It's 1A, 1B at this point. But E United does not get the respect that they deserve.
I mean, it's a clash of the Titans. This is Hector and Achilles, right?
Yeah,
These
100%.
are incredible players. The thing for me, though, E United's a lot younger, aren't they?
Yeah, but they are about as experienced. We've seen these names in the field in the top level competition for quite a while. I mean, Snakers and Kixar, I think, are the youngest out of this group, and they've still been here for a couple of years. And the only reason why they weren't playing in 2019 with Relo was because they just happened to be underage, but they were definitely grinding out in normals.
I'm gonna put a pin in the Clash of Titans argument for a second because I want to pivot to another team. They dominated in the qualifiers for Latin America, 50 points plus ahead of everybody else there. That's Fiumba. Do you think they do it at this level?
Yeah. I mean, So, yes, they didn't qualify for the first 2 events out of the year, but they got 5th at ESL2, and they looked really, really good in regionals. They're not going to be as explosive, but they are always in the mix. They always know how to get points out of every single round. I see no reason to doubt their ability to continue that here.
I don't know, man.
You don't know?
No, not in?
Look, they did really well in group stage. They really did, but that was 12 games. And you're talking about 12 games in comparison to the rest of the year where they've been kind of hit or miss, really. Like, they did well in ESL, but I don't know.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, if it's a time to turn on, it's at the end of the year.
Exactly.
That is true.
On the road
Thank
to
you, Steve.
That's very
right?
true.
It doesn't matter where you start. Vin Diesel taught me that. It doesn't matter where you start. It matters if where you finish.
Yeah.
Smile, irrelevant.
Yeah.
So Fiumba looking very, very good. I mean, excited to see what Capitan brings. Also,
That guy's nuts.
a lot of value if you guys are doing that fantasy stuff at home. Capitan, very cheap. Look at that. I'm just
Or
saying.
DraftKings.
I'm just saying.
Honestly, either one.
All right, next one up. This one I want to touch on the LCQ. You guys brought that up just a little bit, but I want to dig deeper. There's a team that came out of it, Peak. They looked good there. Can they carry it over?
See, I don't know, man. Like, I know a lot of people are really excited about Pete coming out of that LCQ, but again, it was the LCQ.
Yeah.
Like, they fought their way through the LCQ. They came out on top. They came out on top of Yahoo, which is huge. But again, they wound up in the LCQ after Latin America group stages. Like, maybe they could pull off something surprising here. I'm not really expecting a whole lot, but if they do pull off something, it'll be awesome.
I think they are going to affect a lot of the teams in this lobby, but as far as their own individual placing, I'm with Poro on this one. I don't know if it's going to be as high as maybe riding off the high of LCQ might make people think. the free kills that they got in the mid game a lot of times just aren't going to be there at this level of competition. Their play style of getting into a lot of scrappy fights in the early and the mid game is one of the worst styles to transition into a higher level of competition. So maybe they could break that trend, but I'll wait till we see it.
So it sounds like there's a lot of questions for this team about how they transition out of LCQ.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately for us, I got word that we had a chance to sit down with the coach of Peak to talk specifically about that. So check this out.
I've got the coach from Peak Gaming, and we want to talk to them about what it means to finally get that opportunity to play onto PCS7. Flip, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks a lot, Clover. It's a pleasure to be invited by you, and thanks all the chat from who was cheering for us, and that means a lot for us to get this spot on the finals. Sorry.
You're gonna make me cry, Flip. Oh no, thank you. Thank you so much. We really do.
Well, I guess I'd say there's no crying in esports, but there is, and that's good. They got here, now they have to take the next step. And to do that, you've got to figure out how to get the win, which is why we have a brand new segment. It is Cammy D's Keys to Victory.
Keys to victory, yes. And here, 3 keys that will allow any of these guys that we just talked about, or even you, back home, if you want to, get some victory. Key number 1, clear comms. There is so much that happens here in PUBG. You want your in-game leader, or even if it's 1 brain, if it's 2 brains, whatever it is, you want it to be clear comms so they know exactly what they are making of the current game state, and so their call can be proper. And when that call comes in, that's when key number 2 comes into play. Timings require trust. A good call made at the wrong time is suddenly a bad call. So when someone makes the call, you have to trust that they know what's going on and it's the right call, and commit to it, because that window could be open for maybe half a second. And then key number 3, it's got to be laser focused on the late game. Kills are fine. We love getting kills in the mid game, but I don't want you throwing yourself out there in the middle of a field, chasing down someone further out in the field, try and get that 1 point only to get domed yourself, and allow the rest of your team to play through the game with only 3 up. You want to make sure that you get the points at the end. It's 10 points for a win. That's a lot of points. You don't want to throw that away off of chasing maybe 1 down.
We'll check in with the keys later today to see exactly how everyone's doing. I know my number 1 key to victory ends with 9. If Keenan shows up, they're going to do great things. All right, now we talked about fantasy. You don't think so?
That was for no. Yes, I love Keenan, but that was forced.
Man.
You shush. All right, let's talk about some fantasy stuff. The window to put your teams in is rapidly closing, so we'll show you our picks and talk a little bit more about why and whom we put up there. Poro, you went with Tiggleton, Flood, Purdy, and Gazera.
Yeah, y'all just copy that. Just copy that, your money. Easy. I mean, Tiggleton at 38K is such a disgusting bargain. Flood, that cheap as well. And then you I'm throwing in Purdy Cardi because I think LG's going to have a big performance here. Now that their backs are up against the wall, I think Kurt's going to do it. And Gizera, I mean, you'll see a lot of people really are hyping about this young kid for 22.
I'm scared about the pressure on Kurt, but I like your picks. They're a little bit outside the box. Greg Shot and Light Show?
Yeah, I mean, I like Gizera. I am not so sure that 22 are going to play the playstyle to allow him to perform at the greatest. They do love their sends. These are players that know how to always get their points, especially a player like Mime and Show. Their playstyle of just being that barbarian, that pit player who just rushes at you. If it works out, it's going to skyrocket me to the top. It's a very high risk, high reward composition. I recognize that.
All right, now I'm going to show you the one to actually emulate. Flip it over. The one in the middle, Tiggleton, Kickstart, 2 powerhouses here in North America. And
that's some good picks.
We have powerhouses. These are the highest damage producers in Latin America in the form of Capitan and Gizera, who's underpriced because he's young and he's new. This is the 1 week you're going to get good value on that guy. So get it on there, because I guarantee next week, minimum 18K for that one.
Okay, we'll see. Sure. Rookie jitters.
Maybe. We'll see. Now, if you guys agree with us, if you think I'm right or Cameron's right, unlikely, or maybe Poro, let us know. You can do it with the hashtag, more likely, PUBG Esports. Send us your tweets. We'll try to get them up on the screen if they're good. If not, we'll probably also put them up because we'll laugh at it. So
get
involved, right? We're going to roast. It's going to be awesome. Also, I guarantee we're going to be giving some cool stuff away. We love to give out a chance to get more pick'ems. Yeah. The voting coupon will be available in code form right later today. Not right now. Don't go anywhere. I promise we've got some good stuff.
He baited you, Chet.
Did I?
Don't let him do that.
You can't fall for that. We've done this so many times.
Yeah,
you know it's not
true.
going to be now.
That's true.
All right, guys. I heard the game is getting ready to get underway as the players get ready to climb into the planes. Before we go to casters, we're going to check in with Flood, who apparently his ping is phenomenal now. Interview. Do it.
I think we definitely think we're among the top of the lobby in terms of how we rank ourselves compared to others. I definitely think we're pretty much on the same level, if not better than Sonics. Depends who's having a better day, to be honest, and who's getting better zones. But I definitely think we're among at least minimum the top 2, if not top 1.
Hello, everybody. I am Clover, joined with Godspeed, and we are going to be casting your games today. We've got 5 really good games to start off this lobby with Dustin. I'm so excited, but before we really break down anything, I want to take a second to talk about fantasy as well, because we picked our teams. We got to see them up on the screen, and I got to say, Poro said copy his team, but I feel like Poro copied your team, Dustin. You had the exact same 4.
You could say copied a little bit of the homework. You know, I'm not going to make any accusations there, but it's a damn good team, and honestly, I don't think anyone on the panel here chose a bad team. And I'll be real, I'm not like a huge fantasy player, but I'm kind of into it this PCS, so I'm excited. I'm excited to see how my team does.
Yeah, I mean, we've been really competitive, and we've been trying to figure out what we can do to really kind of up the ante, you know, like figure out what the loser has to do. And so down to the last second, I actually changed my team too. I made sure I had Tickleton as my pick. You know, he's always putting down those big fantasy points. I mean, those of you guys who have played before.
If you look at it this way, if my picks actually end up being bad, I'll just blame Poro.
Ah, there you go. See, yeah. It's been really fun. Everybody in the office has actually been getting involved. So make sure for you guys, if you missed out on fantasy this week, you'll have an opportunity to still get involved next and then get those bragging rights. I mean, we see you guys in Twitch chat all the time. You talk about who your favorite players are, how you would pick the best team, how you would do better, and you can show us exactly that with fantasy. But obviously, getting back into the game, I mean, this is going to be the big thing. This is a first time for a lot of these teams to really get the opportunity to play each other, returning for other teams that have kind of had the opportunity to come back. We've had PCS6 earlier this year, ESL 1 and 2 earlier this year, and now the final event of the year, PCS7, as the casters did break down the last opportunity to put PGC points on the board, but also last opportunity for some of these teams to get to play this year.
And that's the thing, for a lot of these teams that aren't even really in the talks, right, for PGC points as far as making that kind of cutoff. Look, first place is a free ticket. Right? I say free ticket. I mean, it's not going to be free. They're going to have to earn that. But first place is a ticket to PGC. So even for some of these teams that are kind of boned on points overall, if they can bust out a win over teams like Sonics, over E United, then that's going to be massive for them. And that's going to be, again, a ticket to the big show, because PGC is realistically, I don't want to say that all that matters, but it's pretty much all that matters, right? It's the big show at the end of the year. It's the global event. It's where all the best teams in the world are going to be. And that's, you know, that's the dream for any player, to be able to compete there. And this is the last event of the year. This is their last chance to do so. So I'm really excited, and the teams in this lobby, I think, is going to be wonderful.
For sure. And I mean, one team, too, that really comes to mind for me is the team that we got to cast during the last chance qualifier, which is a surprise to see them, which was Bing Bang Boom. Yeah. That is a team that currently is qualified for PGC coming into this event. So they're defending that slot from other teams that want to take that position, that awarding to go to PGC away from them. And I think that they've had a couple of growing pains. They've changed things around for a bit. Sure. Initially, Roth has been the IGL, not only for this team, but for previous teams when he played for Zenith, a couple of other rosters. Now we've seen Keenan step up to the role. They were hybriding for a while, but I think it was still causing a little bit of issues on who was making certain calls. Roth has now said that he's really been able to focus on fragging out and on doing actual playing for Keenan to now take that responsibility.
Well, and that's the thing with Roth as well. I mean, I remember like really early on in his career, but even back when I was playing, Roth was really, really good online, but every time he had a LAN performance, it was definitely lackluster until we finally saw him in Zenith and in PGIS, and that was when LAN Monster, I feel like Roth was born, because every time we've seen him at a LAN event at this point, I mean, Roth has been really insane in the numbers he's put up. He's been a spectacular player on LAN, and that's obviously now translating. He's always had that that pedigree online, and so the fact that now Roth can just focus on fragging and he's left all of that to Keenan, who Keenan's been IGLing for quite a while for various teams at this point as well. I think this potentially might be the best look for BBB. The other thing as well is Gats, right? Bringing in Gats to this team, there's obviously a pretty decent amount of pressure on that young lad, but I think he's worth it, and we'll see hopefully if they can actually make this work and, as you said, just defend their PGC slot.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the way that this team has grown, come together, pieces have moved around. I really think that this is the form we needed to see. In fact, the reason they probably went to the LCQ is just the fact that they did have a little bit of that change up between ESL2 coming into here, and it can take some time. So that said, my eyes are on them. I think that they're going to defend this spot, go to PGC. But guys, enough from us. We finally got all of the teams in the players. Or say enough about us. We're going to keep talking. You're just not going to see us on camera anymore because we are getting into game number 1, starting it out in the beautiful lands of Erangel.
Erangel is a wonderful map. It's no Miramar for me, but it's still you know, it's the classic, the vanilla, if you will. And I mean, I still love this map for sure. It's a wonderful map. And for these teams, I mean, we have some interesting developments. We know that Tokyo Manji Gang has potentially been talking about going to South George. We already know there's a pretty prevalent team going to South George and LG. We also know that, you know, Trog potentially likes North George, so that might be a very busy part of the map. And overall, I mean, this could potentially be a chaotic first game, or it could just be teams feeling each other out and kind of giving them that space.
I mean, we can already see a look on the mini-map right there, and as everybody's jumping out of the plane, one thing LG has been doing has been changing up their drop spots. They're already thinking ahead, but they're also wanting to make sure that they don't want to waste any time defending another position. They want to get stuck in a position, and so already they're taking their alt drop for Zarky. They're going to go ahead and let TN have George, and we can see, as you did call out, Tokyo, or Troglodytes, excuse me, out in North George. So potentially, I think we're avoiding some hot drops, at least for this first game.
Yeah, and that, again, that doesn't surprise me. With so much on the line and what's looming after this event, it doesn't surprise me at all that these teams, you know what, the hot drops maybe initially aren't very worth it, right? Especially at the start of an event, you want to put your best foot forward, you want to get that momentum going, because some of these teams are momentum-based teams, right? And I think that's important also to note. And so, yeah, it's been a pretty even spread. I do notice, though, down on Millie base, that is a busy Millie base for a game 1 here.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams reading that this could potentially be a military circle for the first one. Benya actually looks like he dropped very late for SG, and
that's,
you know what, there
that's
you go.
A good read.
Those IGLs got to be feeling really good for themselves. There's still an opportunity, could have a phase 2 shift up to the north, might pull to the mainland, but primarily right now we are looking at this being a military circle, which also means for the teams like LG, Wildcard, Troglodytes that are going to be coming in late, you got to keep an eye on that west bridge, because that could be a hot spot.
Yep.
We've seen a lot of bridge camping going on in these lobbies, especially with the big update that we had to the Erangel bridges.
Yeah, I mean, the bridges themselves, I mean, it used to be an absolute nightmare trying to cross. There was no underneath, there was no underside, and so you pretty much just have to send it. But, I mean, looking at a team like Rumblers as well, they should be able to loot just fine in Yas. I mean, there's actually no one at all on the east side of this map due to the plane, so I wouldn't be surprised if we even saw Rumblers loot up pretty quickly here and then potentially even just try to go to Milta Power to grab a boat and then send it towards the southeast side of the island.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of boats available. We'll probably see 1 or 2 teams take the western side, Primorsk as well, but I mean, you know, Rumblers have been playing out of Yaz for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, my brain goes to the LCQ again. We had a first game of LCQ ended in Yaz, and Rumblers didn't even have to move from that position.
Nope, they were sitting very pretty, but I mean, a lot of the eyes, I feel like, at least for me and many others, are going to fall on LG for this. Obviously, we had talked about it ad nauseum. They didn't qualify for ESL. They've now qualified in a spectacular fashion for PCS7, and they need to get it together to make sure that they stay in point contention to go to PGC, because I feel like it would be very unfortunate if these boys fail to qualify.
Well, and you know, it's interesting that you bring that up too, because we did get a chance to sit down with their coach Gunnar and ask him exactly about PGC, what that would mean to the team and getting to go.
The end goal is qualifying for PGC. Like, obviously doing good in regional events will get you there, but nothing is more satisfying than qualifying for like the global event and going to play against the foreign teams and seeing how you stand up to them. So, I mean, it should be the same for every team. Qualifying just means everything in regards to PGC.
Absolutely. And you know what, again, you guys talked about it already. Missing an ESL, missing a huge event. I mean, that has got to feel bad. We saw it happen last year. It actually affected, I believe it was Dodge, who'd missed the final PCS of the year, and kind of that situation we've seen.
Yeah, they're just watching from the sidelines.
Yeah.
And that can happen, you know. Ultimately, it sucks to have to sit there and watch your fate be in the hands of others. At least in this situation, you know, for a team like LG, they're here in PCS7, and they can make the plays and you know, dictate their own fates. But look at this, Dennett. He's gonna find one so fast.
Yeah, you see how Viz really just kind of cautiously approached the bridge, tried to read that the situation might have been clear. He didn't see any of Synergy set up, and as he tried to make that push ahead of the rest of 4 p.m., Synergy were able to capitalize on that. Now, LFP1 did already get across, but that means that the rest of their team are going to have to find another way over. And talking about ways across, you can see Fiumba right now are grabbing quite a bit of the boats, putting in work just outside of Sharkfin. Beyond them, though, is Dodge, so they do need to be a little bit cautious with this cross, make sure that they're not only caught by them, Hikerman's across the water, but maybe one of the other teams that could just be coming to the coast behind them.
Yeah, I think they'll be all right. They should be able to see relatively that the coast is clear, especially this landing point that they want to go to just straight across. It looks like Draft is potentially looking for other boats, but I don't think there are any. So they'll be able to cross just fine. I'm also looking at a team like Peak, sitting there just to the northwest of the edge of the circle. I mean, there's still a lot of teams that are going to have to make the migration, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see another kind of block up there on the West Bridge, as we see Sonics kind of approaching there. And Sonics have had some issues on that West Bridge, but I think as of right now they'll be just fine, because one of those main issues isn't even here. Yeah,
that's true, and it looks like as well, I mean, Synergy don't have their attention fully locked. You do have a couple of players that have moved around, and so as we see, Fiumba is going to make it safely. Dodge went just far enough. You can see, again, that orange marker's off in the distance. That is Dodge. It came across from the other pier, and at this point, I mean, you do say that we have a lot of land to the north. So teams like Peak, Troglodytes, LG, TM, Wildcard, Rumblers, all the ones that we talked about having the farthest way to travel, can take their time. They can stay on the mainland for this first phase. But as the circle tends to tighten down and get a little bit further south and further south, their opportunities to have a safe cross are going to be a little bit tougher. And I mean, you did bring up a point too, Milta Power, Lipovka, those are opportunities to grab a boat and take out long rotation around to Nova or even south of the island. And that's still an option for a lot of the teams right now, especially the ones with those late rotations.
Yeah, that north side there is almost like a false positive, right? It's a false sense of security, because although, yes, you're right, it does give a lot of these teams, like, okay, a little less sense of urgency, where like, okay, we don't need to cross immediately now, we can kind of hold on and then cross later. That cross later might not be as possible, or it's just contested, right? And so a lot of these teams are either going to have to try to cross early or just be comfortable with the fact that whether they cross west or east bridge, it could be kickstart.
Oh, dude. I mean, there you go. It's that high ground position we've seen traditionally in the past. It's actually a spot that Bing Bang Boom like to hang out in early on when we've got those melee games. But United got here first. They took the Nova drop instead of their normal Milta Power drop, and that allotted them a position to play from.
I've done that, though. There's plenty of times I've picked up a gun, I've put the attachments on it, and I just never pull it out. So I never reload it. But I mean, that's not the biggest thing in the world. It happens.
Yeah.
He just didn't get a few shots early. I mean, those shots from distance weren't going to be necessarily the easiest to hit anyways. But Bing Bang Boom get a nice little foothold here on the southeast side of the
I've seen mine do this before. I didn't realize this was a legit strategy. I always thought it was on accident. But I mean, if it works, it works. You can see Sonics are actually taking the stairs to get their cars safely across the bridge. So.
And this is smart, yeah. I mean, that's one of the biggest things when it comes to crossing on melee bases, especially if you cross by boat or something, you don't have vehicles. And having vehicles on an island where a lot of teams, you know, come without one is such a massive advantage. And Sonics are going to do well to keep theirs.
Yeah, especially too, they love to play these hills on the northeastern side of the island, and that's going to give them that opportunity not only for those easy rotations, additional cover where there normally isn't some, except for the height. That's going to be big clutch into the late game potentially if the circle continues to shift in that direction. But right now, Troglodytes taking that rotation from Primorsk. They got not one but two boats at their disposal. Now, where Troglodytes typically like to put down is that western side where EOS Guri and a couple of other teams currently are that also rotated. So eyes are on Troglodytes to see if they pick a busy spot to put down on or if they're going to continue wrapping all the way to the south. So that's the problem when we get these melee circles first on, is it does force early fighting.
Yeah, and it does look like Trog is just kind of rotating down there to the southwest. I'm sure they'll be okay as long as they don't stop underneath Guri. But look at this, LG now set up still all the way at the top of Pachinki. And Tokyo is actually looking for this.
You know, I mean, again, Tokyo Maji Gang had changed their drop after hot dropping with other teams during scrims this week, decided instead to move it to South George. Luminosity just were not going to have it. They went ahead and moved to an alt spot. They didn't want to waste the time on this, but it looks like Tokyo Maji Gang are still dialed into this. And so LG might have actually spotted that, and we can see you're already pulling back away from Pachinki, taking a wide rotation. Now we're looking at the map. You can just kind of get that last little view on where teams are moving. Troglodytes did take a shot at EOS Guri. We saw the knock on the kill feed. That was all the information they needed to know not to take that rotation, and are going to continue on south. The docks are free, but you can see both 4 p.m. and Bing Bang Boom could have that line of sight, so keeping an eye on them. Now the circle is going to shift.
Oh my.
That's
something. That's a pretty wild shift. And I would imagine that this would actually shift back down to Millie base, but we've seen the circle, especially in recent events, do some absolutely wild things.
I mean, I want to point it out. I'm going to pull out the telestrator for this because I want to give you guys an idea. So when we get to phase 4, water is something that the circle is going to pull away from. So when you really look at the circle like this, you've got about 40% playable on the south and 35% playable on the north. There's still a world where the circle could shift this direction, and that's going to be where we see the circle end up. So teams that are now to the north, we might see take a pause and potentially pull back away, but then at the same time need to make that call. Do you try to get in the zone while there's still space? Because that does cut things out for teams. But I'm not going to cut, and it looks like Sonic's not wanting to give up this compound just yet. 22 is trying to take it out, but Yanni is going to get taken down to Shrimzy with a quick flush.
Oh man, I mean, that's 2 members now just taken out from 22 and a third potentially. Oh no, this is definitely not the start. Oh, the 22 wants Gizera.
All I'm saying, I'll pick Tickleton over Gizera, man. It's that fantasy, guys. We're gonna be trash talking fantasy all the time. Do make sure you get that opportunity.
The problem for me is I picked Tig and Gizera.
Oh no.
So
hey, but you know what? He died after 10 minutes, so you're not gonna get those negative points.
True, but I don't need my fantasy team to like cannibalize itself.
But this is the excitement of a military game, because again, we're only in phase 2 right now, down to 59 alive. And Beal setting up right now to get a knock, finds it. Rabini is gonna get taken down, quick flush, and Guri, unfortunately, they're having to play one short right now, finding themselves an opportunity to score. Now, the big issue still, you can see the rest of 4 p.m. inside the zone just beyond this. So if LFP and Kaishin try to hold on to this corner, that could spell a little bit of trouble for Guri. But on the opposite end of things, Fiumba trying to play gatekeep to Rumblers.
Yeah, and Fuma have a good position here. Quite honestly, they can wrap that whole coast if they need to, especially if that circle comes back down, which I imagine it would. But, oh, Corsac, though, he's going to find when Snakers goes down. That's 1 member for E United early out of the game, and that's unfortunate for Snakers there. I think he was just trying to check if that was clean, and he didn't realize that Dodge was actually playing very quiet inside that. As Trebo, can he get the knock on Valiant? No, he can't.
I was very close. You can see he just hit quite a few bullets and got support from DraftKings as well. But now not only having that information about Valiant, but the rest of Rumblers, you can see Fiumba trying to make a plan and regroup, because there are still some vulnerabilities into the position that Emmy and Ribo had.
Fuma now, again, I like this position a lot from Fuma. They actually have a decent amount of control on the east side of this, whether it be from the Rumblers, whether it be from Dodge trying to come in, which, again, Dodge doesn't need to move, but Fuma with vehicles as well, really solid position for the team. Trog as well. Trog is in this really interesting position as well, where they have to push the backfill of Guri, but then Guri is also technically backfilling on 4 p.m., so this could potentially be a third-party opportunity for 4 p.m., especially if this fight pops off at the top of this hill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Guri's been so locked in and chasing 4 p.m., I'm not even sure if they've quite noticed what's been happening with Troglodytes behind them. Now, circle's shifting, and again, as
circle?
We have... I have to bring the teleprompter out one more time, just because you have to see this. We really look at the fact that this is a 50% playable circle. This is inside. This is most likely not. So now when you really look at where can you go, that's it. That is all you can go.
It's a little lie.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
wonderful.
Yeah. Little high ground, low grounds. little compounds with our beautiful, beautiful sketching skills. But it's the things that not only the IGLs are looking at, the teams that are, the players that are shot calling, but we as observers and as casters, we're trying to see what that they are going to be playing for. And that is right now, so many teams are trying to get as center as possible. Synergy, I'm gonna capitalize on that as Silzen and Pippa getting quite a lot of knocks. Bing Bang Boom tried to crash this. EOS Guri thought to do the same, and E United, I believe, is just down to Kickstart now. Unfortunately, finding a place to put down, but where do you go from here?
I mean, it's rough. United lost, they lost Snakers early to Dodge when he was trying to check that compound. They lost 2 just now to Synergy, and is now, as you said, just down to 1. And Synergy actually has a really solid spot here, but they are going to have to hold it against multiple teams. They are trying to harass BBB, but they have to watch their back.
It's just an absolute cascade right now of so many teams coming in. You guys can see all the colors on the mini-map. That's everybody trying to get the best position that they can, given the way that the circle has shifted. Everything in water is not going to be considered playable, and when we move forward to phase 4, that also unfortunately means all of the mainland to the north. So for all of these teams, that is a lot of open terrain without much coverage, playing for the high ground. Rumblers, unfortunately, now finding themselves in a little bit of trouble as they rotated behind Team X. Hero landing a gorgeous nade onto Los, and Waldo trying to find the angle onto Zira. It's just not meant to be as he gets taken down.
Oh my. I mean, TX is actually just kind of rolling, but Light Show with a beautiful bolt there. That actually might slow things down. Never mind.
Oh, but
that was clean.
It was so clean, but look at the mini map right there. Dodge just to the north, wrapping around, looking for their own spot into the zone, still focused on Synergy, the big threat. That position that you pointed out being a good one. I mean, this was the reason that Synergy did have to be a little bit careful, was the rest of these teams that were going to look for a way to get into the zone. You can see Finna right now heard those shots going on between TX and Rumblers, and seeing if they can spot out another member. A couple shots towards Dialed, who is trapped down behind a tree. You can see the smokes coming out, looking for that opportunity to get into the zone safely, but Dodge are going to make this one difficult as Dialect goes down.
Dodge is actually beautiful here, especially for Synergy. They're basically holding their backline for them, and Synergy can just sit in and not even have to worry about their back until the circle closes, so they are sitting pretty. And Dodge, again, with a wonderful position here to just hold anyone else coming in from the south, but actually Team X is going to be able to kind of slip right in. They don't really have much to play in front of them, but, I mean,
you just gotta send
kudos to them, and there's that shift. We expected that to happen, and now this circle is about to get very claustrophobic.
Yeah, I mean, one team that really hasn't played the circle just yet, they held onto the mainland as long as possible, has been Tokyo Maji Gang. You can see them there on the far left side on the bridge. They are going to have to make a move, and Troglodytes could be the one to prevent that. But right now, the teams that are coming in just a little bit late, looking for any free shack, tree, or rock to put down. And and a drive by DraftKings is going to actually get a knock on to Sharp Shot, but this dip is not free. Kickstart gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, takes down Fiumba.
What an animal! Kickstart!
Oh, a great start there for Kickstart. E United solo player still alive in this position, but finding opportunities to score. And you can see Team X, we saw them. We pulled away from that dodge fight, got themselves in a position. Santi gets a knock onto Silza, but now he's got to turn his attention back to why kick a Mukau. Wildcard with the high ground just above him.
I'm just honestly still in. That was what a play from Kick. Holy. We talked about how E United lost 3 early. It was just down to Kick. We weren't sure what he was going to be able to do, but I mean, you can never count out Kickstart. My goodness, that was a beautiful triple there.
Let's see. I make it. This is the position that you circled. You kind of talked about the high ground right here on this spot. Wildcard really playing that one well. You can see they had their eyes onto Peak, but Tokyo Machi Gang still not in the zone. And you can see Hello My Bad trying to get line of sight on the rest of Troglodytes, who also aren't in the circle. Tokyo Machi Gang, Hello My Bad, unfortunately can't focus on getting into the zone until he takes care of Troglodytes.
No, and Hello My Bad is actually, he's crippling that team right now. That's a second knock for him onto them. If there's any chance he can get Zillet, I'm not sure it's possible, but at the very least, he's done enough damage to slow down Trog. Maybe make a little room for himself just to get in this circle here.
It looks like Peak might be just looking slightly more to the north than where Hello My Bad actually is. So Necro, the last player still up for Troglodytes. You can see Tokyo Machi Gang. Hello My Bad is the last player still up. Starting to get the confirmations of the kills. As now Necro's taking quite a bit of blue zone damage. We're into phase 4, so the longer Necro stays, he could just be giving himself up to the zone and not allowing anybody else that point.
And so Hello My Bat, I was going to say he finally decides to drop down right into the loving arms of Peak, and they are just going to clean him right up. And Peak's position is honestly very strong. They have a wonderful ridge ahead of them on top of this compound. The only thing I will say would kind of suck is if this shifts northeast and they have to run across that open beach. But otherwise, Peak's position is definitely quite nice.
Another team we haven't really talked about since we saw the initial rotation was Sonics. Remember, they took their cars across the bridge, so we know that they've got vehicles to play from. Typically, when we see the circles, though, one of the positions they really like to play from is that spot that Wildcard is in. They've been a little bit slow. They've been patiently just playing the edge, waiting to see if the circle comes to them. The shift is going to mean that Sonics are going to have to migrate. But I don't know that Wildcard are in a position to lose a spot yet. I think the big issue could be if more than one team crashes or challenges them at the same time.
Yeah, no, right now it's just going to be Sonics. I think Sonics is going to be the biggest issue here for Wildcard as they start to rotate in. But even still, I think Sonics doesn't necessarily have to push the envelope just yet. It's going to be 22's Hasten here who just potentially stirs up the nest. Never mind. Yeah, okay. Never mind.
You know
just
at least you tried, Hazelton.
I mean, for a Soul to make it, there's actually still 11 teams alive. So even for the placement, he doesn't get it done. I mean, there's still 10 in this, and this circle is very, very small.
And again, Sonics now starting to take that migration up to Wildcards. Phase 5, blue is starting to close in, and it's going to force that conflict now. The throwables are coming out. Shrimsy along with Mime trying to put that pressure. You can see Adam's already moving their car along with Gregshot. Well, Wildcard letting them have some of this position, but look, 2 players already down as well. The Reses are now the attention of focus as they're trying to make sure they can get Waikakamukau and Nico's back up and standing, and part of that has been the issues of Peak. You see that pressure coming out of their compound. The shift did move back away from this, so some high ground has been awarded. Now, on the opposite side of the zone, LG having to do a little bit of footwork of themselves. We're going to go ahead and listen to their comms as they take this push on LFP1.
I think his exit. I'm knocked a kick. He's prone on you guys on yellow.
I'm blind, kid. Watch the left. Is he inside the shack?
Knock shack.
Not close.
Close one?
Kick is free kill on yellow. Watch your sights on yellow. He's
worry about your south. Worry about your south, Penta. Watch every once in a while. Alright, Ayla.
Yeah.
Stole our kill. Stole that bitch.
Dodge could flank behind us. Just be careful.
Yep. We need to kill Kick.
Smokes. Yeah. Where is Kick exactly?
Far arm guy hit. Far arm guy's gonna be healing, so.
He was on that UAS, Luke. He couldn't move.
Can I?
Yeah, you can come to
Can
us.
I get closer then?
I'm gonna play up left,
Hold
Luke.
shack
Can you
for me
help
if you
cover or
can.
no? Okay.
I'm smoking a 4 PM angle again.
I'm holding that shack.
What's that smoke behind us? That dodge?
Peak down 2, I believe.
Peak 2, yeah.
Yeah.
The smoke behind us is me.
We need to clear Kick.
He was on that US. Yeah.
I need to smoke towards him.
4 PM is smoked off. We should do it now.
Okay.
He could run out and play behind shack.
And you can hear him right now talking about Peak, smokes that they're seeing, and looking for that opportunity to continue pushing. Remember, we do still have that solo of Kickstart, who's been here. He's got a bit of cover, but Penta knows exactly where he is. He's going to take some of that nade damage, but a second nade from Kurt is going to finish that one out. Kickstart has been eliminated, and now that dip taken over by LG.
Yep, that's an amazing dip as well because they can work up the side of that hill and basically just pour over and try to take shots at BBB, and so LG really good on them as well to realize exactly where Kick was. They knew he got that 3-piece and they kept track of that. That's really big stuff from them. It's very important as well for any team, honestly, to be able to keep track of the kill feed like that. And realistically, LG's biggest threat is just from the north. You just got to make sure they clear out 4 PM.
As we're down to 8 teams, 23 players alive, you can see a big factor of that is Synergy and Dodge, who are not yet in the circle. And there's not a lot of places for them to play. A big threat right there is not only the teams with the high ground, but Bing Bang Boom. Synergy do still have the vehicles, and it looks like Silzen is going to just try and challenge some of that position. We can see the car driving in is going to stop down right at Keenan. He overthrew the nade, does get the knock on Benya, but here comes the trade. Keenan does get taken down. And that is by Pippa, but Gats getting the knock onto Sills, and Bing Bang Boom have all their attention to everybody who's trying to crash this. Dodge now doing exactly the same. They saw it on the kill feed and used that as an opportunity to not only steal some of these knocks, but take a position in the zone.
And yeah, Dodge has been playing this so well. They've just been taking their time playing on that southeast edge. And what a beautiful time to come in and just clean that up. They do have to still worry about SG to their east, but Ethan going down is unfortunate, but the team is still in a good spot. It's not going to be the end of the world for them, even with Ethan falling. But Hikerman, all of a sudden, they're actually kind of getting picked apart from different angles. And the biggest worry is actually Sonics.
Yeah, Sonics, and as well as Luminosity, who have come with their pockets full of utility. Kurt with another nade, trying to see if he can catch more members of Dodge out in the smokes, but a flashbang is going to be your turn, pushing Kurt back, not overextending into a fight without support of his teammates. Penta still in the area, coming to lend a hand. You can see Luke 12 in the minimap, continuing to look to the north. That is to watch out for that last player, Maridao, aka Kaishin, 4 p.m. Make sure as well that nobody does wrap around them. But I mean, you called it out. Sonic's 10 kills. They've got the high ground position. All 4 players strong, up, and alive. And the circle this small, they've got a vantage point just about across all of it.
And I do think a big part of this as well is those vehicles, right? Sonics came over fairly early. They had decent loot, and they were able to just kind of dictate rotations based off of the fact that they could go wherever they want. Because of that now, they have so much control on the south side. They have all the control on the south side, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. You can see Corsac getting knocked down. This is the unfortunate part for Dodge, as they're kind of trapped out in the open, pinched between multiple teams. Corsac is going to, unfortunately, I think, fall here. Finna's lying prone, trying to crawl in that direction, but it's going to be a very risky res. The big thing that could potentially help him out here is both Mime and Penta spot each other, and that could give just a long enough distraction for Finna to get that res out. As you can see, Penta does spot him. Gets a knock onto Shrimsy, but that now means that Mime is locked and loaded into LG. He has been spotted.
Penta, though, I mean, Penta and Luke still can make a lot out of this, especially because they don't need to commit. It's Sonics are the ones that have to push in, and potentially Team X could cause a little bit of trouble for them, which is a third-party opportunity for LG. And don't forget about Peak, as you were saying, just there on the north side. They are between a rock and a hard place, though.
Yeah, you can see they're already missing a tire. They're going to lie down all the way to try and stay alive. But Tiggleton is just looking for anything moving below the car. There you go. See those legs. Easy knock there. Tiggleton's going to get that last player. Peak, fast eliminated. Now, Team X have kept their legs down. You know, he's got the ghillie suits. They're lying in prone. They've just got a little bit of coverage in this dip. No one's looking. So, I mean, you know, that's the skill there. Lie next to a dead body. Someone's just going to think you're the body.
I mean, it surely helps that he has a Groza on top of that ghillie suit, so that's definitely going to be a potential easy knock for him. But yeah, LG still potentially could make something of this game. They could come out with a victory as long as they third party here correctly.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're looking at things that Sonics are going to walk right on top of TX, and as you said, if LG can capitalize on that fight that's going to happen between the 4 members of Sonics, as well as Herlex and Hero, then that could be a big thing for them. It's obviously going to be coming down to time now. Phase 7 is closing. LG in the stronger position right now for the zone, but depending on where that Phase 8 shift goes, things could still change up back into favor for Sonics, who have, again, all 4 players up. So they do have the man advantage. And you can see as well, H-Win, he's still looking really good on his armor. He's got plenty of utility and meds, still lots of bullets as well. So there's an opportunity for them to stay in the long fight compared to some of these other teams.
Oh, I mean, it's no secret. Sonics is absolutely favored to win this game. But again, it's just TX potentially getting a really nasty knock or two on the Sonics unsuspectingly, and then, yeah, the LG could cause even more chaos. But Sonics also is very diligent in the way that they clear out these end games. They play in pairs. They generally play for trades. And so I don't imagine them giving too much up. But again, I mean, anything can happen in a situation like this. Circle's about even for everybody, so there's no real urgency for anyone to move right now. Especially for Sonics as well, because they have center circle currently.
There we go. Circle is going to shift now. Phase 8 is going to actually favor a little bit towards the west. So now that means that LG are going to have to move. Sonics now with a good spot in the circle. This also means that TX are going to have to move. And that could bring back the idea of the third party. If you've got 2 teams moving onto Sonics at the same time, how do you play it? Now you can see that Shrimsy and Mime have split apart from Tiggleton and H-Win. And that is going to make things easier. You could really split your focus between the 2 other teams that Sonics are having to focus on.
Even still, for LG losing too early, 6 kills, 4 of which coming the way of Pretty Curdy. Appreciate you, homie. I picked you on my fantasy team. But Luke with 2 as well. And again, this is a very dangerous duo on that team. But Team X has been very quiet. And I'm not even sure if...
Oh, that was so... I mean, if Mime had just walked an extra 2 or 3 feet, and you pointed out the Groza earlier, and that is the exact weapon that you want to have in this in this option, right?
Or just in an end game. It's so devastating in close quarters, right? And so it's absolutely... I agree with you. It's the ideal tool here for an end game because, I mean, the time to kill on that thing is gross. I will say, though, that the rest of Sonics have kind of now started to move towards the northern side, or at least wrap towards a little more towards the north side of the circle, holding out the south, basically, right? As we see Mime and Shrimsy still just kind of holding that center line. They know LG is just to their east. And LG's got to make a wrap, and they will be able to, but the problem is Sonics will have LOS of this. It's just, I'm very curious what Team X is going to do, and they don't need to do it fast. They could just wait for LG to basically get pushed by Sonics and then come try to make their play, but I mean, yeah, this just looks so strong for the Sonics. Even if they lose Shrimsy and Mime, they still have Hwin and Tig in the back.
Yeah, and you can see Tiggleton is still trying to go as wide as he feels comfortable. That tree that he's standing by is some of the best coverage he's got to try to get that line of sight onto Pinta and Luke 12, but not extending past that position to make himself vulnerable where he doesn't have that coverage. Mime waiting back behind. Now we're moving forward to phase 9, that dot just in the center of the zone. And that is also a spot that line of sight still can go to Penta. Last few throwables, are out right now. LG using a smoke, trying to see if they can spot somebody out. But now there you go.
Oh,
Hero taking shots is going to connect. Doesn't get the knock onto Mime, but gets him pretty low. Follows it up with the Molotov. But as the Blues closing in, a flashbang right into him. And Hero unfortunately runs right into the zone. Takes so much damage as Airlocks gets knocked down. Hero lying prone again. But that last little move from Sonics gets the knock. And Luke 12 unfortunately knocks himself. It's Penta versus the Sonics. But Sonics clean this one out, taking the first victory of the PCS Grand Finals with 15 kills.
I'm not. Are you surprised?
No.
I mean,
no.
But the thing that shocked me in that game is, I mean, besides the fact that Sonics just tore through that end game and basically that whole game in general once they hit that melee base, is the fact that Team X, we had waited so long for them to make their move, and when they finally did, they weren't even rewarded for it. They couldn't even get that knock, and that just kind of fell apart because I feel like LG really needed Team X there. They needed each other to help go against the Sonics. But Sonics were just too clean. Yeah. They were just too clean and too diligent on their clears and playing in pairs for trades. And you know how I love playing for trades, so.
Oh, yeah. And again, I mean, so many teams that we talked about today, LG putting in work, finding them up to the late game, getting 6 kills that match as well. It's a good start to them, but we want to continue seeing that push forward. This is a melee game to go first. You can't completely write that one off as how the rest of today is going to be, but I know that I'm super excited for the rest of this, and I know that the desk, is going to have a lot to say about that. But before we get to that, guys, I want to let you guys know about the biggest, newest partnership that we've got going on with PUBG, and that is with McLaren. Guys, you make sure that you go to the workshop and configure your one and only GT, that you can be the center of attention all day, every day. You can choose from a variety of 11 stunning exterior colors, 2 sleek wheels, 5 different color brake calipers, and get your GT's state-of-the-art carbon ceramic brakes. But guys, speaking of brakes, Dustin and I are going to go to one real quick. When we get back, we're going to break down that match for you guys.
Welcome back. It is PCS7. Game 1 is done. My name is Toppies. I am joined by Porosaurus and the Cammy D. As it wraps up, and we'll just go straight to showing you the dinner winner because, ladies and gentlemen, it is the Sonics, as myself and Cameron predicted.
Listen,
that come out strong.
Okay, listen, it's 1 game out of 30. I think bragging about a pick in the very beginning after 1 game, it's crude, it's crass, it's impolite. That being said, it's the Sonics, baby! 15 kills! 15 kills! We knew they could do it. This is why we picked them.
I mean, it's 1 game, dude. It's 1 game. It's a military game, but they played it really well. They really played it well, and there was a little bit of luck that went into it, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But once they got control over that compound in the center, and they kind of held off the push of 22, and then just had free reign over the top of the hill, and then the circle helped them out a little bit by cutting north, leaving them with that high ground, and they know exactly what to do with that once they get a hold of it, man.
Yeah, let's take it. We saw who the best team was. Let's see who the top 5 players were from that match. Came out there. If you're doing the fantasy games at home, you're going to want to keep track of who's putting the points up. Kickstart and Tiggleton, 2 of my players up there to start this thing off.
Not too shabby.
Looking good. Cameron, where are yours?
It's 1 game out of 30.
Okay.
I got Tig and Kurt.
You got Tig.
Hey, we got we got 2 up there too. Let's go.
I'm playing the long game here.
Unless it has to do with Sonics winning the first game.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so that was an excellent match 1. Sonics putting on a masterclass from the jump, but it was, speaking of the jump, a unique game. The challenging, we went to the military island to start this thing off. I mean, is there a better way to define America's PUBG than starting with a crazy circle? So we put together a highlight package for you guys, but we're going to kind of talk a little bit more about the challenges inherent in a military circle and the journey to the victory for Sonics. So let's check it out. It's time for highlights.
Highlights. I love highlights. Well, yeah, as you said, I mean, right off the bat, you could see Synergy was doing a little bit of a half bridge camp here. And this was kind of interesting to me because 4 p.m. tries to make the cross. They lose 1. Good on them for only losing 1 here. But you can kind of tell that Synergy, it was a half bridge camp, right? They were holding it just as long as 1 team came over, and then immediately they pull off, which kind of opened up the door for Sonics here. And then we talked about how Sonics has been having to deal with those SCG bridge camps all year long. They take it slow, they take it methodical, and now you come over here to Team X. They got a little snaky there at the end, for sure, but they earned their spot.
Yeah, and the reason why a lot of teams are fighting here on the edge right now is because, as if you watched the game, you all saw there was so much water in this. It stayed on the coast, and at this point, we all knew where the game was going to end. It's in on that hill with Kickstart, the lone EU United player, is trying to hold down. He has a really, really solid hold here, but at the same time, this was their only option because of how little room there was to play with. They just had to force on in. Unfortunately, it was into the waiting arms of Kickstart.
And it was also interesting, too, that the fact that Fiuma had to make that cross, they had to go and they end up losing out to Kickstart. That opened up a whole lot of room for LG on that north side to kind of stretch out. Now, the problem for LG, they ended up losing 1 to Kickstart. They end up losing Kurt for getting a little bit greedy going for points there. But I'm not going to lie. I like that from LG. I like the fact that they're going out there and they're trying to get as many points as they can, knowing the situation that they're in.
You said the problem for them was Kickstart and some things like that. It feels like the problem for them is the same problem that they've had for a long time. And that's the Sonics. The Sonics.
The circle?
The circle. No, the Sonics. In fact, let's take a look at the leaderboards after game number 1 because the Sonics who are qualified for PGC, are pushing out with 25 points to start this thing.
Just a damn good team, man.
They are.
Yeah.
Best.
Like, what else do you say at this point? Like, the fact that they, I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less, honestly. If Sonics finishes in 16th, like it's like something really, really bad had to happen, right?
By the same token, Luminosity perhaps has some of the most pressure on them across the board for this event.
Oh, yeah.
They are expected to be at PGC by everyone in the region, including themselves, and they are not currently there.
Yeah.
So starting out with number 2, how big a deal is this, Cameron?
It's a really big deal, especially because they like to drop on the edge. They love to play and come from the edge. But they went to Zarki this game and had to go all the way down to Military Island. So the way that they crossed over that strait, like very late into the game, taking it super slow, very methodical, very risky, but they were able to make it work. And the timing of when they crossed, as you said, Poro, were able to take control of that northern side when the circle closed.
But I think that's kind of one of the reasons why we saw LG make those moves, right? Not only having to deal with the hot drops or anything like that, but they love coming in late. They love eating a little bit of blue. They love working their way into the circle. And the fact that you had South George, and once we cut over to Miramar, that Hacienda spot, they end up getting dead center and getting surrounded so many times. They play so much better when they have the game in front of them.
They're a good information gathering team, and I think that's something that you benefit coming from the edge. I mean, we saw other teams try to do these crazy bridge crosses, up and down, 1-3s, and they just jumped in the water and swam. Luminosity's not interested in taking risks early. Another team that stepped up and put up was Peak. Peak is that team that we talked at the start of the day today, coming out of LCQ. Can they have a strong start? 4 is pretty respectable.
Yeah, it's really good. They had that compound just to the east of that bridge that they were able to basically sit pretty and get a couple of kills off of it. They weren't the most successful moving out of it, but it was definitely a good start. They held their nerve, which is the important thing, but we don't want to look into that too much because that is a very solid compound to be able to hold. It's not like they had to push in from the edge, fight through a number of different teams. So I'm not trying to take it away from them. It's definitely a good start, but I want to see it continue if you want to really start to talk about them.
I mean, the one other thing that we said was that Peak was probably going to impact other teams, right?
True.
They kind of wrecked Wildcard's game there.
Yeah. They wrecked Wildcard's game, and then Wildcard wrecked Fiumba's because that's just the way that it goes. Kick looking very, very good. Phenomenal for Wildcard. Now, Wildcard's a team that we've talked about not much, but they've had some interesting climb. Like, what's your take on them coming into PCS and sort of what you expect out of them in this event?
I mean, basically, after everything I've talked to those guys, I mean, I love the mentality that are coming in. If you got a chance to watch any of the scrims, just watching how they're playing, the confidence with which they're playing, the fact that they're back to doing those big wide splits. They're back to kind of having that faith in Greg to kind of cover that north side of that split and play his life and not kind of open it up. Like, they've shown that they can play multiple styles, right? They can do that big wide split, or they can kind of get all together and find success both ways. So the thing that I think that I like the most is that they're no longer waiting for the game to kind of come to them. They're taking it to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, this previous game doesn't really illustrate that all that well. I like their positioning, but that hill is a very, very hard sort of hill to control. It is so barren and open on the northern side, which is what gave Peak all of those angles onto them. So, you know, Gregshot had to run away with this tail between his legs. Everyone else got knocked. Like, it wasn't a good look, but I don't even really know how else they could have played that better other than just shoot the enemy first. But, like, that's so easy to say from our position on the counter.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the only thing they could do maybe is commit south to try to gatekeep Sonics. And in that case, you're trying to gatekeep Sonics in,
good luck.
You know, a long-range fight.
Which, and the Sonics, to their credit, I think they benefited on that bridge cross, you said, from not being the first ones there. But once they got across that bridge in a unique way, they do this sort of like top-bottom searching cross.
Yeah, I like that. I don't know if that was like a new thing or if that was just in the moment. But
are you familiar with, like, is that how they do it every time, or is this something?
I'm not going to say, I don't know if they do it every time, but they do it on a regular basis, but I don't really see anyone else.
You know who can nail it every single time?
Who did?
Casters, because game number 2 is about to get underway. So let's head over to the casting duo of Clover and Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good right now, especially about our fantasy picks. What? Let's go on, you know? That's true. Your fantasy picks were fighting each other.
Two of my picks went wonderfully. The other two, yeah, not so much. But you know what? That's okay. It's only one game out of 29, or 29 left.
Yeah.
I should say.
Well, you guys can see the game start is on the screen, which means we are now getting into game number 2. Returning to Erangel, and as the casters pointed out, I mean, Miramar Games, really wonky way to start. Sonics coming out of the gate, absolutely capitalizing out with 25 points. A couple of teams had those opportunities to score, got a couple of knocks to damage, had that stuff stolen, so you gotta make sure you flush those kills. But right now what I'm really looking forward to, I'm really excited about, is to see everybody maybe have a more normal rotation. That flight path in game 1 really cut off a lot of people. We saw a lot of teams take alt drops. This flight path is a little bit kinder. It is going to make just about everything in reach for everyone.
Sure, and I also want to reiterate what the desk, the couch was talking about. I actually agree with their points on wildcard. I feel like, you know, over the last couple events, we have really seen them start to kind of push their own pace and actually start dictating fights and taking the fights to the other teams. I agree that was kind of just a scuffed situation. They were kind of stuck between, again, a rock and a hard place, but I really do like what I've been seeing from wildcard. This roster has been great.
Yeah, and two, I mean, just my thought goes back to the fact that you had Waikiki-Mukau and Niku knocked. Gregshot and Adam wasted absolutely no time, immediately rotated back around to try and support their teammates. That's the kind of forethought that I think we're seeing more and more out of this region, is the thought to know when to break away from a fight and just kind of regroup, restructure, get those reses, and make sure you've got the utility to need to fight in the late game instead of getting locked in that moment. And that was, unfortunately, as you know, Cameron pointed out, Pete just had the perfect vantage point onto wildcard for that position, but it was a really great play from them. So
yeah, I mean, sometimes you look. No matter how much you plan for an end game, no matter how much you plan to, you know, what
my God,
what is this?
You know what? I'm not even gonna draw. Like, I'm gonna save you guys from my horrible drawing skills. But you can do the math. That is
no,
the
what
30%
is this? What actually is this circle?
This is Pac-Man. Look at this.
This is the most scuffed thing I've ever seen.
That is, everything in here is a potential zone. Everything in here is a potential zone. And that's it. That is the only two options you have with this phase 1. What do you do?
This is trash. This is a straight up trash circle. I don't really know how else to explain it. I mean, there's just so little to actually play here. I mean, especially if this one could actually just come back north and just leave Military Island altogether. This is a really difficult circle, especially for a lot of these teams. I think 4 PM has the right idea, positioning themselves and posturing towards the bridge, towards center. Because if this does shift Military Beast, they at least have control of that bridge, or you'd think they'd have control of the north side of that bridge, right? But I mean, this circle is just scuffed. This is going to be difficult to navigate for a multitude of teams. I imagine a lot of teams would also think that the East Bridge would be the play. They try to take the East Bridge and rotate up and try to wrap south. But man, this is wild.
Yeah, and so much of what we pointed out the previous game is exactly into play here. When we have that little playable zone, what that means is that we're going to be guaranteed early fighting. It's going to be extremely congested. The amount of compounds, high prio compounds, and even good rotation paths are going to be very limited with 64 players and 16 teams alive. And you've still got the other teams that landed north, like we saw last game, who are going to come in late, have to play on the mainland until they can get those resources to potentially cross. Or, as you said, I mean, we could see a game where this still holds on to the Primorsk Ferry Pier area, and at that case you have to make sure that that risk of crossing the water late is going to be worth it, because you could lose a lot of resources or even players trying to make a cross like that.
I mean, cross aside, like I think the biggest issue with the circle is like how do you hedge your bets, right? Like which side do you actually try to commit to? That's the biggest issue with the circles. There's just so little to actually do here as far as, like, as you said, playable rotations or just spots to hold in general. Like, yes, the island is in, and yes, you even have Prim in, but like, what team is actually going to commit to that? As Tig is just he's run out of. Oh, he did.
Oh, there you go. Rubini was very low on HP, but you see Tig, even out the open, is still going to connect that AKM, finds the knock and flush, is able to get back to the UAS. There you go. There's our quick shout out, though, to our observers, the Alienware Observer Zone. This is the observers who are eyes in the sky, and we couldn't do this without them. So shout out to them in chat. Show the observers all of the love.
They're pretty good, our observers. They are pretty good.
And they have a fantasy team going as well.
They do. Oh, my bad. Just got ripped by Posa.
Man, we want to talk about like players that have been so exciting to watch from the LATAM region. Posa has absolutely been one of them. But right now, a big threat from Colton.
Oh, the snake could be huge.
Using the ridge line to his advantage.
Snake could be huge. Oh, but it lands right in front of the car.
does,
Oh,
and then
it
Trey
killed
comes back out.
Demo.
Kill Demo getting that headshot, takes Colton down, but Wadez with another angle onto this, once again trying the nade, seeing if that could land right in. It's going to bounce just beyond. Kill Demo, though, hasn't had an opportunity to get that res onto Posta just yet. He's going to have to play the high ground to try and take care of Wadez. Necro offering a little bit of support. They've got to act quick. You can see Posta is bleeding out and unfortunately might lose him here.
This is just an unfortunate fight all around for both teams. I mean, this is obviously nowhere near this really like any major holding point. It's not like this position is very important to the rest of this game. It's just two teams that were rotating kind of ran into each other, and because of that, I mean, Tokyo Manji Gang is down to just 2 now. In Zealot, and who's the other? Where's the other member of Tokyo Manji? Is it just Zealot now?
I think it might actually have been. Oh, no, there goes. Zealot and Colt are still just next to each other. But as I say that, the final knocks came out. Necro with the wide angle, and Troglodytes cleaned this one out.
Necro actually got all 4 of those. What an absolute beast. Oh, the BM. You.
Yeah, just, you know, sometimes it gets a little bit personal.
That's unfortunate as well. Tokyo Manji Gang, we've talked about that team a lot, especially at ESL. I mean, they had a really kind of breakthrough performance there and kind of put a lot of us on notice as far as that team is concerned, but it has slowly started to decline, and it's almost been a consistent decline with them as we get into these kind of really difficult lobbies. That is where they're starting to struggle the most.
And once again, Sonic's rotating, Mime and Shrimsy on foot, making sure that everything's clear. I wonder if we're going to see the cars come into play again. Remember last time we did see H-Win, Tiggleton driving their dossiers through here so that they could have those vehicles for everything. But this could also be a potential split, right? Holding on leaving 2 people behind, holding that high ground, and maybe not fully committing until we see where that phase 2 goes.
And I generally wouldn't really like a split like this from any other team because of just how difficult it is to hold, especially with how busy both sides are. But Sonics are definitely a team that could make it work, but they are going to all just consolidate to the south side of the bridge. They do believe this is going to go military, and I don't blame them for that, but I'm just not sure. I don't know if this thing's actually going to commit down south.
And now with the smokes into play, that was exactly what Sonics needed to get the cars in safely. So for those of you who missed it in game 1, this is the play. This is the thing to do, the new fancy move on Erangel. A couple of smokes on the bridge and pull the cars out, and now you can see Synergy did not have the eyes. Pippa was on bridge duty. He should catch Shrimsy here. Still here's a second car, trying to call that information out. Still's in the compound, you can see in the mini-map. And then Dana and Benya are actually on duty just further to the south.
We actually heard that the desk talking about it as well when Synergy kind of decided to just take an opportunity to get a couple kills and back off. And I thought that was a really good play last game. This game, I feel like it would be more imperative for them to actually kind of hold the bridge, or at least kind of control it as much as possible, because I think the ability for them to garner points for that would be huge. But with this very wide split, I doubt that's actually going to be possible. Overall, I do like Synergy's positioning, though, in the circle. It's very strong, if indeed this does come south.
Let me see, this time LG getting in a little bit easier than we saw last game. Now Peak is still a factor into this rotation coming in, but with Rumblers behind them, they're not the last in tow to the north. So Troglodytes out in Primorsk could also be a potential threat ahead of this, but we can see on the eastern bridge, not the western bridge as well strong, the eastern bridge, Bing Bang Boom setting up for a camp now. It's Wildcard. Wildcard's currently leaving Milta. For those of you guys, though, that would like to not only watch along in the fun, but also watch what's happening on the map, I do want to let you guys know that we are squad streaming with the Esports map stream. You can go ahead and click that button right next to follow. It will say squad. And as well, we've got drops enabled. Type in !drops in chat for more information. Make sure that you've got your Krafton ID linked to your Twitch account to enable the drops. For every match, you can earn up to 30,000 EP points.
I highly recommend watching in squad mode. Honestly, that map is so vital to watch. And look at this. Finna's going to find a knock there onto Vin. And that's a flush as well. So they're actually just going to get rid of a member of 22. And there's not even another member of 22 really even close to this.
No, I mean, they're just getting ready to leave what was left. They were looting out C block earlier on. You can see they're a little bit close to dodge. Now, the circle's closing in. We still got Bing Bang Boom watching for that bridge camp. Wildcard sent Nikus ahead. Well, I think they're waiting to see the circle
I just want to
right?
see what the circle does. I'm more anxious about this than anything else.
No!
Okay, so it is going to go south, but...
What is this?
Dude, this is actually so scuffed.
This is 25% playable circle. It is a fourth of a pizza.
Yeah, forget the north. The north basically doesn't exist at this point.
No.
As far as like going into the mid to end game, the north does not exist. So there is so little to play for this many teams. I mean, this is actually crazy.
This is, I mean, I'm gonna do a feature just because you guys can see. Look how many teams are in this area. That alone is just how chaotic military is going to be, because there is not that many compounds. There's a lot of open terrain. You've got a handful of places that you can play along the ridgeline on the western tips of military, and then that's it. I mean, if you're in a boat, if you've got opportunity to just kind of hang tight, that might be the play, but you're going to miss out on scoring chances. So for those people who are in compounds right now, you've got to switch to defensive mode.
And honestly, if you could just tuck yourself somewhere on the coast, that would be such a benefit, because you are going to avoid the mainland scuffle that's going to happen is going to be absolutely wild. I mean, all these teams that are going to be rotating over. LG is realistically the only team that's not on melee base besides Rumblers, and Rumblers are just playing this as safe as possible, just sending it all the way north in the blue, going to the East Bridge. I don't hate that play. I'm just saying them and LG are the only ones not in. LG at the very least are still in. They have control of the West Bridge on the north side at least, and they still are in, right, Clover? So they don't need to send it just yet.
No, and there's a lot of opportunities for them to take this rotation a little bit slower on the bridge. Obviously, you can see the big threat right now to them is Fiumba. Talking about threats, Sonics in that compound playing defensively. Peak was getting a little bit curious to see if it was free, rotate a little too close, but right now some pressure from the Sonics is going to keep them at bay. That high ground that Peak was hoping to capitalize on for some of the teams that were crossing, like Luminosity. Going to put them at threat, though, as you can see Mime getting Selfish down very low. Doesn't find the knock, though. Oh, Silzen.
Silzen, though, he'll find a knock. Selfish going to go down. And again, Synergy's spot is still pretty solid here. They they don't necessarily have control of the east edge, but they're still in, and they at least can kind of work this on foot going ahead. But, I mean, that all also depends on if the teams on the south aren't looking at them. I mean, this is just such a wild circle. I don't think I've seen circles where it favors kind of like that Pride Rock point, right, on the western side of this, on the edge of the island there. But I don't think I've seen a circle like this in a long time.
No, and whoa, talking about things in a long time. Nice drive by Corsac, gets that knock onto Sharp Shot, though, but you can see the trades coming out as Roth is going to pick up one onto Hikerman. But now caught out in the open, Roth with nowhere to go, does get knocked, and Bing Bang Boom eliminated early as they go down into 15th place. Smokes out from Corsac to get that res, and Dodge with 5 kills to show should be able to recover from this. But as I say that, you can start to see United moving in on this.
Though. Yeah, United is potentially in a position to sandwich here as we see Relo and Kickstart driving in, and Dodge is right underneath him. That should be a knock for Snakers. He's going to find it. And Dodge is now in a bit of trouble here. And I say a bit, they're in a lot of trouble here.
That high ground, though, United using it to their advantage. Corsac was able to get some damage there on some members of Snakers.
Zera, I think, found Flood, actually.
Yeah, it's
distance,
really from range, too. I mean, 22 are just on the other hill. They've got the high ground across from this fight. And so you can see just even in the mini-map, that's where some of those tracer bullets are coming from. But as well, Fiumba and Sonic starting to fight. There's the picture-in-picture right now as Capitan is trapped being chased by members, of LG.
Yep.
And getting Capitan down to 5. Emmy trying to find a better angle to support his teammates along with Rebo. As work being put in along the bridge. But right now, the story, United trying to clean out what's left of Dodge. And they still need to focus not only on getting in the zone,
That's
but
huge.
There you go. As Dodge gets taken down, look at those pops of green in the distance, Dustin. Rumblers is coming in behind this fight.
Yeah, but Rumblers is coming in. I don't even know if I don't think they know what they're coming into. I imagine they imagine that this edge is incredibly contested. And so I'm sure they're getting ready for a fight. But, I mean, that edge is, you have Team X there, obviously 22 holding the ridge just ahead of them. United now with the wrap south if they want it. But they even have to wrap into Guri, and so this is just chaos on this entire edge from south, on the eastern side, all the way from the south to north. I mean, this is madness.
And Fiumba, well, at least what was left of them, Amy did pull back away from the bridge. Now it is taking a fight to what is left of Wildcards. Niku's getting down low. CBS say what was left of Wildcard. Wildcard's actually on the opposite side of the hill. Niku's had repositioned to try and get a better line of sight on this. He is going to drive by. Try and stay up and alive with his teammates, but Emmy on foot. This is going to be a bit of a vulnerable cross trying to get into the zone. And there's so many teams around him, as you can see in the minimap. LG taking one out of the Sonics book and are going to drive a car down the bridge. That's going to give them that vantage point. Now, Circle did shift. We're finally pulling away from most of the water, but the ridge line, the rocks that we talked about on the edge of the zone are going to be a big spot to play here in the game. And right now, Rumblers finding themselves finally into the fight as Valley gets that knock.
That's going to actually get a nice little foothold for them to find themselves in the circle, at least for the time being. Again, they're going to have to move fairly soon, but that was a big knock. It actually caused the other members of TX to try to rotate off, and they're going to catch Herlax as well. So Rumblers, for all their rotational, issues, having to go wide and having to go in the blue and the east bridge, they've actually made themselves a nice little spot here, nice little home on the eastern edge. LG as well, beautiful job crossing that bridge and fighting off Fume, but that was a very hairy situation that they find themselves getting out of.
Already 3 kills, staying up 4 strong for now, but you can see it's the teams that had compounds that are trying to hold on to them as long as possible. Synergy and TX on the edge of zone. The Molotovs are out. Silzen is trying to keep everything as healthy as possible, looking for that angle onto Dilet. Pippa and Benya going back up the hill to see if they can wrap back around to that compound. Nades out, not quite connecting. We can see Cloud0 find that knock. It's actually going to be Sam that gets it onto Dan at W, and Silzen starting to shoot out the tires, give himself a little bit of coverage out of Rumblers who are starting to shoot into this.
And Trog are so aware as well. They knew exactly where the circle was going to go. I mean, realistically, there was only one place it could go after that that fourth phase shift, and so they find themselves dead center. That compound, though, is not really that large, and it's kind of tricky to hold, so we'll see if any of those other teams can encroach. But right now, it's just everyone is being held out from edge to edge. And Trog, again, are just sitting so comfortably in the center of all of this. 4 p.m. at the very least, have a nice little wrap. There's some hills they can use as well to push towards the center once they need to, if they need to at all. They're going to be in a good position. Really, my eyes are on Wildcard, Sonics, and LG.
Yeah, and LG are taking some blue zone damage as they are going to wrap in a little bit late, find a spot into the zone, are able to thread the needle between Wildcard and Synergy. Synergy still focused on that fight with TX, and Wildcard with that fight going on to Sonics. They're able to make it in safely, find themselves a spot to put down, but look at the kill feed is absolutely blowing up, and that's where everything that's happening down to the south. You can see out in the distance, 22 drove right into Rumblers, who drove onto the other side of E United. Now out to the north, it's that Sonics push onto Wildcard.
Wildcard as well. I mean, this is just, again, this is a very difficult fight because it is possible for a third-party situation, but fighting on the side of this hill is just awkward in general, right? See, Shroom's gonna get taken down. Adam's gonna find that knock. This is actually a nice little wrap. Kikamukau, if he committed to that, potentially.
Well, there we go. I mean, more smokes that's going to help be able to push Sonics in the direction of being able to clean up. That first nade went just wide of Mime, but you can see he's going to pull a second one out. This might land. If he goes right where he's aiming, that could take out two, potentially 3 members of him. Mime gets taken down. Cow with the quick flush. Mime is eliminated out, but they weren't able to get the other members of Sonics just yet. Nikus and Greg shot going a little bit wider, trying to find that angle. As Tiggleton goes out wide, is actually getting Mary Dow from 4 p.m. This is going to make things a little bit spicy for the Sonics.
I really love what Adam just did there. He saved Cow. I mean, Mime was coming across for that peek. Cow was aware of it, but Adam covering his back, beautifully played that duo right there. Absolutely love it. 22 now in a good position as well. They've been on this hill for a while, but because of the circle shift and the fact that most of the teams, including Team X and Rumblers now, have been taken care of, they're actually they're big chilling there on the southeast side, especially because E United is gone as well.
Yeah, and now, I mean, look at the minimap. You actually have Benya from Synergy starting to wrap in through the backside of Wildcard. So as Nikus and Greg shot find 2 knocks on members of Sonics, they get eliminated. Shrimsy getting taken down by Viz. It's the sandwich of teams, but now Synergy, the last 2 players still up and standing, finding those knocks on the members of Wildcard with the assistance of 4 p.m. And the battle for the north continues as that nade is going to find that last flush on Aniku's. Waikikamukau and Greg shot trapped out in the open. Greg shot with nothing but a rock to protect him, and you could see Viz completely locked into this fight.
Yeah, normally that center compound now that we have at the top of that hill, you would see teams there, but the problem was there was no path for any of the teams to make it up there. And now it sits completely open, and I doubt there's a team on the field that thinks that is currently free.
Yeah. I mean, as you see that, it's such a high ground. It's a king of the hill. Everything across the street, Troglodytes, and the only other strong compound to play from this. Guri, who have been pretty quiet, are having to leave their position. And that could take him to the fight with 22, but LG set up very quickly, as we can see right there. Luke 12, side of the hill. I mean, he could scout out that is free, but one threat with that compound is that it can be hard to protect if more than one team push at the same time.
True, but I mean, if you're playing on the outside of that, though, it's definitely holdable by a single team. I honestly really want to see 22 just play a little more proactively and start clearing towards that compound, because I would really like them to get that and start to just put pressure on the rest of the teams in the lobby. Guri as well. I mean, you kind of see BTT starting to jock towards that area and potentially favor it if they can maybe find something there. Guri as well, if they could backfill 22 here, that'd be big for them.
You can see 22 starting to creep in as we saw that rotation with the vehicle. This is the compound that we were talking about, the top of the hill. And now potential favor for 22 if they act quickly, LG, but 22 have the opportunity to walk up onto this depending on the pressure that they get from Guri. BTT is standing in for Zakraken now, keeping that pressure onto them. But LG, I mean, they've been paying attention to what was left of the Synergy wildcard fight. You've still got Benya and Pippa who are up on a threat, and Luke 12 is not breaking his line of sight. He wants to make sure that Synergy does not push or wrap into this position, because that was an aggressive play from them onto wildcard.
Yeah, I think that realistically here, every team at this point is just waiting for the circle shift. They don't want to take unnecessary risk. Again, I still think most of these teams, if not all of them, think that compound on the top of that hill is already taken. And so this is just going to be a waiting game for a lot of them. And 4 p.m., I mean, they have a decent amount of control, but the problem is they're very split, and I'm not sure they can actually play off each other there.
Now it's time to play the favorite game. What's in that crate? Let's see, a ghillie suit, some level 3 gear. Reloading in the M4. There we go. It's an Gizeta is getting the big bolty out.
Need him to pop off with that thing, you know?
You know, I'm starting to pick that. I wish I should have picked him over DraftKings. He was only 11,000. It was a really good deal.
So I'm saying that price is pretty ridiculous for him. Pippa now trying to, again, it's just a duo here for SG. They have 4 kills to their name, which is solid for sure, making it as well into the top 6. It's going to be a nice little amount of points for them, but he's going to get spotted out, and that's exactly what he didn't want to happen. That nade is close. Knock, though.
Yeah, I mean, really good work from Pippa, but knew it was getting a little bit too spicy and close. He's going to pull back around. He's down to 50 HP. Now he's got himself a nice little spot to pop off that first aid kit. We see getting that health back up into a manageable position as Benya out for the support, pops those boosters just to make sure that they're in it for the long fight. Could potentially take some blue zone damage. As the zone starts to close and Synergy have one of the longer pushes towards the circle, still the threat of LG remains, though, as we can see, A-Low taking in some shots towards 22, making sure that those vehicles are disabled.
Yeah, again, the only criticism I have of 22 right now is that they can be more, they could have been a little more proactive before LG got to this point where they could see that cross. They could have actually just taken the top compound. Regardless, they're still in a solid position. But now it's going to be Guri, and they're going to be pushing onto the compound of Trog. Again, I said this is not the easiest compound to hold because it's really just a shack and a one-story, let alone an actual compound. And Trog now using every piece of utility. That nade actually goes through the window and a door.
Kill Demo doing damage on all 4 members of Guri. Did manage to find one knock onto that position. Guri, unfortunately for them, though, have been holding on to all of their utility, waiting for these late game fights. That's what they like to do. It's what we saw from them in the LCQ. And they're coming into this one moderately healthy. BTT working on that res as Kill Demo starting to creep out of the compound. Doesn't quite have the line of sight. You can hear the bullets coming out, and that pressure is going to push him back just a little bit. Meanwhile, Necro working on trying to get that res to post. It touches him just at the last second to try to keep him up and alive.
Nope.
But Necro's got to be real careful. You can see Kill Demo just trying to stay up and alive as the smoke's giving him just a little bit of coverage. Necro finds one, immediately tries to focus on the trade, but it's not really much time. He's got to do something about it, but Guri cleaned this one out. Beal gets knocked, but there's time for recovery.
Very nice push from Guri, honestly. That was a very nice push from Guri. Beautiful stuff from them. They're going to clear that out. find themselves in, and now it's LG and 22 on the opposite side of that compound of each other.
I mean, we talked about this in the end of the last game. We wanted to see LG once again bring it to the late game. Sonics took the victory in the first game, but with them coming out early, the opportunity is here for any one of these teams, 3 of which are LATAM. Now, aside from just the regular PGC points, we still also have the LATAM seed as a big factor going into this event. 22, the current PGC leader in terms of points going to the event at the end of the year, but the opportunity is there for some other teams to make those moves. LG, though, looking for that opportunity only to take this chicken dinner, make sure that they stay at the top of the leaderboard this event. Luke 12, it's got those eyes on 4 p.m. I mean, 4 p.m.'s been a thorn on everybody's side this game.
Yeah, 4 p.m. has been fairly annoying for all the other teams, but that shift actually is so strong for 22.
And if you guys can see that top 4 winner chicken dinner percentage, that is every time these teams make it into the top 4, what is the percentage of those games that they win? And you can see right now it's mostly evenly split. Luminosity, it's looking like 13.5, but I think there could be a potential for that to grow after this game. But they still got to get through 4 p.m. through 22 and through EOS Goody. And Guizera, the player that we have been talking about all day, he's still got that on, and he's got fresh L3 gear.
Yep, and I mean, yeah, 22 is a little over a 1 in 4 chance of winning every one of these situations. So, and again, with the gear that they have, the fact that they still have 3 up, I mean, would not surprise me at all if they can close this one out. But really, I think the onus is on LG. I'm looking at their rotation. I'm curious if they are actually just going to commit to clearing that hill house, or if they're just going to try to get rid of 4 p.m. and just kind of play right in front of them. We'll see.
And see, LG is really just trying to use the last of their time to make sure that they have control of the north, which will come at the cost of the last 2 members of 4 p.m. Viz caught out in the open, Luke 12 connecting, getting down to about 30 HP. 1 more hit, and that's going to be it for Viz. He lies prone at the perfect time, but with the blue zone closing, they're running out of opportunities to play this. You can see that wrap coming around. LFP1 finds a little bit of sanctuary behind a boulder. Viz is just crawling, trying to pop any bandages. He gets a first aid kit off, and as LG reposition, pulling their last vehicles in, might have been a little bit of a time for 4 p.m. to close the gap, but no, Viz gets spotted out, and LFP1 actually getting some damage into Penta.
Penta has Viz so close, and that's it. Okay, so Penta's going to clear that out again. Are they going to wrap underneath? Or are they going to just try to go straight to the east there and see if they can actually take the fight to 22 early? But it looks like they're just going to go underneath.
22 have been kind of quiet, so LG haven't really been looking too much in this area. I think Luke 12 might have just seen Haven pushing forward, and so they're starting to factor into this. Now, fakes in the rest of Guri, holding on to a little bit of this compound that's in the zone. It's mainly this wall in the corner that BTT has inside the house. Moving forward, though, that's a lot of open terrain. You've got a handful of trees, a few rocks, but they're going to have to smoke well if they want to get into the circle safely. Phase 8. Still favoring the road. It's actually going to pull down from the high ground, and that means that this compound that we see 22 and LG in, not a factor anymore.
I mean, it still blows my mind that no one even tried to clear it even later, right? I mean, I understand why it was open early, but man, either way, 22 is going to have a nice little position there just on the south side, and LG is going to have to push forward a little bit. Green, not so much. I mean, they're just on the edge. They have to come in, but they are, as you said, going to need lots of utility, specifically smokes.
This is really just going to be a waiting game of who moves first, who moves last, and who is going to push onto who. All 3 teams coming into this as a 3-man. Now, Penta takes on a bit of damage from 22. Gizeta trying to follow it up with a nade, hoping to find a knock onto this. It goes just a little bit too far, but Luke 12 getting one right on top of him. The rock taking a bit of that damage, so Gizeta still standing at 58 HP, but you can see 22 not breaking away from this. The Groza out. Alo looking for an opportunity to find a knock, and I mean, if you're Guri, it's now or never if you want to look for that opportunity to push forward into the zone.
You're not wrong, and Guri is just still kind of hanging tight. This is quite literally probably their best opportunity to get out of that position. And potentially even get a little third party here, or just move up to the hill. There is like a small ridge, a tree, maybe someone could post up and try to play a little bit of a forward position here, but 22's been decent enough to kind of just keep track of them and look over, but Luke is going to find that first knock. and this could potentially open things up.
Yeah, I mean, with Haston going down, he was some of the biggest pressure that Guri had received, and you could see the second that happened on the kill feed, they used that as that opportunity to move, knowing full well that 22 didn't have eyes on him, but there you go. Pinta, Luke 12, and Alo getting full credit for that wipe. It is now a 3v3 LG with the high ground, and they've got all the room to work with as Guri could find themselves trapped out in the open. You talked about rocks and trees. That's exactly where they went. But as the circle closes out, you're just outside of the road. This could be a favor for Luminosity to use.
This is 100% a favor to Luminosity. Again, yes, they did kind of move up, but the problem is they didn't move up enough. That fight was their opportunity to cross, and they just didn't take it.
Penta with 2 knocks, finds Beal, gets the 3rd, and with that, Luminosity Gaming win match number 2 with 15 kills.
Man, Luminosity looks so good right now, do they not?
I mean, this is what we've been wanting from. This was the expectation. They missed ESL 2, and we were wondering what had happened to this squad coming into this event. This is the start. This is the passion. This is the energy we wanted to see from these guys.
I think it's also kind of ironic considering how much STK used to somewhat struggle with melee circles when they've had 2 back-to-back really good games on the melee circle. So for me, that's a massive improvement. And coming into this, I mean, we said Luminosity was going to be so hungry because of missing ESL. They knew they had to have a big PCS7 here, and this is, boys, this is a good start. This is a damn good start.
Absolutely. Well, guys, I want to let you know that there is the newest, greatest PUBG map, and that is Destin, the new 8x8 from Crafton. And Destin has been my favorite map. I know we talk about Miramar. Miramar's great.
Destin or Destin? Sorry.
Destin. Oh, you mean you could be my favorite map. Yeah, there you go.
What are you trying to say? I'm not trying to say I'm big?
No.
Sorry,
no.
Continue.
There we go. Destin features new utility items, new vehicles, and new weapons. Yeah, and there you go, guys. We are going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more PUBG.
Who are your actual rivals, United or LG?
United.
Favorite animal?
Otters.
Most underrated gun?
Pump shotgun.
Ooh, feisty with that one. Player, when you're playing in a competitive game, that makes you smile when you kill them?
Pretty curdy.
Best content creator?
In general or PUBG?
In general. I'm gonna give you some freedom with this one.
Ludwig.
Ludwig. Ooh, well done. And then following it back behind that, worst land.
We're in terms of performance or actual
performance, and performance of where it was, and performance of whatever you want.
PGC. 2 months of stress.
Okay, if you could pick up anybody, player, we don't have to replace anybody. I'm not saying to fire anybody, but let's just say you could pick up a 5th. Who would you want to pick up?
Does it have to be from this region?
Anybody that is capable. So let's just go ahead and say like Latin America, North America.
Okay, kickstart.
Map you wish would join competitive.
Ooh.
None.
None. Ooh, okay.
Is Yahoo gonna go to PGC?
Yes.
Right.
Will Dodge have another roster next event?
Yes.
How many slices of pizza do you think you could eat in one sitting?
How big is the pizza?
We're talking like large slices. Like a normal large. So like 8 slices to a large.
3. Before I get really unhappy.
For me, it depends on if it's stuffed crust or not, because then all the the doors just come off, and Lord only knows what happens after that.
That's fair.
this could be a favor for Luminosity to use.
This is 100% a favor to Luminosity. Again, yes, they did kind of move up, but the problem is they didn't move up enough. That fight was their opportunity to cross, and they just didn't take it.
Penta with 2 knocks, finds Beal, gets the 3rd, and with that...
Welcome back. Game 2 is in the books, and Luminosity wins and starts the day strong. My name's Simon. I'm joined by Porosaurus and Cameron here on the desk couch as we break down what's been going on. You've got a vested interest in the performance of these.
I'm heavily invested in LG performing well, and so far, so damn good. LG looking real strong.
We're on the vestibule getting ready to introduce the winners. Let's just do it.
Yeah, this is a travesty. Let's move on.
Travesty, I like that. Dinner winner, let's talk about it. The team that came out on top, Luminosity, they're going to be amazing. But I also want to know, so here, look at their numbers. It is beautiful. 15 kills, second 15-kill match of the day. Not too shabby, but this is a team that had to beat the pressure. Yes. Now, I will say, if you want to beat the pressure at home, because you need to look good, like these guys look good in this photo. Maybe not Purdy, who's trying to like peek over Alo. Like, I want to see what's back there. You can get merchandise for yourself. You've heard it. The PCS7 merch is out now. We've got shirts, mugs, hoodies, and more. Head over to the merch.pubg.com to get your gear before it's gone.
Prove yourself.
What?
Prove yourself.
Prove yourself. They got big sizes too. Trust me.
Oh,
I know.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's comfortable.
Yeah, it's not a crop top.
Say what?
It's not a crop top like all the other.
You know, I think I'd look good in a crop top.
I mean, I'm not saying you wouldn't. I'm just saying, like, I'm going in there.
I'm not saying you wouldn't, but I'm not saying you would.
Okay, let's bring it back to LG real quick for a second.
Okay.
Bringing it back to sports.
Let's go back to the PUBG, what everyone is here for. The fact that LG is able to get second and first place in the very first 2 games, dropping Zarky, coming down to Millie. And then that second game where, actually both games they had to cross, like one of the last teams to cross. Yeah. But then that second one especially, as how it was like phase 2 was like, or phase 3 was like 1/3 of the circle was actually land. Like that's absolutely ridiculous that they're able to handle their space and just know that the Blues right behind them. They just need to continue to push forward and how they can just wedge themselves in to open up that control.
They did it great. Let's take a look at how they did it. In the highlights.
Highlights.
Couldn't find the camera.
God, I love highlights. Here we go. Again, another military cycle. But look, let's just put LG on like starting island. Let's get them out in like
Sonic
somewhere in the middle of nowhere.
Further away.
Again, you know, we talked about this last time. Sonic's their approach to this bridge, right? So they do the same thing again this time, and it works out a treat. Now, my question is, now that the tape is out on them, are they going to be able to do it again?
That's a hard cross to stop the way they figured out doing it. I'm impressed with it.
Yeah, the reason why it's so strong is because it's basically behind cover. Like, there's no real way. It's slower. You can't just bomb across like vehicles. But speaking of bombing, like again, with so little land in these circles, we're seeing these teams basically forced to take these fights. Good attempt by BBB. Dodge held them off. But this is LG's cross. This was the real big question. Like, could they make their way through here? They took it slow. And they're able to dismantle Fiumba. But Fiumba looked like they had a really solid hold. They had multiple positions there, but LG just able to find the opening and just squeeze their way through.
I mean, LG had like you said, Fiumba had a really nice setup for that, and LG was able to just kind of break it down. So we see them 15 kills, 25 points. Yeah. For the first time, I swear, in a long time.
Yep.
LG coming out hot. Can they start that snowball rolling again?
This is a big deal because this is a team that we expect to see at PGC. They expect to be there. Huge start to the day, but it's LG, so I'm scared.
Well, and then there's the other half of that equation too in there, Cameron. Bing, bang, boom, 0 points.
Yeah, this is not a good start so far. But like, again, I don't want to listen. It's 2 games, 2 very impactful games. We can celebrate Sonic's 15 kill win. We can celebrate LG's 15 kill win. LG a second and 2 of first with 15 kills, 37 points overall. Like, that's really good. We want to celebrate that. We can't take that away from them. But it's 2 military.
It's 2 weird
in a row. It's 2 very weird. Like, you can look at teams' forms, but like Fiumba with 0 points, Bing Bang Boom with 1 point, TM with 2 points. It's definitely going to hurt them. Climb up this overall leaderboard. They're not going to get any sort of like free points later on. but we can't look at these first 2 games, as weird as they are, as like a concrete example of the form that these teams are in.
Well, the thing that sucks about it is that coming into this event that you want to have that big start that you can start snowballing off of, and then all of a sudden you get slapped in the mouth with 2 military circles, one of which is just the wonkiest you could possibly imagine, and that puts your tournament start on hold essentially, and before the things start getting kind of normalized, you're already behind the 8 ball.
And when you are 36 points behind another team that is fighting you for one of those PGC slots, at what point, how much of a lead does, in this case, LG need to have over Bing Bang Boom before they start to directly target? We saw targeting in the qualifiers. We saw targeting in Last Chance qualifier. We're going to see targeting at some point this event. Is it this weekend? It might be next week, but with the lead that LG is building, it could be sooner than we expected.
And we know for a fact that it could come. I mean, honestly, that's probably the best case scenario for LG.
It should come, honestly.
If that circle had gone to Big Bang Boom or started to favor them and they had a good day 1 or day 2, BBB has proven and
will target.
They will target. They will do whatever they have to do to get to PGC. So this buys Luminosity maybe some breathing room.
Yeah.
The question is, once that circle starts to go somewhere else, do we see the same results?
And I mean, you talk to these guys all the time, and they understand. This is a business. You are doing everything you can to get to PGC. That is it. Friendships aside, it does not
I would
matter.
say Luminosity understands this as a business. If we talk about the unciv, the situation in the past, they know that you have to do what you have to do to try to get themselves
Tough
to win.
calls got to be made sometimes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And this would also be the first global event that core roster does not make it to in like 3 or 4 years.
Time to defend the title coming out from Sonic. Sonic's over there. They aren't going to be. Are Sonic's unhappy with the performance so far? They're going to be Sonic's fans.
I mean, they're in
happy
second place with 27 points. They're fine.
But that's the thing about Sonics is I'm so used to seeing them continuously win over and over and over again. You get one game where they don't finish in the top 5, and you're like, "Ooh, what's happening to the Sonics?"
I mean, look, anything that you got off of those first 2 games, you're going to be happy with because the wheels were just completely off of it, right? So if you were able to get any points off of it, you're probably okay. Now that being said, if you didn't get very many, if you got single digits or none, then you're kind of like, crap.
I don't think anyone like even wild card or below is going to be like, oh wow, 4 points off of those 2 games.
Right.
But it's not the end of the world.
But yeah, it's really not.
It's not the end of the world until the end of day 6 when you missed PGC by 4 points. Or something in that ballpark.
fair.
Which remember, this is a terrifying time for a lot of these teams to try to make that big push. Now, what's the likelihood? I mean, you guys have watched an awful lot of PUBG. Is there a chance that our last Durango game goes back to military again? I mean, surely not, right? Like,
there's always the chance.
There's always the chance.
It's always a chance,
Fair.
man. I mean, the chances of getting back-to-back milli circles are pretty low. And
that's a good point.
3, though?
And as bad as those were, the Pac-Man circle, as Clover called it, was incredibly difficult to play.
That's true.
Not a lot to come away from there. So if you're a team like, say, BBB, who has not benefited from these circles, clearly. How do you go into the last game?
So I actually liked what BBB did last game. They did that bridge camp on that eastern bridge. Now, it didn't pay off. Like, they didn't get anything off of it. But I like where their heads are at, right? It was a military circle. They knew that they could camp that into the blue. They had the meds to do it. They were trying to get maybe a couple of points off of a free rotate. Now, it ended up biting them in the butt because then they end up rotating late into dodge and going down. But I still like the idea. I still like the going for points early.
Okay, so
it's always a gamble. And it just didn't pay off this time around. But the percentage play, there was logic behind it.
It's like Cameron's fantasy team. You know you probably won't win, but you hope that you pull some points.
Exactly. See, you get it. You get it.
Speaking of that, I have not been paid off. I got Capitan on my team. They haven't come through. I'm hoping in this match we see something happen. He will. He will. I'm believing in it. Game number 3 about to happen right now. Let's head over to our casters. It is Godspeed and Clover with the call.
Thanks, Toffees and Des. Now, I believe in Fium as well. I had one of them on my fantasy team, Draft King.
Draft King, yeah.
You know, it's hard when you get those 2 military circles off the bat, but we can't let it escape that the 3 of them just try to curse us with the third.
Well, you also say, like, 2 military-based circles. That I don't... Like, when we say military-based circle, I feel like we normally have, like, an actual circle around the entire island. Like, that last game circle was just so absolutely scuffed that the desk is 100% right. If you get anything out of that game, then good on you, right? It's the fact that you're getting, especially if it's double-digit points, is wonderful because that circle was so difficult to navigate. Obviously, it was so crunched on the east side. There were so many teams trying to come in. I mean, the West Bridge was a mess, but LG was able to cross anyways and take out Fiumba. And so if you're a team that's coming away with a decent amount of points or salvaging points, then good on you. The other thing to note as well is, remember, there were only 2 days. This is only the third game. we still have another 27 left.
Absolutely. And two, I mean, military circles all the way there on the south. LG has been dropping Zarky for the first 2 games. They have one of the farthest rotations. They're coming into the game the latest, but the way that they were pacing things out, the way that they were playing slow, gaining as much information as possible, was able to set them up for success in the late game. Now, the first game they didn't win, that did go to Sonics, but they were able to get themselves 12 points. Following that up with a 25-point win in Game 2, that is what we want to see from them. Now, as this flight path is a little bit further south, things aren't looking great for Zarky. We can see they're still going just a bit wide past George, but there's plenty of opportunities here. They can play from shooting range. You can see one player potentially even run cube. There's a lot of cars in the area to grab early on and take some of those rotations, and that might be where we see them play out. They do have a member of Trog League just going wide, grabbing for a car. As we know, Trog do play North George.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're doing. I think LG is just trying to potentially get a car there, a cube, and just kind of go off, whether they want to loot somewhere towards shooting range or on that dirt road above Razak. It's completely up to them. But, man, I was going to say, at least we get like a normal circle. But again, this one is kind of irritating to play as well, because you do have to essentially commit to one side or the other. And whether that's going to be around crates, cube, or any of those other positions, that river in the center is really kind of the hang-up that makes the circle such a pain to play sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, this river, it is a dividing factor because it is considered a body of water that the zone in Phase 4 will try to rotate away from. And for teams, we'll typically see them pick either the north side of the river or the south side of the river, look for places really potentially, I think some of the strongest positions for me when I see a circle like that is, well, could be the high ground, right? We've got Everest to play from.
Look at that. Look at those Hall of Famers right there. A couple of those are in this game right now. Oh, they have pictures. Yee. Sheesh. Oh, there's the boys. There's the boys right there. PGIS. Yeah, you're right. Essentially, in this circle, teams will try to position themselves at very pivotal points. Cube is obviously like one of the biggest ones. That's probably one of the best positions in this circle in period, simply because of the rotations. It gives you the fact that it's not easy to just kind of crash. It's a big risk, and it just gives you so much control over the rest of the zone around you. So Cube obviously is going to be a big position there for a lot of the teams. North George as well. I mean, the bridge just to the right crossing towards crates is a very high interest compound as well, with that flat top over there. You also have the flat top just past Cube down to the southwest of it. And so there's a lot of pivotal points these teams would potentially try to take that could also give them control in the zone.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about control. 22, a team that we saw in the late game last, the opportunity to take control. We did get to sit down with Company Man early on and ask him, why do other teams need to fear him?
I'd say the biggest reason is 16th place in ESL2. We're extremely upset about that, and there's nothing more important to us right now than showing that that's not a good measure of us as a team, and we're capable of so much more, and we're going to show it in this event.
There you go. That was the coach of 22 Esports on why everybody should fear them. Now, 22 have put in a lot of work. We've seen the way that the roster has adjusted. Gizeta, who is a new and upcomer. He just turned 18 this summer during ESL2. 22 has really had a lot of growth as they've kind of rotated players into this roster. And I'm feeling really good about this team. I mean, this is a player that we've talked about having so much potential. We oftentimes look at that. I mean, Hikerman was a player when he came in. Gats was a player when he came in. Ethan, you know, right, to finally hit that competition age where they turn 18 and all eyes go on to them to see how they can play. That is Gizerda's moment right now.
Yeah, and Gizerda's absolutely been hyped up. He is that young talent that's starting to come up, and it's, again, it's always lovely to see these players and these younger players specifically, you know, kind of get injected into the scene, because ultimately that is the lifeblood, right? We get these new players, a new generation coming up. Obviously, you see people like Kickstart and you see people like Relo, and, you know, there was a point where these guys were all the young guns, right? Now they're kind of coming into their own, and they're obviously some of the best players in the world. And so Gizera very possibly could be that type of player as well. But overall, I actually really liked Company Man's answer. He's like, people should fear us because we got last. And I agree with him 100%. I don't think that's the measure of the team. And I don't think that's a proper, you know, kind of representation of them. And so I am looking at 22 to kind of right the ship and fix those mistakes. And the other thing as well is I feel like, you know, people see that as a really negative thing. Like, obviously getting 16th and getting last isn't great, but if you can learn from those mistakes and you can make the adjustments, that's what's important. You know, you shouldn't be afraid to fail. You should see that as a learning opportunity.
And to talk about, like, I mean, making adjustments, synergy. We just saw them camp. They put a little bit of pressure on Rumblers, took some shots. Rumblers pulled back away, and instead of doing the chase or sitting there for too long waiting for another team, Synergy said, hey, we got what we wanted out of this. Let's reposition again. Not only does that put them at the opportunity to run into Rumblers another time, but that is the kind of work that I think that team has put on that makes them scary in this lobby. They are not only playing into the NA meta, but they're keeping the drive going. They're always taking control of the fights, and they're finding those scoring chances. Right now, Synergy in 5th place with 13 tied with TX. I mean, that is a team absolutely to watch this
The thing about Synergy, too, is like I do feel like there are some tournaments where they are just on. I mean, they are just really on, and they are absolutely dangerous. And there are other events where they just can't get what their game plan going. But look at this real quick as we head to the top. This is Everest, by the way, as TM was just coming up, and they do not want any of this smoke.
Yeah, you see, I mean, this was right where TM's landed. They took the George drop away from LG, had that position. We're trying to use the high ground to play the center of the zone, but Guri challenged it very quickly, and TM not getting locked into a fight, because if a fight starts there, it can be very hard to leave that position. So a really good read from TM here, and you can see it's going to send them back into crates. A little bit of a, I think, a tough place to maybe, well, I'll say that, but I just want to know where this circle goes. I mean, you don't want to get yourself too locked in. I can see Zealot, Juarez, they've really split that spacing out in the George area. Now, the only teams that really aren't in the zone is Fiumba, United, and TX.
TX, I mean, TX is going to be coming in really late off the south. That's fine. They'll actually probably avoid a lot of the early game kind of shuffle that happens and all the little fights that happen around. And so they'll come in relatively clean. And then United as well as basically, United is actually shadowing Rumbler's path here. And the north side of this circle is more contested than we normally see, actually. All the way from Rumblers down to BBB.
Well, Luminosity making their moves as well. ALO just realized that Rumblers was coming into that compound. So some of these splits that we've been seeing these teams take on, to not only give themselves those rotations, depending on if the circle shoots north, shoots east, shoots west. I mean, teams are really trying to make sure that they've got themselves those opportunities for as much movement as possible. But again, with that playability, less than 100% right now. You've got the Bay for Georgia Bowl, and some of that west coast water that's taking away some playable zone, as well as all the water to the north of the Severny-Zarki coastline. And that is kind of why you're seeing some of these teams try to spread out as best as they can, but the second that somebody comes to challenge that position, they are letting go, they're pulling back away, because the focus is just giving yourselves the options, but not locking yourself into them either.
Options are definitely good, especially in the circle with that river splitting straight through. As we see Peak with a beautiful position now, taking Cube in a nice little split. United here at the top, all the way to the north. I mean, this is actually really good for United. This is what they love to do. They're currently on the north side. Eventually, they will have circle to their back. They'll be able to slowly clear in, but they just have to make sure that they get through Synergy without losing too many or any members at all. But they can really take their time here, and we see United at their best. When they're on an edge, they want to control, and they're taking their time, and they're just clearing it out. So this is great for United.
Now just about a minute left till that zone circle closes. 15 of the 16 teams are inside, and we really just see teams kind of trying to creep, seeing as close to the center as they could get. Dodge are going to send 2 as well as Fume, but now last in from the East Coast. They actually wrapped in behind United, and are just driving around to the high ground below shooting range, as we can see. Off in the distance is Hazelton, but not really a threat at this moment. This would be a very strong position to play from should the circle go far to the north. We've seen this position actually be a pretty pivotal spot for teams to play when we've got those shooting range ending circles. But Draft King and the rest of the squad are going to continue onward just to make sure that this area is clear before they lock down. Give themselves a little bit of time, 15 seconds till we get that final circle closed. You can see TX still working their way into zone, but everybody else is evenly divided between the north and south. Let's see where this one takes us, Dustin.
That's really what we're waiting for, right? Every team at this point is in the circle and they have something to play, but that is not the shift I would have expected, and that goes all the way north. And all of a sudden, when I said this is actually a good situation for United, this is an amazing situation for United.
Well, I want to talk about amazing situations. We are going to bring Cameron Davis in to break down why this circle shift is so wild for us. Cameron, let me know what you're seeing, man.
Yeah, so I want to talk about Fiumba into this circle. They have 0 points. They're going to try and make that up this game. They came into the circle incredibly late. They were trying to deal with 22 here on the southeast side and let them go first. But they're sent in seeing all this free space. That free space isn't available in the circle anymore. This is an edge-focused team, and they usually take circle 2 to just watch their backfill. But here, they still haven't found a place to plant their roots. So they really need to come up with something quick.
Thank you so much, Cameron. And yeah, I mean, something quick, full sending it to have a circle to play from is probably one of the best things that they could have hoped for. And another thing, too, I mean, this reposition we saw from Tokyo Imaji Gang, they came down from the high ground onto Everest, no longer in the circle. They've got a nice position, but it's just barely in the zone. I mean, do you sit here, fight on the edge, or do you just send it and try and cross the water?
I think you just, I mean, I think this is correct. I mean, it's going to kind of suck trying to cross here, but they are going to avoid Trog's gaze, which is on that bridge, Crate's bridge, and so they should be able to actually kind of snake their way into Nojo, and then once they get into North George, they can really take their time, just go building to building and start creeping towards the middle. So at the very least, they will survive as a 4-man without too many complications.
And there you go. TX inside the circle as well as inside the next zone. Find themselves a rotation around North George, keeping a little bit of a wide berth around Trogloditas. Bing, bang, boom. Another team that had a really rough start the first 2 games, not really able to put down much except for that 1 kill. Looking for those opportunities, fighting against the other team that's been struggling to close things out, and that is Fiumba. But, I mean, again, this is such a crazy open position. You really don't want to give up too much too early coming in for the chase. It's got to be really hard when you really want those points, those kills. You know somebody's close by, but talking about close by once again, Wildcard finding the early fight.
Already as a 3-man, Los is going to go down. Show now, it's just Show and Waldini.
Oh,
Show's going to find one, though. He's going to find 2, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, even with Los being knocked down, you can see he's really putting in the work. Nikus and Adam, though, are trying to exchange some nades. This one from Adam's going to land right next to Show, finds the knock. And that is 2 players down now for Rumblers as the second nade followed up by Adam's going to get that flush onto Light Show. Los still has been taken down. And Greg Shot, who's going wide with the car, looking to find another angle. Waldo, it's the last remaining hope for Rumblers to keep this one alive. And you see he's going to go ahead and get a car, reposition that one.
Oh, he's just trying to get
out. Yeah,
no, he's getting out of there. There's no way.
You can't get Los. Los is just living bait at this moment. There's no safe way to get that res.
I tried to manifest Show getting a second knock there. It didn't work.
Oh.
He did get 1, though. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to flush it. Now, while Waldo's trying to do his best initial D impression as he just tries to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, it's good drifting. I like that.
It was clean. No, it was a nice little clean drift, but he is all by his little lonesome. And the problem is he doesn't really have a lot of information of what's happening ahead of him. I mean, he could stop, play the side of this hillside somewhere, park the car, and maybe ditch it and just go prone on a tree or something. But Dini's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. I'm going to talk about the teams that have been in trouble. I feel like every time Wildcard gets into a fight, the second that they recover, somebody runs up onto them. I mean, remember, guys, they do have that defending spot for PGC points. Both Wildcard and Bing Bing Boom currently points leaders to go, but they've got to make sure that they hold on to that position in this tournament, because if they do poorly, there is that world where they could lose that spot, get knocked out, because they are so far behind Yahoo in terms of points, even though Yahoo is not here to play defensively.
Yeah.
With that in mind, though, the circle is going to move once again, and it's pulling away from the open terrain out to the west, away from North George and some of those compounds, but we've still got a lot of big fields, a couple of hills just outside of shooting range, and so that's the high ground, low ground that's really going to come into play with that. But right now, Trogloditas looking for those knocks. Colton does get taken down by Rusty Zera. The support of Kill Demo should get secure on this flash.
That is got to be a little irritating, though, for Rusty. If he hadn't... the problem is he was able to get behind cover, so he couldn't necessarily flush that. But again, as you said, not really the greatest position for anyone remaining on TM to get that res. And this circle's taken us for a ride. I mean, from that initial shift all the way north, now hard shifting as pretty much east as it could. This is an interesting zone because there is definitely a lot to play here as far as open terrain, but not with this amount of teams. And so that's going to force a lot of these teams to fight, even somewhat towards the center, I would argue.
Yeah, I mean, with 58 players alive, 15 of the 16 teams still into play, it's definitely making things crowded. As you can see, Sonics coming right up onto 22. All nades out. They know exactly where they are, but as a trade, Vinny actually gets some damage onto Sonics, and as their car rolls over, Shrimzy manages to not get crushed. Tiggleton has taken down by Gizeta, gets flushed out very quickly. H-Win has been trapped as well as Mime, so 22 with full eyes right now on members of Sonics who got caught out in the open on this rotation.
Yeah, and actually really good job from 22 to kind of defend that now. They've already taken out one member of Sonics and have the other one quite a bad position. Herlax, though, from Team X tries to find the knock on Rusty, and he just might. No, never mind.
Okay. I mean, Rusty's got to be counting his blessings there. Did get the secure onto Colton, who finally bled out, but right as he tried to pop that first aid, I don't think he quite had the information on the fact that Hero was right next to him. He was so focused on staying away from Airlax.
Now Posa is still taking shots from other rotations. Now these are happening all the way from, this is basically the Crates Bridge, excuse me. Posa is just actually, the rest of Trog is just turreting these rotations from 4P.
I mean, this is a team that Poor Source has constantly pointed out as, you know, the team to watch. Troglodytes find those early fights. The biggest criticism I've always had of them is that they took these fights, would run out of resources, lose a lot of players, and then have nothing to come in from it. It really looks like that they've learned from some of their past mistakes. And right now, holding strong as they're performing well through the mid-game, continuing to hold this control on the western side. But as I say that, the challenges are going to keep coming. Guri, as well as TX, starting to come in on the western side of this circle. Now, we're going to pull away from shooting range. Airplane crash is still into play, and then you've got all of that high ground, low ground dips, a little bit of the valley that we've got Fiumba playing in just beyond this position. So something to keep in mind is the fact that we've still got 14 teams alive in a circle like this. I feel like we're going to get sub 10 here shortly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, there is actually some pretty decent terrain to play out here. It's just, it's not enough for this many teams and this many players alive. It's just there isn't enough to play. And so, as you said, I mean, 10 teams is even a little generous. I'd say we'd go down to 9 or 8. I mean, this is a really crazy circle as it's just down to Baki now from Guri. And he's going to try to recover this if he can, but I don't know if that's the best idea.
Oh. I mean, Dialet does have a good angle to play from. The problem right now with Troglodytes is where do you turn your focus to? It looks like right now that focus is to making sure TX don't completely wrap around them, as Pulso with the nades trying to keep that pressure. Does push Dialet out a little bit closer, but those Molotovs are just falling short. Finds one knocks. Erlax is going to get taken down. Finds the flush onto that, but there's still one member up of her Team X. Or as I say that, the Molotov is going to take care of that. Necro finds that last kill, and Troglodytes wastes no time to push right back into Guri to find that final player, Baki.
And it's, yeah, he is just in a world of trouble right now, sitting on that southwest edge. As we move back to 22, and they're actually, again, they did a good job holding out Sonics, who have been eliminated, and now they have to shift their focus over towards BBB.
And this, the opportunities, right, for the teams that struggled on those melee games to have that redemption, bing, bang, boom. One of those in position. US Guri and Troglodytes, though, I mean, this fight has been going on for quite some time. Baki and Zakraken do have a card to play from, as I said that. Posa once again stealing it out. That's it. Guri eliminated now. 11 kills for Troglodytes early in phase 4.
Yeah, that's, I mean, but this is the thing. You talked about it before. That one of their biggest strengths was their ability to fight and how scrappy they get, but they do tend to run out of gas. This time, I don't think that's the case. They have so many crates and they've been able to loot so many bodies that I think they can just keep this going and snowball this. I mean, we know how good Trog can be in a team fight. The problem is they're currently in a pretty rough situation as far as getting a decent rotation in, because they have wildcard right above them and then LG in that compound just to their east.
And as we can see now on the kill feed, that is actually exactly what's happening. Troglodytes ran up onto wildcard, but Negus and Red Shot have been set up, waited for it. And now Troglodytes are eliminated in 11th. But you know what? 11 kills, that's going to do big and points, taking them up to 3rd place. And wildcard also pick up some much needed points for them this game. The big thing that we've been keeping an eye on is what's going to go on with this 22 Bing Bang Boom fight. The circle does both of them favors, continuing to shift in their area. We are going to lose that high ground that Synergy and Wildcard have been playing from. But that also means that Peak's going to have to move into this. But you can see Gizeta is taking care of that right now. Got one knock. It's just selfish. And HVZ still standing.
I picked this guy.
Did you?
This guy's on my team.
You know what? I'm really wishing I picked him now. He's had a good day so far.
Oh, and another one. Let's go, baby. Sorry, I'm not rooting against Peak. It's just I really need those points. But Gizera is an absolute menace right now. This is the second member of Peak that he is taking care of, and it's just down to Selfish.
And you see just making sure that they're securing kills. I mean, that has been a detriment for a lot of teams. They've been finding knocks, but other teams have been stealing those kills. Reses have come out, and so making sure that they've got that opportunity to capitalize on all the work that they've been putting in. That's what we're seeing from teams like 22 right now. Dodge, who had a really good first game, starting to struggle just a little bit. But look at this, Luminosity absolutely melting down. Greg Shot getting knocked and flushed real quickly from Kurt with the M249.
Shout out to Poro, by the way, who predicted that. Literally said he'd see Kurt later with an M249, and he was not wrong. Man after my own heart. That actually was my favorite gun in all of PUBG back when it was a crate gun.
There we go. Dodge now pinched between E United and Bing Bang Boom. We've got them listening for the comms. Let's take a listen to see what they've got going on right now.
Peak should be done.
Guys, I think
I'm grabbing a car real quick.
Be very careful of Plains Angle.
Yeah, okay, you're playing Angle at all time.
There's still a guy there.
There's one guy on blue and one guy
Peak is done now. 4 PM's 1.
Running to you guys.
SG 2. I think it's
There's like
United. West.
There's like a rock where you can easily head Peak.
SG done. Who's the south team? It's not Fiumba. It's not 22.
Fiumba 3.
We could wrap east on this Plains team.
We have 2 options.
Yeah, you guys definitely need to get like green ridge control.
We can wrap east, and we can also do blue line, the yellow line later.
This rock is a fucking chat. He's still on the rock. He's still on the rock on blue.
We just need the info on who's who.
I think
the
yellow line.
This could be LG
No, LG's like west somewhere.
Alright, just lined up on the mid.
I heard M249 earlier.
I mean, I shot at the guy on blue.
Maybe we should start pressuring this guy off of blue.
I think this is not a level 3 gear. There's still a K9 on blue waypoint with a level 3 gear.
If it's a K9, then it's definitely 22.
Yeah, it is. It is 100% 22.
Okay. And they're 4 up.
And then they're getting no pressure in lane. I feel like we're literally their main focus. They have so much space. Female white.
They might be fighting on the south.
This might be United.
You should try and get control of that Y tree, like above you on green, maybe. Get control of that ridge.
It's impossible. I would die.
I honestly actually really love the process of elimination there to get all that information on what teams are on, and they were pretty spot on with almost every call. I think one of the team, they actually even realized that LG was on the west side. So really good comms. And again, the process of elimination, the info gathering there is wonderful from Dodge. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard them call out Sharp Shot on the rock as Bing Bang Boom sent one to investigate. And just really great comms in terms of not only how many players were still up on other teams, but as you said,
just
knowing
the teams
that
themselves, right?
Yeah.
Really good stuff from them.
I mean, those are the teams that know that information. We oftentimes talk about surprise solos, right? If a player might be the surviving member from a team that got into a really early scrap, people might lose counts on them watching the kill feed and know who's up and alive. So to not only have that information, but to be doing it really well, that can be really clutch for these teams coming to the late game. But with that in mind, we've got 5 teams, all 5 of which are still 4 men up.
Yep, and this is going to be an absolute battle. I mean, this is going to be a really fun, honestly, end game to watch.
And LG right now 42 points, only 2 kills for this game, but as the circle did shift back away from their position, they've been on the western side, looking to regroup and hold on to what's left of the ground that they've got. They're going to have to share it with E United inside the plane, though. Bing Bang Boom, being very careful not to be pinched between Dodge and 22 Esports. As you can see, 22 still has their eyes on the prize of LG as Haven's just taken some shots through the trees, trying to see if he can find a knock and keep that pressure onto members of LG so they don't back rotate to the south where 22 currently has their feet anchored.
The only issue here with this circle is no one's really going to move, right? Like LG has a foothold, E United obviously, and like this is really going to come down to the next shift. BBB, in my opinion, does have the strongest position right now currently, but I mean that can change very drastically and very quickly, especially with the fact that they're technically pinched between 22 and Dodge.
Yeah, and two, I mean, I've played in that spot. It can be really hard when somebody walks over on an angle and really traps you, so you can't come out of that. You can use some of the coverage, go inside the planes, but it gets really easy to get trapped.
It can be a double-edged sword, for sure. It's a wonderful position to play, but it can also very quickly become your coffin.
Yeah. Right now, LG wasting no time. They've decided to challenge 22 for that position. That's going to give a little bit of breathing room for Bing Bang Boom as Haven gets knocked down. Kurt with the nades. The second one to follow up, hoping to see if he can get a second one, but goes just too wide. Does do 34 damage onto Hasten, but not enough to find the knock. The second one hits the car. Hayes
getting bombarded.
Hayes so low at this point. Kizeta does get spotted out. It's the M4 full in control. Yanni's the only one still up and standing, but the damage coming out from the grade. 22 taken down, but look at this LG. Have to be careful because Roth has pushed out to investigate.
Purdy Curdy is just on fire.
He's, you know, this is the return to the Kurt that I think we've been missing for a while. He hadn't been in the strongest form that we've seen him at past events, and right now I'm loving what I'm seeing from him right now. As you can see, Luke 12 focusing on that res to get Kurt back up and standing. Alo offering support to make sure that Bing Bang Boom doesn't come out and surprise them again.
The raid boss Perticus will survive.
The Perticus.
And, I mean, LG even are now in a position to wrap south and potentially try to take the bottom half of plane. If they realize that Dodge is also trying to make a move, they could sandwich this. The problem, though, is Dodge doesn't have to commit to this as much. They can play the bottom side of that ridge on the other side of plane where they don't have to show themselves too much, which is where you see Hikerman and everyone else setting up. And so LG are kind of left out to dry here. They have to make a push. The onus is on them.
Yeah, and the one is, I guess, the other factor on this is E United. They have the opposite side of the circle, the northwest side, which means that Dodge, BBB, and LG could potentially get smushed into that position. LG are still rotating, trying to find a spot to get in the zone. You can see they've got those cars to play with. Alo and Luke 12 could send it, find themselves a better tree, a dip, just any ridgeline to give them a little bit additional cover to use those vehicles to create hard cover. But it looks like they're just going to leave them behind, take this one on foot. They should have a general idea of where E United is, especially now that Snaker's taking shots, getting to Keenan. I mean, this is the best time to do it. United's so focused on what's going on elsewhere in the circle.
They got spotted though. Yeah, Flood definitely saw them. I mean, that I like the idea, but they actually got in now. They're somewhat in circle, and they now have a chance to take the fight, but Snakers is going to find a knock and a flush with that grenade.
I mean, Bing Bang Boom. Losing 1.5 players out of that play as that flush, you just pointed out, did come out now with just 2 standing. Snakers lying prone, just seeing what he can surprise members of LG with the AUG out into play. Those nades going just over. They may not realize that Snakers is that close, but as Kurt gets taken down, it's actually going to be with the help from Hikerman from Team Dodge. Penta, though, throwing another nade. It's a little damage on Dorello, but still, it's the absence of that full knock damage right now that's coming out, but Snakers might be using that as an opportunity.
Oh, he's so close.
Oh, you got this. Oh, no.
Nice. Alo's going to find the knock.
He had the underhand nade out. The animation actually stopped, and he tried to switch to his gun, but it was just too late. As Snakers goes down, you can see kill feeds absolutely lighting up. That was the call for Bing Bang Boom and Dodge to continue that fight on, but with 3 members knocked down, Dodge are going to have to work on the res and recovery while this fight between LG and E United is going on. LG, the only team still standing with all 4 players up.
Yep, all things considered, that actually worked out well for Dodge. They finished their fight, and now they actually do have time to recover because of this fight happening now. So Dodge will probably be able to get most of their members up and get back to a form, man. Meanwhile, this fight is still raging. Alo's going to step over on the right, and he's going to find him.
Absolutely insane. Alo gets a 3-piece out of E United, but Dodge were able to get all 3 players that were knocked back down standing. You can see Ethan, the last one to pop out that first aid kit. They've managed to mostly recover. Luke 12 lying prone, waiting for that push coming in, but as you can see right now, I mean, the strength and recovery still could be in favor of LG. That phase 9 circle is right on top of Luke 12, so if he doesn't get spotted out, this could be a little bit nasty for Dodge. You've got to start picking off members of Luminosity.
And you also have to realize not all the members of Luminosity really got touched that much, right? So you can see Luke 12 has pretty much perfect pristine armor. That's the 3rd knock for Purdy. I don't think they're going to be able to get him back up. But Dodge as well are at a disadvantage here in opinion in terms of gear, right? They have been shredded over the last couple fights.
Yeah, I mean, they've used up so much of their resources coming into this late game. You can see Corsac's down to just 1 molly, 1 nade. His armor's looking moderately okay. His helmet's still healthy, but
Corsac's actually just fine.
Yeah, I think he's good. He's gonna be the good one here onto this. And you can see though, I mean, Alo is down to just a molly, a couple of smoke, actually quite a lot of smokes. It's 9 in the pocket, but right now, here comes that push. LG continuing to creep in just a bit. Corsac caught out in the open, smokes out. That's going to be the only cover he has versus Alo as he takes down Alo. That is huge. He's going to be able to continue to play that angle. If he can find Pinta, that could be something out here. But Pinta's going to get that knockout to Pinta. 2 members are down for Dodge. Corsac and Hikerman trying to reposition, steal the center spot out. They know exactly where Pinta is. And as Luke 12 goes down, Pinta at 32 HP. It's a 1v2, but Corsac's focusing on that res, trying to get Ethan back up. Dodge trying to use the numbers to their advantage.
And that would be huge. If they get that res, I mean, obviously a 3v1 is not favorable, but because of the positioning they have and the smokes, I mean, Penta could make some very, very intricate plays here.
And you see that Molotov for Penta landed very close to Finna and Hikerman. It didn't land on them. They took no damage, but Hikerman actually pulled away from Finna on that res to try to put in work. Penta, though, has been spotted once again down to 34 HP. Again, his level 3 helmet has taken so much damage from this. He's trying to continue keeping that pressure from Dodge, but all 4 members are up and ready to fight. Full form on right now. As you can see, they have spread entirely around Penta, completely encircling him.
That's
Ethan's going to be the one to get that final kill, and Dodge take their first victory of the day with 7 kills.
7 kills, very well played to Dodge. They were very patient. Again, we listened to their comms, the information they had gathered, the process of elimination. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from them. But man, LG, what an incredible push up that hill. The fight with E United was beautiful, and then a big shout out to Troglodytes as well.
Absolutely. I mean, so many teams that we really wanted to see growth from today, teams that we expected big things coming into this event, really showing great form, especially since we finally got to break away from those first 2 military games that we had the game. I mean, it's hard to sit there and judge what we're going to see from a team this event when we start with games like military. And this was still a little hard. We had that river split at the beginning of this third match, but I feel like teams played it well. And once again, I want to just call out LG. When we saw that feature, we saw that they only had 13% win when they're up into phase 4. You know what? The fact that they've made it into phase 4 as much as they have today, I think that that's going to be a sign of how well they've been playing.
Oh, it's very clear that LG came to play this event. Like this is probably the best they've looked in a little bit. And so I knew that coming in though. That I know how Kurt works, and I know how the rest of that team works. And when they don't do well, they get really, really irritated, and they come back stronger every single time.
Absolutely. Well, talking about coming back stronger, we will be coming back from a break here in just a moment, but I want to let you guys know about the latest and greatest new IP from Craft and developer Unknown Worlds, and that is Moonbreaker. Moonbreaker stands on its own as a brand new genre, tabletop tactical. You gotta paint minis, dude. I love painting minis. And if you don't know what it means, check out the trailer. We're gonna give you guys some gameplay after this break, so you guys can sign up for the preview playtest on Steam and get ready for early access coming September 29th. But we're gonna throw it to a quick break, watch this gameplay trailer, and when we get back, we're gonna break down what we saw in match number 3.
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party. With you till the end. Needles up. Stay alive.
This'll be over real quick. Oh, me!
Get over here. Ready? Okay. Grenades, anyone?
They'll never see this coming. I taste their panic.
Good game. Stop this treachery!
Come on, it's fun. The crowd goes wild.
actually pulled away from Finna on that res to try to put in work. Penta, though, has been spotted once again down to 34 HP again. His level 3 helmet is taking so much damage from this. He's trying to continue keeping that pressure from Dodge, but all 4 members are up in ready to fight. Full form on right now. As you can see, they have spread entirely around Penda, completely encircling him. Ethan's going to be the one to get that final kill, and Dodge take their first victory of the day with 7.
Welcome back. It is PCS7. My name is Toffees, and I am joined by the intrepid duo of Porosaurus and the Cammy D breaking down the action. And the action has been amazing. We saw, in fact, we'll take a look at the dinner winner here in just a second as Dodge came out with an incredible game. But also, I can't not say it now. Luminosity top 3 again. So these guys have been absolutely killing it. Let's look at Dodge right now, though, Cameron.
No, look at Dodge. Only 7 kills. Only like not even half of what the first 2, but either way, they were still able to get control from the northern side, manage that top of that hill, which can be a very tricky thing to work through just because of how open it is. But they're able to, their ability to sort of squeeze out BBB from that plane position and then crush into the center was really well done. Of course, I really led the charge there.
I hated everything about the way Dodge played that game.
Yeah?
I could not stand it. Like they had multiple knocks on Bing Bang Boom from E United, and you could see them on the north side. They were thinking, oh, maybe we should push, maybe we should push. No, we're not going to push, we're not going to push. And then they finally end up pushing, and they almost get wiped. It came down to a 1v1, and they just get lucky in the fact that they are able to get all the reses back up again.
Said the L word.
But look, hey, you know what? They got the win. That's what counts. And but that's just not the Dodge I want to see. I want to see them. You push the knocks, man. It was set for you.
Let's take a quick look at our top 5 performers, and honestly, only one of Dodge made it into that list there. Corsac did play an amazing game.
He saved him, man.
He saved him.
He really did. That flank he got on Alo was that's what saved him.
Yeah.
Because LG was in a pretty damn good position. Alo had a beautiful flank from the side, but Corsac read it like a book and
Who put
got
Purdy
that
on their
knock.
fantasy
Really nice.
team?
That would be me, sir.
That was you.
Exactly.
A fine choice.
Man's rocking an M249. I know he's feeling it.
In fact, I want you guys a little direct quote in the green room. He goes, when he picked up the M249, Poro goes, ooh.
That's how you know he's feeling.
Purdy's on fire.
You know he's happy.
That's how you know.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? They are on fire. They've been playing very well. Dodge got the win, but Luminosity has been here to show that they deserve to be here. Let's take a look back at that match, some of the challenges that everybody faced, and a totally different circle. It's highlight time!
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Listen, we get some by-the-book PUBG about time after map 3 into the event, but I want to look at BBB specifically. They take the center here, and I think it's a really good call because, as we were just talking about with Dodge, climbing up to this hill can be very, very difficult. The one concern that I have is that BBB do their best work when they're feeling it, when they're on the edge, which when we saw LCQ, they started center. Once they had a good position, they went more flexed out towards the edge position to really get those points working up. I'm hoping at this point, they only had 1 point going into this. Now, maybe they're a little more comfortable that they can try and play more of the edge scrappy play style. Hopefully this one helps them reset from Millie.
Yeah, I mean, LG definitely got a little bit lucky there that they were able to wipe 22 so quickly. Not lucky, I guess. They were just, it was good that they were able to clean that up because you could see Bing Bang Boom was starting to say, I said Roth, they send Roth out. He's the pit bull, right? And he went out there, he was in a perfect position to start taking it, but unfortunately for them, they just cleaned it up so fast that Bing Bang Boom couldn't really do anything about it. And again, Dodge was on that north side, had so many opportunities to kind of come in there and take BBB, and it got dicey. It got real dicey here, and a lot dicier than it maybe needed to be.
No, absolutely. But to defend Dodge's decision to take this push, however sloppy his execution might have turned out in the end, their focus is on trying to take isolated fights and have a huge advantage there. Their position was very hidden. It was very in the dark. They wanted to make sure that there was no third-party potential from E United or LG.
Now, let's take a look at the leaderboard. Dodge did come out, 7 kills, 17 points for them, much needed to put on the board. Luminosity walks away with yet another 15. And Troglodyte is a team that you absolutely adore, Porosaurus, coming in 3rd place.
No, look, I had a lot of hope for Trog, mostly because I had a lot of high hopes for Posa. I think, you know, we talked a lot about Gizar for 22 Esports, a young talent, but this is now Posa's going to be his 2nd tournament, and he did really, really well for Trog at ESL. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in the leaderboard for Trog because the rest of his Unitas team was kind of but it seems to be doing pretty good for him so far here.
Yeah, when Troglodytas, when they look the best, they're getting a lot of kills in the mid game, and them being able to use their North George drop spot in that circle allowed them to get 11 kills. They're tied kills with
That
Dodge.
point split is a little bit sussy though.
It's just, yeah, it's the placement point that they always feel like they're really lacking. We'll see if I have a sneaking suspicion, because it's always the case, that that's going to end up harming them at the end of this entire event. But either way, the fact that they're still on form in the mid game means that they could still be yet another big threat towards the team vying for the top.
I will say this: we picked Sonics and E United to win this event.
Yeah,
it's the first time that someone, I believe, hasn't picked Luminosity in one of their names to win this thing that they are now stepping up.
Well, no one picked them ESL either.
Oh, fair. And that didn't go so great.
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they haven't won since PCS1, but they've also not been in a position like they are now in a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, this is honestly, this is fantastic for LG, because, you know, seems like almost all the teams have had an opportunity where they've either ended up in the LCQ or missed a qualification. I mean, you talk about Sonics all the way back at PCS6, we're in LCQ, then LG missed, now Yahoo has missed. E United's the only one that really has just been smooth sailing the whole time, but that's kind of almost good, right? To have a little bit of a moment where you find yourself with your back up against the wall, lets you reset mentally. And
It
makes you change things, right?
I don't.
As long as you still make PGC, it's
yes. I don't. I think it's a stretch to say that it was good that they missed ESL, but as an opportunity for them to sort of like a phoenix come out of the ashes, as that sort of moment, everyone who's trying to challenge and be the best selves that they can be, whether it's in PUBG or just in any other facet of life, there's always going to be that moment that you're really challenged, your mental, your focus, your fortitude. And to see LG come out, perform so well in regional qualifiers, and then continue that form here, does show that they are not knocked down at all, and they've reached this extra level of focus.
Well, to dig into this Phoenix idea, I mean, they came out and they're changing things. They're being a better version of themselves. I mean, they changed their drops. Should we expect to see Miramar in the same drop that we've seen them throughout the year? Or are they changing something? I heard they're changing something.
Oh yeah, they're changing. Yeah. I mean,
is that the right call?
I think. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Kurt's hated being in Hacienda for quite some time, and honestly, the way that they're playing right now, they're having so much more success coming in late with the circle and not having to worry about being surrounded. And then you bring up Hacienda as well. I mean, look, you had Sonics down there, United down there, Wildcard down there. I mean, like every team that you wouldn't want to be right next to you on a rotation path, like they were right there. So was the Hasi drop spot worth having to deal with all that nonsense?
True.
I don't think so. I think LG is going to be a lot better off now.
A shout out to Viper, who gave us that tweet. So Clover has the best fantasy team, no questions asked. Don't tell Rocket League Me that I'm watching PUBG Esports. Well, we told them you're on the screen, and I don't want to say it out loud, but Clover had 1 point after game 1. So maybe you're not quite right, but we'll see. It's all up there. We're going to be chasing.
Who's in first place after 2 games?
I was in first place after 2 games.
God.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's go. Godspeed's in third currently. The race is on, and so is game number 4. It is the penultimate match for the day. Let's head over to our casters. It is Godspeed and Clover with the call.
Thanks, guys, for pointing out how well my fantasy team is doing. Now, to be fair, 3 of the teams that I have kind of had a rough start, partly due to our military. I mean, I've got a player from Wildcard,
plenty of games.
I've got
still
players
plenty of
that are really
games.
struggling
Don't
right
even
now.
worry about it. I'm in third, apparently. That's good. Honestly, it's weird to say this, but the only person that isn't popping off on my fantasy team right now is Flood.
Yeah.
Just because United's kind of had a rough couple games so far, but I mean, it's also United, so I expect they're going to pick things up. I'm literally not worried about anything right now. It's so early in the tournament.
It is. And I mean, one of the biggest things that we have seen time and time again from United is that they tend to have a little bit of a calm start when we come to grand finals events. You know, they don't come out of the gate completely popping off. We've seen them have maybe a lull day 1, an okay day 2, and then the rest of the event.
The most dangerous thing about United is that they find that consistency and then they stick to that consistency. That's what makes that team so damn dangerous. Is like, yes, even if they have like a not so great start, they'll have like, they're pretty traditional in having like a big kill win. And then from there, it's just like, even if they don't get big kill games or wins, they're always getting, 7, 8, 9 points a game, and that just slowly builds them towards the top.
Yeah.
Very consistent team.
I want to point it out right now because we're following Waikikamuka. This was one of my picks on fantasy. This is a player that has really impressed me since we stole him away from the APAC region, previously playing for Team Fury. Now he's out here in the Americas region. He's been doing so good. I just feel like Wildcard have kind of had a little bit of a struggle in this first game. I remember those were kind of some awkward Erangel games, really difficult for a lot of these teams to play from those rotations. There was so much water into all 3 of those games that really hindered a lot of those teams early and mid positionings. Now, the thing to help with Wildcard is that this time they don't have to waste energy and waste resources hot dropping and protecting their drop here into Power Grid, which is going to be inside this first circle. But Dustin, we've already got unplayable zone yet again.
It's not as bad though. Like I do look at that, and yes, a pretty decent chunk of that on the west is not playable. But I mean, this is a fairly normal circle. If it was, a little further to the east. So this isn't as bad. I don't think that that's going to cause many issues. And overall, this is a fairly okay circle, all things considered, from what we've seen today at least.
Yeah, and obviously we do want to point out the potential for a Monte or a Pozo finish is pretty high. We did have a El Pozo finish in the first game of LCQ, which was a really good game for... actually, it was a good game for Peak, good game for Rumblers, good game for a lot of our teams that were in that spot. So what I'm really looking for, though, in this first Miramar game is not only teams having the opportunity to get those resources, get into the zone safely, but with the way that the circle did go so far to the west, we've got about 12 teams that do need to make moves inside the zone and do so without really losing a player in that rotation. And that's going to make things a little bit difficult. So if you're a team like Rumblers right now, for instance, is in Los Leones, they're sharing the space with Synergies just off to the west on the edge of the zone. Not only do they need to get through or around Synergy, but they've got a couple of other teams like Troglodytes and Chumacera where that road leads into that they've got to worry about. Oh,
DraftKings thought about maybe...
Yeah, give me those points, Draft.
Being a little cheeky. Oh, that's right. Draft's on your team.
Yeah. I had high hope for Fiumba again. This is a team that we have loved watching as probably one of the gnarliest team fraggers to come out of Latin America, but for whatever reason, and we've seen this a couple of times, they either come out of the gate banging or they come out of the gate really struggling, and this has not been a good day for them to start. That said, they can shake things off, really start to make a comeback like we saw them in that third game where they finally play outside of a melee circle. I think we can see them really take advantage of that, and a circle like this is good for them.
I mean, all things considered, Fiumba, at the very least, like you saw the massive disparity between their points and kills and placement, but they've gotten to their credit, they've gotten the kills, which we knew they would, and even though they've gone out early, they've still put themselves in a decent position for a decent start for today. Now, are they in a really good position right now? Yes, if they can just hold this, this would be a massive boon for them, especially going into the last game of the day. And so I actually really like this position for Fiumba. Obviously, it's center circle. They just need to hold it from 22 and make sure that they can just get here as a 4-man.
Yeah, and then there you go. Just a couple of shots to push off Gizetta. You can see that Yanni was spotted, but right now Fiumba is just focusing on that position. They are pulled out of Pulso. I mean, getting into the city early, it can be a detriment if the circle doesn't end a city, but being close enough to it that you can go ahead and take that rotation should it look like it be a city finish. That's what we're seeing right now in terms of Fiumba. Center circle set up just outside of both Pulso and Monte Nuevo, and that's going to give him, I mean, we see those huge circle shifts on Miramar. The circle's going to take a hard shift in another direction, and that's why you kind of want to have those options open this early.
But also wisely, I mean, the reason why a lot of these teams are trying to just send up and go to Monte is because of that ridge that's jutting out in the west. That is technically water, right? And so what's going to happen is it's going to shift off, and so a lot of the teams are just banking on, even if this does shift and keep that in, by phase 4, Monte will probably be in or probably be close to what the end game is going to look like. So that's why you see a lot of these teams start to jut forward and try to just get into center and Monte. It makes sense. I would do the same.
Yeah, and too, I mean, I think in the past we've seen Sonics take that high ground just to the southwest of Monte. Right now, not quite able to get to that position from those. We saw them taking a little bit of shots from 4 p.m. Troglodytes and a 2-2 split. So right now, following along Necro and Kill Demo, it went just a little bit to the north. The rest of their team just west of Monte Nuevo found themselves a little bit of a long compound, not only giving them some opportunity to get some last-second loot in, but just, again, opening up rotations if that circle hard shifts for the rest of the team to take. If it goes hard towards Pozo, they've got that western side to wrap on from.
The other interesting thing about just the circle in general is because of how central everyone is, the teams that are rotating on the outsides, whether it's north or south or the wide wraps, they're actually going to be able to come in clean and backfill whoever basically whoever they want on whatever side they're on. And so that is going to cause a massive jam, especially if this thing hard shifts. That's going to cause big issues for teams trying to get out.
Again, I mean, all 64 players alive. This is probably the longest we've had all 64 alive in any of the games so far today.
You might be right, yeah.
Back-to-back millies. Back-to-back millies with crazy amounts
It's
of
not, yeah, I was going to say, it's not even the back-to-back millie. I mean, the first circle, I don't think it was that bad, right? But the second circle was, the second game circle was absolutely atrocious.
Yeah, 25% playability on zone 1. I don't think I've ever seen that.
That was really bad. I'd be furious if I was playing.
Oh, you're gonna talk about furious. Look at the mini map. Look at what's happening on the screen. Wildcard threading the needle between the 2-2 Sonic split. They had 2 inside Monty, 2 just on the edge. They're gonna take some damage, but we're able to continue that rotation around. But they gotta be careful. Mime is waiting for him. Does land another shot into Greg's shot. They try to park it in the garage, just barely missed. It's gonna be it for their car. At least they're able to get inside safely.
Oh, Greg shot tried to jump around and kick a Muka, but he was too slow. I mean, to be fair, cows aren't really known to be like super fast, so.
Could be a fast cow. You never know.
Kind of
Could be like
makes
a super
sense.
cow. The problem right now, though, is that Nikus and Adam, they were left behind. They're very close to United. If they do a repeat of that, they already do have that information about the Sonic split, but that's not a safe rotation. And I really think we just kind of got lucky for the fact that these 2 members of Wildcard were able to get into the zone safely. But right now, as we wait for the circle to close, we've got about 2 minutes until we get that phase 2, and most teams are set up inside the zone about as central as possible. We're waiting for a couple to continue that rotation just a little bit late, but really it's that phase 2 that's going to give us that opportunity.
I'm actually curious who's going to take that Rumblers compound to the south, that overlook on Monte. That's a really, really strong position. Even if the circle hard shifts, you just get so much information playing from that. I would like to actually see Rumblers take their own compound. That would be ideal, but overall, all these other teams, yeah, like I said, and like we've been talking about, everyone's going to get in the circle fairly fine, right? There's not going to be any real big drama. It's the shift that's going to cause all that. There's going to be a slow burn up until that point.
I'm talking about points. We got a chance also to talk down to Ethan earlier today and ask him, why should everybody else in the lobby fear Dodge as they have been doing so good today? Let's hear what Ethan had to say.
Every team needs to fear us. Whenever we're feeling it, we are like just completely overwhelming in every way.
It was terrifying.
I was overwhelmed.
I'm actually a little afraid of Dodge right now too. My goodness, Ethan.
I really bad. You know, we've been kind of bullying Ethan for a while because he didn't have a webcam, so we couldn't get him on interviews, and so we really threw him through the ringer this time, bringing him on. But I mean, Ethan's just been an absolute pleasure to watch grow and develop as a player from this last year.
He's great. Ethan's great.
I actually, my first iteration of my fantasy team, I did have Ethan as one of my first picks, but then I wanted to afford Tiggleton, so I had to move some things around.
Wow.
Sorry.
That is toxic. Little takesies backsies. That's terrible.
Oh, you know, I had Kickstart too.
I mean, I feel like Kick is always just such a solid pick in like any fantasy roster.
It's the hardest thing. The thing is, like, it's not that, like, it's about who you would pick. It's how can you afford to spend money
Well, I mean, that's
the right things. And that's where I screw up because I'm really bad at budgeting. I either want to buy 4 cheap players and then they don't do enough, or I spend too much money on one player who's expensive.
Just one large payout and they just, I mean, that's...
You know, I got
nature of the
Wildcard,
game.
Bing Boom, and Fumba. I got players in all 3 of those, and they're in 12th, 13th, and 14th place.
That shift does not surprise me. I mean, this is kind of what we thought, right? And this is essentially what we but Shoei gets picked off by Luke on the rotation.
I mean, Kurt once again putting in that work, but you can see he's getting a little bit of pressure from Low Sage. He's going to pull back behind. Low's got the helmet, though, so he's got to be a little bit careful. As you can see, Luke 12 keeping that peek out, making sure to get that flush onto Waldo. We got him very low, but wasn't able to secure it. So wait for the bleed out. Valiate actually gets hit from afar, and that's going to help out Luminosity in this, as Rumblers are going to have to break away from this.
And Rumblers just, again, it's like one series of unfortunate events after another. I mean, this rotation, you'd imagine, was contested, but Los goes down now as well, and it's just down to Valiant.
Oof. I mean, this again, this is what we've been wanting to see from LG. This is some of the things we've missed from them.
LG's playing
the
amazing
ability
right
to really play and dictate the positioning that they have, that they want, and win those fights out. I mean, this is huge for them. As you can see, there you go, Penta getting credit for that. And talking about getting credit, Kill Demo with Zealot right now. As trades coming out between 4 p.m. Troglodytes, the drive-by featuring TM as well. Everybody trying to get as center as possible into Monte, and it is true chaos in town.
Yeah, and Monty is... Monty can actually be somewhat of a fun city to fight in. The only issue is because of how many, like, 2 stories and some of the stacks they have, it can also be kind of frustrating. It's a wonderful place to play if you like shotguns. Let me tell you, there are some buildings in there that would love you to have a shotgun with you. But Keenan now looking for Wadez, and that vehicle explosion actually is going to get it.
Sharpshot actually got that vehicle just as Wadez knocked down to Sharpshot. It was going to be the vehicle explosion that got the knock. I mean, the rotation happened so slow and casual, it even took me a second to realize that that was not a teammate Wadez was driving right next to. Back inside the town, though, you can see Tiggleton took quite a bit of damage. He's able to pop out that first aid kit, but now Peak pushing in, finds a compound for them. As Tiggleton tries to get back to the rest of his team safe, he could be able to pick off potentially Nukas here, spots Adam. Looks like with the help of might be able to claim this corner away from Wildcard, but Shrimzy, who's along with the H1 on the split, they've got their hands full with United, so unfortunately Sonic's gonna have to take this one as 2.
Even so, I mean, they're going to be able to cross here for fine, and this split, I actually like this split. If they can actually hold it, which, I mean, if any team in this lobby is going to hold that split, it's probably going to be Sonics. This gives them a good amount of options, especially if this does shift away from Monty, which isn't necessarily crazy likely, but there is a chance. And so that's basically what Sonics is playing for as well. As well as Trog. I like Trog's position on top of the hill. They have a nice little split here. And we know how much Trog loves to fight, so this is a nice little bit of control they have as well. But they do have to be careful because I don't think one of those splits is going to be able to help the other as much. Yeah. Especially if this fight on the high ground pops off.
Yeah, I mean, it's the high ground. This is oftentimes one of the stronger positions you can have when we get those Monte circles. We've got about 15 seconds to see where Phase 3 takes us. And I say that because this already seems like we're further into the game than we really are. 13 minutes already down, and as we hold our breath, see where this circle takes us, what kind of flavor we're going to get. And it is going to pull just the edge. So this is actually pretty big for Troglodytes, who can play that high grounds. But there is still the brick compounds just to the south of Pulsa that are available for a team to put down, and if they can rotate around Troglodytes safely.
And BBB is also taking the early opportunity here off the shift to rotate in. They're going to find themselves a nice position right underneath BBB. This 4 p.m. are now just trying to just get in safely on the north side of Monty, which they should be able to do so as well. But yeah, this is the mad dash. This is a scramble. All these teams are now trying to just get out of the north side.
Yeah, I mean, Peak set up this position beautifully. As you can see, that's getting a lot of damage. Unfortunately, none of it is turning around in forms of knock. They get Yanni down to about 50 HP. Now, with them going a little bit wide, 22 should be able to avoid the onslaught from Wildcard, but they still got Synergy and a couple other teams to worry about in this area. Now, this dip could be the play for 22 to go no further and hold that position, but if they try to play beyond this, you can see already on the distance, Synergy's the big threat here. And now, the car very low on health and missing a tire. Looks like
you just gotta
Vinny's done here.
You got to get out of that thing. There's no way you can get that any further forward. And Synergy, I mean, they're in this is the compound I thought Rumblers would potentially take before they went wide, but it's actually so strong in this circle. It's so good. They have vision on absolutely everything, 360 degrees. Their biggest threat is essentially a team that would walk up from Ladrillia, which there is like kind of a blind spot, but even then you just need one person to watch that and you're gravy. I mean, you're chilling.
Well, yeah, and I mean, Synergy even have Stilson, who's playing another angle out of this. But, I mean, I'm talking about angles. E-United, once again, trying to hold the eastern side. This is a position they typically love on the edge of zone, the early game, before they try to commit more center. Right now, the pressure is going on members of Dodge. They're shooting him out into the blue. A couple more shots from Snakers, and that could be it for Hikerman. Actually, Ethan falls to the zone here, but Snakers makes sure to get credit for the work he put into that one. You can see, though, could potentially be stolen away from members of Sonic, so he's got to act pretty quickly right now. The last couple of bullets, and yeah, you gotta get your kill.
Get your kill, Snakers. Oh no, he sees the other tracers. Oh, he wants him. Please.
You got this. Poor Ethan. We just heard from Ethan, you know?
This is your fault. You took him off your fantasy team. This is why he's struggling.
It is my fault. Well, I don't know. Anybody on my fantasy team isn't doing so well. I might have done him some favors.
You said it, not me.
Oh, yeah. To whoever tweeted that they copied my fantasy team, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, I've just been told from our producer that it's his team too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ray.
It's unfortunate for all involved, but as the circle shifts now, we will see ultimately where we're pretty much going to be ending up. And that, again, is just... Synergy is so happy right now. Silzen is in a good spot. The problem is he's very alone.
Yeah,
he's very isolated. At this point, I don't even know if it's worth it to keep one there. You might want to just come down and I hope he just gets out and reconcile. Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
there you go.
That's
You
what
can see he
he's
gets in the
doing.
vehicle. And
Goodness.
perfect timing, because look at this LG rotating right now into that spot. So you want to make sure you get to the rest of your teammates before you get caught out. It looks like they are going to take Landeria. And Pinta coming in a little bit late, so he's got to be careful not to get pinched out by Troglodytes, Fium, but even Bing Bang Boom. And so we can watch them all coming off the high ground. But the big issue right now is everything that's happening to the north. You've got Gurdy, you've got Hello My Bad left up for TM, you've got Peak, 4 p.m., and even Valiant for Rumblers that all need to make moves out of Monty. And Sonic's Wildcard and even Gizetta for 22 are in a really great position to receive and do quite a lot of damage to those teams.
I agree. Sonics is in a very good spot as well. 22, I mean, they're in a decent spot for now, but the problem is SG. SG can just see absolutely everything, and without hard cover, there's not a lot you can do about that. And as far as Dodge is concerned, they are just down to 1 member now on the south side.
Yeah, I mean, when they get hard cover, being a big factor in that as well. Now, right now, Finna's focusing on getting that res, does get Hiker Man up, so he'll be able to get the recovery, hopefully onto Corsac as well. But talking about recovery, Fiumba keeping that pressure onto the members of Team X, and that is going to be such a huge help to Dodge, as Fiumba looking to find more kills, points on the board right now. Very carefully pushing into this church, but I mean, this church isn't even in the zone. They just wanted to clear this position out so they can play from the edge beyond this spot, which is exactly the play that Dodge was trying to do too. So all this work Fiumba's going to put in to Team X, they're going to have to duplicate the second that they're done onto Dodge.
You are right, it's not in the circle, but it is a good point to fight for, as you were saying, because of the hill in front of it. So as long as they can clear this out and just hold that position, they actually have a good line in towards the center of the circle on foot.
Yeah, and you're talking about on foot? LG, Luminosity pushing down for their position. They left Luke 12 behind to anchor that spot, and they're looking to see if they can clear this one out. We're going to listen into Fiumba, though, see what they're having to say right now.
Better do it quick before they're gone.
Yeah, before they're gone. Oh, I say that they're dead.
And they're gone, so...
Sorry, guys, we're not going to have Fiumba comms this time around, but
Imagine
I mean, look at this. LG...
That listening would have been nothing but cursing.
It would have been a lot of screaming, but that's okay, because it wouldn't have been in English, right? So...
True. I mean...
I say chat would know exactly what was being said.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Chat knows
I need
all.
to brush up on my Spanish and Portuguese so I can really understand the strength of our LATAM comps. It is just so wild to hear the energy coming out of these players. And talking about LATAM and comms right now, 4 p.m. and Peak. Peak have been playing this edge, and it's really been giving them some opportunities for kills. They've only been able to capitalize on 2 of them thus far. But they've still found themselves in zone. The circle is going to hard shift away from that.
Synergy is so happy right now. They are just elated with joy.
Oh, you know what? Maybe United. Whatever happens with this LGTX Dodge, there's a big factor that we could see them actually wrap around to the eastern side. So if United prepare for that, that could be a big day for them to play from.
Yeah, I mean, United as well. I like their position overall. They have Relo sitting underneath that Rumblers compound that SG is currently in, and yeah, Flood just sitting in that longhouse as well with 2 watching over. It's really solid, but look at this. Peak starting to find those fights.
And there we go. We're going to go into Peak's comms, listen to them as they take the fights to Wildcard and Sonics.
Eu matei.
Vem comigo.
Vai.
Prefiro, tô curando. Posta no outro. Tem um em cima aí, Armor. Tem um em cima dessa casa.
Tem ninguém não. Tem que smocar a rua, velho. Smoca a rua. Eu não tenho smoke, tá? Nós tem que rushar e matar o cara, velho. Nós vamos morrer tudo pro gás, velho. Bora. Rush e mata.
Tem muito no outro lado.
Fica um de vida. Eu quero lá na frente do Adam, mano. Mata daqui de dentro, ele tá com um de HP. Eu noquei o Adam lá da frente, eu sei, eu tomei fogo.
Morreu. Muita Sonic do outro lado da rua.
Eu vou ganhar aqui, certeza do Adam, pelo menos, aí.
Morri, Spa. Ai,
Mano, tinha que ter rushado comigo dentro.
Roubaram minha kill de novo, velho.
É, eu tinha uma molotov na porta.
Eu peguei fogo, Arma.
I feel you, Selfish. That was a Hail Mary, I guess, first date if I ever saw one. But, I mean, they were really in a really unfortunate spot. They're coming out of Monte, but you see this, the work that Peak put in to try to make something out of that. And talking about the work that's continued to be put in, Luminosity, getting that knockout to Bing Bang Boom. Sonics, though, oh, this re-rotation onto 22. This fight's been happening. Tiggleton gets taken down, so does Shrimzy. It's all in the hands of Mime, who just makes sure to flush that point out onto Gizia, but he's been spotted by Waikikamu. Shots at every direction right now as they try to clean it out. Sonics eliminated.
That flush was correct. Mime knew he was pretty much dead, so he just went and got his point. I'm kind of frustrated he did it on one of the players on my roster, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. That was definitely the correct play for Mime to make. He was pretty much just kind of boned there. Kikamukau as well now, just trying to survive just on the north side of this, but between Vinny and the other member of 22 and just the sheer dominant position that Synergy has, I'm not sure he survives. No, there's no chance. He's donezo.
You're talking about like picks versus picks. I have Keenan and Waikikamu. Now it goes down to the zone, but I also kind of would have liked Keenan to get a point out of that too. So there we go. Bing Bang Boom. You know, they were struggling. They were at the bottom of the leaderboard for the first few games today. Military games did them absolutely no favors. Right now they're sitting on 11 points, 3 kills so far this game, but with 4 PMTX, Wildcard Peak all out, this could be a good opportunity for them to make some moves on the leaderboard. But LG, I mean, the story of this team looking so good right now with 6 teams and 19 players alive. All 4 members of Luminosity still standing. 7 kills so far to their name. They've had the circle up until this point. They do have a good just lane. I mean, straight into the zone ahead of them.
They do. They do have a good line straight into the zone, and they do have a decent amount of hills, and that's essentially the line they would take is where that kind of blind spot is for the compound that SG is in. There's one kind of spot that kind of lets teams get closer than you would want them to, and that line is the one that LG want to take. The problem for LG is Dodge is kind of looking over this as well, so they could absolutely do some damage. Never mind, Penta is going to find a beautiful knock and open that lane up for them.
Yeah, that Mini 14 putting in work, and I mean, the Mini's all out. You can see Flood's got a Mini on the roof, Corsac's got a Mini out. Everybody right now embracing the Mini meta as they continue to put that work forward. United have been moderately quiet on the eastern side, just easing their way into the late game. 3 kills to the name, but again, all 4 players up and standing. They want to make sure they walk this one in and can focus all the attention ahead of them as Kickstart confidently, along with Flood, can now close that door behind him. Now, Flood has been taking shots towards Corsac, that fight with Dodge, to make sure that that rotation didn't come in their area. But now as Phase 6 comes to a close, minute and a half to the name, Necro spotting out Vinny. Is going to get that knock, but actually gets taken up by Snakers.
He got punished by Snakers from distance.
Oh.
And that is not ideal for Trog, as they were already down to a 3-man. With a member down, that means they might just be a duo now.
Yeah, and they're trapped inside that shed. You can see United's been looking in that area. LG's been looking in that direction. They're outside of the zone. They're going to have to start to make some moves. They should still have some smoke utility left, but beyond them, there's not too much cover, just a handful of ridge lines to play from. It looks like they're starting to make moves. You can see on the minimap, Rusty Zera inching ever closer to the zone. Smokes are out, but now they've reached the edge of their smoke wall. It's going to be this dip just inside the circle that they have chosen to play from. But, I mean, look ahead. Everybody has eyes in this direction.
Yeah, and this is going to be a rough one for them to even walk in. EU, though, is starting to kind of make their play a little bit as far as aggression underneath SG, and SG has actually given up the east side of that compound completely. There is a world, in fact, it's very likely it's going to happen now, that EU just pushes over and holds that side of the compound over from SG.
You can see Kickstart and Flood have already started to investigate to see what is free. The easy grab real quick is the garage, which looks to be that call out. But again, they've been very cautious of this positioning from Dodge. They've taken shots time and time again onto Corsac, that pressure that Flood had when he stayed behind and anchored in the long compound just to make sure that Dodge didn't wrap behind them. And now, as the circle closes in, I mean,
well, that's what they're waiting for as well.
This is the push, right?
Yeah, they want to see what the circle's going to do before they commit to anything at all. And so right now, they actually don't need to. They can just hold this ridge line And even if they don't take that garage, which I don't think they need to now, they can just hold the edge of that ridge line. They know their back is 100% safe. There's absolutely no one on their east. The only teams they have to worry about are the west and the north.
Yeah. 1, 2. I mean, Snaker's got a nice central position. If you keep Kickstart, keep Flood, and Relo where they're in right now, they can make sure that not only if members of SG start to walk down from that compound, Snakers isn't overly vulnerable, but if Dodge continue to try and challenge that wrap, they'll be fine. And I think this is the play, right? You've got Snakers to keep an eye on what happens with Troglodytes, with LG, but keep everybody else behind where the bulk of that biggest threat comes, and that's that compound, that high ground wrap from those 2 teams in the south. But my eyes right now are on Luminosity to wonder how they can get out of this, because even if they can take care of the last 2 members of Troglodytes, it's still a little bit of a difficult rotation without making themselves vulnerable to SG, and obviously the threat of how is Dodge going to get into the zone. If Dodge continues to take that wrap around them, then that could be the biggest threat for Luminosity.
Well, SG has to be incredibly careful, because now their position has become quite precarious as they sit in that building and they want to hold out LG and garner those points. Every time they take a shot, Dodge is potentially getting closer or getting ready to push, especially if LG trades a knock. I mean, SG is going to be in a lot of trouble because Dodge can flood in and then LG can actually move and make their play as well. Trog is just going to sit on the top and pray that they get an opportunity to walk in at some point, but I don't think Snakers is going to let that happen. At the very least, he's not going to make that easy, as he is the one holding the north. That's his job. He's their anchor for the north. And he sees both.
There we go. And talking about seeing Snakers fighting that headshot onto Rusty Zero, gets out Pulsa. A double right there for E United. We move forward into our top 4 teams. E United, only one with fully standing, as Alo has been knocked for Luminosity. But not before getting that knock onto Finna. This would be the flush onto Finna, but here comes all of the utility that Hikerman had left in his back pocket as he tries to keep Luminosity from walking right up onto him. But as the circle pulled back away, it's not looking good for Dodge. Penta continuing to try to inch back into the circle. But look at this. Hikerman is not giving up.
No, and even if LG fall here, I mean, they've already had such a solid game, and the consistency is just shining. That nade is going to catch Luke, which is probably going to put him out of commission. That blue ticks too hard. There's a chance.
There's
still a chance.
There we go. I mean,
they're going to get Luke.
What do you do? You could try right now, but I mean, it is essentially a now or never. And as they say that, look at all this utility coming out from Synergy. They're continuing to keep that pressure. That one landing perfectly. Luke is done. Pippa getting credit for that. E United, though, still have the high ground as they've managed to wrap all around SG's compounds. And really just waiting for them to walk out the front door at this point.
Yeah, EU is literally like a snake right now. They're just slowly constricting and slowly just suffocating SG, as SG is just now, I mean, this compound is their only play. Meanwhile, EU has so much control, all the control. And with that, what was it, like 39% win rate once they hit the top 4 or something ridiculous?
Oh yeah, it was huge. In fact, I mean, LG, it was only 13-something% win rate coming into this event. Once again, we're seeing them coming into the late game, but they've only won one of the 4. They've made it into the top 4 thus far. If they can win this one, that will be 5, but it's gonna be really hard with only Kurt standing. Penta does get knocked down by Pippa. It's a 3v4v2 if Kurt can get that res, but I mean, they've got nothing to really work with on this ridgeline. It's not looking good for LG, but that's still great points on the board. As you see, 9 kills, a 3rd place. It's going to continue to hold that reign for them on the leaderboard.
Honestly, them dying right here, they still had an absolutely great game. I mean, they got to the top 3. They had, what, like 9 kills or something like that? They are fine. They are big chilling. But now it's just United and SG.
There we go, and now United know exactly where Synergy are as they push out of the compound, try to get wide on that wrap. Stilson taking a lot of damage in terms of utility, managed to still standing, 41 HP, pops that first aid kit, and hopes that he can get it in time with support from Pippa, who's wrapping wide, waiting to see if he can spot out members of United on the push. Pippa does, but the damage unfortunately isn't there in his favor. Flood finds not only a knock on him, but as well as Stilson from the nade. It's all up to Danit, and the rest of United come in charging. Flashbangs out in full. They want to take this victory for themselves as they spot out Danit. Flood potentially getting that last knock. He does, and 8 kills. United take their first victory of the day.
And that was just so well played by United. They knew the hand that they were dealt. It was a pretty damn good hand. They played it slow. They played on the ridge of that compound, and they just suffocated SG and shot everyone else in their direction, so they didn't even have to deal with that. And that's about as classic as an EU game as you're going to get. But also massive shout out to LG for making that push, and also SG for just getting a good amount of kills while sitting in that compound.
Yeah, we saw just so many fantastic plays from teams that were really able to step it up as we take that switch from Erangel to Miramar. That was our penultimate match. We've still got one more Miramar to come forward, and obviously I think as we've now kind of shifted away from the wonky circles, from the unplayable land, we're able to start to really see what this lobby is going to be like, what the meta for these regions coming together, North America and South America, and kind of giving us the flavor for this PCS7. I'm just so excited. I think even coming into this is how close it's been for so many teams. But guys, with that, I want to let you guys know to stay tuned, because right after the break, we actually are going to be revealing our first voting coupon. So go ahead, open up PUBG, get ready to type in that code, because it is going to come up very quick and you don't want to miss out. All right, and there you go.
Yeah. I only got one question. So is it on
Inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop.
Which team do you consider to be your rival?
LG.
EU. United.
A player, whenever you kill them in comp, that makes you smile.
Halo.
My own team.
Wow.
Best pet?
That's a big
dog.
Yeah, dog.
Why did you kick the cow?
No, I didn't. I didn't kick the cow. It was my friend. I said, why did you?
Oh, so it's an inquisitory question.
Yeah, why did
it.
Adam? Why did Poro? Why did these guys kick the cow? I don't know.
I don't know. It's just animal cruelty. Is what it sounds
Good
like.
question.
Jeez. It's a deep question. Not many people go there.
If you could add one map to comp, what would it be?
Vikendi.
Vikendi.
Most underrated gun?
UMP.
Apparently it's the VSS.
True. Both answers are good. I like both of them. Do gliders belong in comp?
Yes.
Yes,
definitely.
absolutely.
See, these guys are my spirit animals. Everybody else has been like, no, yes, we want to see people shot out of the gliders.
Of course.
Best snack to have while playing PUBG?
Pizza.
It's too greasy for your fingers. Baked, not fried, Arnott shapes.
Favorite color?
Blue.
Blue.
Poro, and the question that has been the same so far, you know you want to ask it. Go ahead.
Favorite cereal?
Raisin Bran.
Raisin Bran?
Raisin Bran.
Raisin Bran.
Nutrigrain.
What are you guys like?
Everybody,
You're like 50 years old over here. You gonna say grape nuts next?
Everybody else has answered Cinnamon Toast Crunch universally, and I thought you guys were going to be in that category too,
I don't
but
even
no.
know what that is.
support from Pippa, who's wrapping wide, waiting to see if he can spot out members of United on the push. Pippa does, but the damage unfortunately isn't there in his favor. Flood finds not only a knock on him, but as well as Stilson from the nade. It's all up to Danit, and the rest of United come in charging. Flashbangs out in full. They want to take this victory for themselves as they spot out Danit. Flood potentially getting that last knock. He does, and 8 kills.
Welcome back. That was the 4th game of the day. First one on Miramar, and another excellent round of PUBG. My name's Tavi. I am joined by Porosaurus and Cammy D as we continue to break down all of the action. And I am going to remind you guys, first let's go with the dinner winner. We're going to do the dinner winner. I want to know who took the victory here. And I got a little victory for you guys at home. United. This, I'll give it to Poro. You picked them. You think they're going to win this thing?
I kind of do, man. And they haven't looked great so far today. I mean, but again, it's weird circles first 2 games. Blah 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 blah. It's one day, it's whatever. But that looked about like what the United that we're used to seeing looked like, right? 8 kills, 1,600 damage. It was just really good area control over on that whole eastern side. And then just clean as you like on that final fight.
Basically sweeping it on the edge, not letting anyone in behind them. They set up their wall, impenetrable defenses, and then they just use that numbers advantage to swing around and take the win.
They were the top team in that match. We'll show you the top performers from that as well. And as we look at that, I want to tell you that if you're a top performer and you got quick fingers to type codes.
Oh, code.
It's on the way, but not right now. It's coming at the end of our little chat here. So stick around and get logged in and get ready to type it in. Last match, top 5. Yes.
I'm gonna start picking Necro next week. That's twice now that he's in the top 5.
Value.
Like number 1. Actually.
Here's the problem with that, though.
Yeah.
Every fantasy league in the history of the world, the guy on the couch, your buddy, who's watching with you, sees really good numbers and goes, well, I'm getting him next time, but the price is going to triple before next weekend. You got to find him early.
I mean, look, if it does go up, I mean, Necro's still earning his money here, right? Like, he's earning the hype. He's obviously put up a couple of good games here. Other players maybe less so, maybe that we did pick.
Oh, yeah?
Cameron.
Yeah.
How's that light show picks working out for you?
Listen, I knew from the beginning it was going to be high risk, high reward.
It is.
I don't regret the pick.
That is true.
I don't regret the pick. I would much rather be first or last than somewhere in the middle. So I needed to do something different.
We're in the middle of our desk section, so you know what time it is?
What time is it?
Highlights!
Oh my God, I
back
love
of that
it.
Match.
Let's get in there. Let's see Synergy sitting in a compound for 40 to 30 minutes.
No, so what I want to talk about with this one is that Monte Nuevo, in the very beginning, was basically the center of the circle, but this shift down towards the south,
that was
those
huge,
teams that had to somehow make their way through and across Synergy's position, them just existing there, they didn't even need to get a lot of kills. Their existence made it so difficult. You can just see on the top of your screen all those teams that are having to make their way continue down south, and it's going to be incredibly difficult. We saw a lot of fights in the blue because of that. They're shoulder to shoulder with their opponents, and their teams on the high ground still third-partying them, making it incredibly difficult.
Sure, it was pretty rough. And again, you can't really take anything away from Synergy. They picked the right compound, and the circle kind of favored them. Sonic's running into a little bit of trouble here, trying to make their way down from the north side. They still got 5 kills, so they're still getting their points, even if they're not finding late game as much since the first game.
Yeah, and then LG, who are also beneficiaries of the hard shift earlier in the mid game. Again, approaching this compound, incredibly difficult. Granted, Hikerman definitely helps Synergy out with this one, but once LG get eliminated here, you already saw the beginnings of E United's wrap, and just to keep Synergy glued in, kept on in. And at this point, Synergy tried to flex out, as you can see, up against the blue, but just the sprays from E United. Listen, the endgame situation where they just can use their firepower, it's so hard.
Yeah, Flood really started popping off there at the end, which is good for my fantasy team as well. But look, Synergy, again, still a really, really good team. You give a team that good a little bit of circle luck to go along with it, they're going to find ways to produce off of it, and they did.
United got the win, but for me, the big value right now, Cameron, is Luminosity gets another top 3 yet.
Love to see it, man.
Unstoppable.
Yeah. I mean, it's podium every single game. This is absolutely insane, and every single game has been different as well. Hard edge, sort of like soft, medium, gifted edge, center-ish that we saw, and they can do everything. 66 points, really strong lead, being only 4 games in over Dodge.
But I mean, even the game where they got Zarky, they got the circle and were in the middle, and they almost like gravitated back towards the edge to play out of it, because it seems like they've really found their style.
Well, it wasn't even that they try to go towards edge, they actually took what I call the B compound, which is the compound right at the edge of the foothill on the north side, where basically nobody goes anywhere near you. You can't really do anything out of there.
Yeah.
But they held onto it, and they just sat in there 4 deep until later in the game, where it dropped down to about 30 or less.
Yeah.
That's when they started flexing out. That's when they started trying to take over more area control.
What do you call it, the B compound?
Well, because you can't really do anything
The
from
beta
it.
compound.
Oh.
Only betas go to that compound.
It's basically you're playing for late game. You're not playing for kills, playing from that
All right.
place.
Hey, I like that. I mean, thanks, Cameron, for translating.
You're welcome. Thanks,
Thanks,
Cameron, for translating.
It's been entertaining. You can take a look at the leaderboard. We're giving you all this information on the bottom. You can check out. A big shout out. Penta with 8 assists has been high impact for Luminosity. It seems like the team, all of them, came to play here, and it's night and day. And I know you said a little bit they changed something after ESL when they didn't make it. They refocused on getting back together and playing as a team.
Yeah, I mean, I think they it's something that we hear from a lot of teams coming out of international events.
Yeah.
And it's they're playing regional lobbies the way they try to play international lobbies, which is 2 completely different things. And it doesn't benefit you trying to play a North American or an America's lobby the way you would play a PNC lobby, because you basically end up giving teams too much respect. And I think you hear that from a lot of these teams. United said the same thing. Science would say the same thing. But I think it took Luminosity a little bit longer to try to transition away from that same play style that they were playing at PGC and try to come back to a more aggressive, play the game in front of you style that LG's kind of
Get
taking
their feet
now.
back under them. Let's pivot from Luminosity for a second. We've talked about them quite a bit today for good reason.
Very
no
good.
argument
4
there.
podiums in a row, yeah.
Is there another team that's caught your attention or has been impressed you outside of that sort of Luminosity United Sonics group?
I mean, it's really hard because it really has just been the LG game this entire time. Just look at the overall leaderboard. Yeah, sure, Dodge had a couple of good games, and so they're up there, but then it just suddenly becomes a lot of the same, and then the back half is really hard for any team to really make a big stand. I guess Peak, even them with a podium, they're still, down in 11th place because they haven't been able to string a lot more together. It's just so hard to compete against Luminosity and what they're bringing today.
All right, Poro, I have to stop you because I have to give something to the audience that I know that you guys want. I promised it to you, and I can't break that promise. So get those fingers ready. It's time for your code redemption. Here it is. Going to pop up on the bottom of the screen here in just a second. Q7QSRNB47HHU. Go.
Please.
Good luck. Get it in.
Go back and watch the original Toffee's readouts of that code. Night and day, like the growth that we've seen. Well, and you also
they changed the font to bold. Yeah, so it's
Once you
bolder.
get the bold font,
bold font's great, and bold casters are better. And we've got 2 of the boldest,
Don't
the
sleep on
best,
Dodge.
the brainiest right now. Final game of the day, baby. Let's do it. Godspeed and Clover. Yo.
I was worried he forgot who we were for a second. There you go. Thank you so much, Toffees, Cameron, and Poro.
Look, as long as Poro's not reading codes, I'm fine. Toffee's is clean.
That's good. You know, I'm working on it. I'm working on getting those reads done, but he's got a little cheat. He's got a teleprompter, right?
No, I mean Steve's clean. You got to give it to him.
Super clean. Well, I'm gonna tell you what's clean, and that is what the play that we've seen from Luminosity today. And I know Cameron said that Dodge had a couple of good games. Yeah, we're 4 games down, but Dodge has been consistently winning out fights. They've been getting themselves in
they've been good so
positions.
far for sure.
I feel like they were able to kind of pull out a lot of good points from some of those more difficult games, and they're a threat because when they are on, they look so good. And I really like that way I've seen the iteration of this roster this year, especially the way that they've come in, changing in after ESL. That said, though, the question is going to be to remain. Not only will teams be able to keep that momentum up to this 5th and final game of the day, but that momentum through the rest of this weekend and on to next. Claimed that victory for PCS7 and that automatic spot to PGC, because I mean we've been worried about Luminosity, who's right now just barely outside of that spot. I mean, they win. Who cares about how many PGC wins? At that point, you're going.
Kind of doesn't even make sense to worry about Luminosity right now with the way they're playing. I mean, the desk hit the nail on the head. They are just they're playing like they used to, where they were more aggressive. You know, they were playing the game in front of them and actually taking the fight to the teams. For whatever reason, again, the last couple of events we haven't seen that from them, but we know what they're capable of, and so now to see them play like this again it's a treat for me, because I love this team. I love the players on this team, and I'm glad they're finally playing like they should be, essentially.
Yeah. I know. I mean, I want to mirror that sentiment. I went last year and I decided, you know what? I love these teams. I've been casting these teams. I've been supporting these teams. I want to go out and buy esports jerseys. I want to support the teams that I follow. And the two esports jerseys that I bought to start were Sonics and Shoot to Kill. Shoot to Kill being the former pseudonym for what is now currently Luminosity, because I've just absolutely believed in this roster. Yes, they won PCS1. I mean, it was a really close fight between them and what was at the time wild card. That wild card being Sharpshot, Penta, Keenan, and it's interesting to see.
What was that, PCS1?
That was PCS1, yeah, and that was who they were fighting up into the last game. And in terms of the way that we've really seen Luminosity grow, I've absolutely feel like we're back to that 2020 LG. Now, Circle, finally, the first 100% playable Circle of the day.
I think it's like 99% playable. I think it's like a little bit right up here in the
tiny little. Oh yeah, I see it. It's just barely over the.
So
fence.
I mean, you were close, Clover, but yeah, yeah. No, this is actually like the most okayest normal Circle I think we've gotten for the day. But you know, even to the points that we were making earlier and the points of the desk, you have to remember we still have. This is a 30-game series, right? And so these teams are going to have a pretty decent amount of time, not only in this weekend to make adjustments, but they're going to have that like kind of mini week, 5-day break going into the next weekend in order to make any adjustments or actually like, you know, check and review any of the VODs or talk to their coaches and fix the mistakes that they've either made or not even mistakes, or try to make different adjustments in these circles that are really rough for them.
Well, I mean, it is a good thing to say mistakes. We've talked to a lot of coaches. We talked to them not only during, actually, you and I, especially in LCQ, because a lot of teams were down in LCQ because of mistakes that they had made during the group stages, things that didn't quite play out for them during the sub-regional playoffs. And the one consistent thing we heard from both coaches and players is that they did make mistakes. They went back to try and learn from them. They used LCQ as an opportunity to grow and wanted to make sure that if they got out of LCQ, they came into this strong. Now, teams that did come out of LCQ, Bing Bang Boom, Peak, Rumblers, not looking so hot for them right now in terms of what we've been able to expect to see.
Yeah.
US Fury is actually the strong, or well, I say they're the strongest team, but no, they're tied, excuse me, with Bing Bang Boom. So the LCQ team's still struggling just a bit, but that is, again, with 3 weird Erangel circles to kind of throw in that factor, those 2 being military. But
those observers.
Yeah.
Look at Masternook there, just on the very left side of your screen.
It's a little bromance. They got a little peace sign from Masternook.
Like
got a King Big Dip in there too. Jay Bowler in the far background, trying to act like he's not on camera, shaking his head. We see you, Jay Bowler. There you go. Yeah. And as well as our lead rock star who's watching the big screens in the back. He's, I mean, this is it. These are the moments that you guys see. These are the people catching all of the action that make all of this possible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, all those guys. I mean, Masternook, Rockstar, Jason. I mean, all the entire team is.
Kowo, who's actually remoting in and helping us out too.
Easily one of the best observer teams in just BRs in general, in my opinion.
Absolutely. No hate on the EU observers and the observers around the world, but we very much love
I love our team.
I do too. But again, talking about loving teams, Luminosity, they changed their drop up to Valle de Mar. They used to take the San Martin, Hacienda drop, and I feel like that this was a good change for them. I've been watching them take this position out in scrims. I feel like this gives them a lot more opportunities to work with on Miramar. And I mean, if we get those Prison Island chicken wing, as Matchroom likes to call it, circles, that's a good spot to start out from too. But big eyes right now on teams like Trogloditas, who tied up with Synergy very close to Sonics, 2 points behind them. Sonics on 33. So this is big moves. And one thing I want to talk about with Trogloditas too, I mean, the big thing, obviously, when talking about PGC points, LATAM gets a guaranteed seed. Coming into this event, 22 Esports as the leader of PGC points. They have 175. Synergy just barely behind them with 100. Fiumba did great ESL. They came in 3rd place ESL 2, and that gave them up to 105 points. But now you've got Trogloditas, who's just behind them with 80. Everyone else that's here from LATAM is coming in with no points. They've really got to put that work in to make sure that they have an opportunity. It's pretty much just you win or you don't go for the rest of LATAM. But if you're Fiumba, if you're Synergy, if you're 22, if you're Trogloditas, you want to come out of this as the strongest team. You want to try and get those top 3, top 4, because that's going to be enough points to get you to PGC.
Absolutely. And I mean, yeah, if you're 22, you're just trying to play as solid as you can to keep that lead, right? I mean, which can be a double-edged sword, because sometimes we'll see a team either like try to hold the lead or just kind of play it safe in that situation. I just don't want to see that from 22. And Kill Demo's going to find Purdy. I kind of wish he would have taken Penta first, but that's okay.
Oh, I guess.
Only because Penta's not on my list. Purdy goes down. He's done enough today. Rest my king. You deserve it.
Little crown on that coffin for Kurt. Now, Kurt putting in beautiful work. And again,
No, Kurt's
the
been amazing today. It sucks that he went down first.
It's Kurt's meta. Like, we could talk about any other player that picks up the M249, but Kurt has made it his thing for the last 2 years, and I love any time that he feels like it's time to bring that bad boy out. There's so many underrated weapons. We even heard a couple players earlier, like, what's the most underrated weapon? I think Shrimsy said, you know,
the pump.
Yeah, the pump Shoddy.
Shoddy.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like Shoddy's actually kind of OP right now. Can you
I mean, it's very good, obviously, in like buildings or clearing situations like that. But I mean, like in an open trade fight, obviously, I'm like, I would want an AR or like a DMR, right? Or even like an M249.
Oh, mine's got the M249 as well.
I mean, look, it's a solid gun. Is it the best gun? I mean, obviously, there's barrels out there, there's M4s, but it still does the job. And as we've seen Kurt use it to great effect, it's solid.
Yeah. You know, I want to see Mime do a drive-by with the M249 on the back of that buggy.
And actually, this is really interesting. If you look at the rotation we just saw of LG, and Sonics is shadowing them. They're actually taking the same exact rotation wide on the the northwest side. And we'll see if LG actually realizes that and turns to hold.
Eyes as well right now on Tokyo Maji Gang has had really rough day. Let's just be honest. They've gotten 4 points in 4 games.
It's not been good.
And, you know, I mean, they kind of came into this one ready to troll. They've been hot dropping a lot of different teams during the scrims. They even changed drop spots onto LG for that Erangel. They took that Southern George away from that position. And so I think that their mindset coming into this might have been to just see what kind of chaos they could cause coming into the lobby. But, I mean, there's so much potential on that team. There's fraggers, but we haven't really seen them.
I'd like to hope that's not... I mean, I still would hope that they would come in and they would want to win this, right? Because, I mean, realistically, that's probably one of the only ways they're going to qualify for PGC at this point, especially if, you know, the teams under Sonics and E-United are going to do well. And, I mean, looking at this leaderboard, it seems like that's going to be the case, right? So I would hope that TM wants to come in and try to win. I don't think they're necessarily trolling. I mean, especially the hot drops, they didn't even have to hot drop, right?
Sure,
like they got South George for free. So ultimately, I think that was a good decision from LG not to contest that anyways because of how well they've been doing. But overall, like TM still has many, many games to figure this out. We've seen what TM can do in the past against these top teams in these lobbies. And so I just, even if they don't do well in this game, I want to see them come back, adjust, and do better tomorrow because you're not wrong. I mean, TM has had a poor day.
Yeah. Now, Penta, we saw kind of got pinched out here earlier as Rumblers are going to continue out that drive-by. Luke 12 and the rest of
Luke 12,
Luminosity is stuck in between Sonics right now. Luke 12 has him spotted out. Shrimsy, Mime, and H-Win all the way at range. Tiggleton as well taking shots out. And that's going to push Luke 12 off the high ground.
He's going to get off. Yep. Just get out of there.
Yeah, you don't need to waste any more time there, Luke. And Alo's actually already in COP, so whatever happened for LG this game and the loss of Kurt early on, I mean, the rest of the team is just completely split apart.
Oh, and Luke is so low. He's potentially one shot from getting just cherry-picked right out of this car. But he is going to make it. As you said, Alo is quite far away. They are somewhat split, but I think they should be able to consolidate here just fine. And with a 3-man, LG is still very... I mean, even as a duo, LG is incredibly dangerous, so...
Yeah.
They're going to be just fine here. Sonics as well, I mean, all these teams, this is, again, one of those slow burns, Clover, because they don't... all these teams are in the circle. Rotations aren't really going to be too contested, but the shift is what I'm looking for to cause a lot of chaos, especially because of how packed the circle are.
Oh, recover. It's cool. You got this. There you go. No one's going to notice. And there you go. Circle, centering it up onto COP. Most teams inside zone. Gourdy, Synergy, Rumblers, Sonics all just need a quick reposition, but otherwise everybody else can either just consolidate a little bit more, break up some of these splits, especially Dodge pulling the 2 that were down to the south back up to join Finna. But now, I mean, you've got the high ground. You've got a lot of people that are up in the mountains to the south of Cobb, and a couple teams that opted to go into the city. Draken getting spotted out by Luke 12, gets him out in a headshot. Alo and Luke 12 pushing forward, making sure that they can flush that kill. But look at the minimap. Rusty Zera, along with Troglity, just driving in the zone. They heard the shooting, though, and decided not to go any further as they put down just on the western edge of Zot. And actually taking shots, it was Emmy from Fiumba who was driving in behind them. Rumblers still coming in as well. So a lot of teams trying to take that gamble and get as close to the city as possible, give them that coverage to play from.
Yep, and Rumblers should get, at least on this west edge, pretty free, and they should also be able to see what their next option might be, especially if they take that hill on the west edge and get as much information as possible. But yeah, we haven't seen a Cabrera circle actually in, it's been a minute.
There we go, and that rotation from 22 as they just center themselves up inside the zone. TM, the team that we've been waiting to do something, got themselves a high ground position. They're able to take some shots at Gori. They've got E United pinned down just below them, but as we can see, the circle, I mean, they've got this 2-2 split going on. They've got Juarez and Colton in one, Compound, Zealot, and Hello My Bad down to the low ground. They've got who have the warehouse just outside of Cobb.
Oh, that ridge line saved him.
Ooh.
But he's stuck. He is very stuck.
Yeah, I mean, you can see like H-Win is just trying to get an idea of who else might be in that area, making sure that they're not vulnerable looking over the ridgeline. And this could be a rotation for them to continue on, moving away from the edge and looking for an opportunity to get closer and closer to the center as they're going to take their two cars and get to the zone. But I mean,
this isn't the worst, though, for them either, because they have room on the north to kind of move to the east if they want to. They can take kind of that junkyard compound, or they can even go all the way over to the hill compound as well. So I don't hate this for Sonics at all. I think they can actually just slow roll this one.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a couple of games where they've gone out early, and that's one of the reasons we started to see them lose that lead. And I think right now the focus is just kind of slowing things down and not taking any unnecessary fights so they can come into the late game as a four-man and try and get that redemption for the end of the day. Right now, though, Luminosity, I mean, they've made it into the top first four games of the day, losing Kurt early on. I was worried this might be the change for things. Penta actually has been hanging out in the blue, rotating in slow behind a lot of teams, had that information onto Rumblers, but is still not taking that shot into Cobb. No doubt that Alo and Luke 12 have given him that information, that there are a lot of other teams around them and to take his time coming in slowly. Then there you go.
I mean, you called it, though. Sonics decided to actually just send it center, so... Well, I mean, as center as they could get.
Yeah.
Which they're in a good spot.
Though,
no, they're in a very good spot.
I mean, if the circle hard shifts back away, they still have that eastern side of the zone to play with their cars and the road. It's not only come up to the hill if it goes south, but they can also go down the road to the east, or even go back to the north of Cobb to take a wider wrap should they want it. So it gives them a lot of lanes on rotations.
I just worry about vehicle rotations once the circle starts getting smaller. But yeah, they absolutely could do that if they needed to. We'll see. I have a feeling it's going to shift south. I don't know why I thought that was going to happen.
That is a nasty shift because, yeah, we do pull away from Cobb, so a lot of the teams that try to take that city compound fight for. Things right now are looking really good, though. Not only did Dodge have some of the compounds more center, but Wildcard could actually push and try and play the edge. The issue, obviously, is you've got 4 PM and Team X sharing that area, and now it looks like Trogloditas and Rumblers might potentially contest on the western side, but there is just tracers left and right now as teams try to find a spot to safely call their home. Unfortunately for teams like Bing Bang Boom, there's a lot of eyes on them during that rotation, and they're going to fall here.
There's going to be a lot of eyes on all these rotations as 22 is going to lose 2 as well. Vinny and Hazelton go down immediately. Peak finally finding some kills for themselves as well as they sit in the middle of the leaderboard now, and Rumblers Valiant is going to get taken out by Wildcards, Nikos and Adam with a flush.
I mean, Wildcard's been holding on to this edge line. They're hoping it would come in clutch. It looks like they're finally able to do something with this western side. I mean, took some time onto that, but with this Rumblers rotation, you can see right now Nikus and Adam making sure that they got the eyes on Light Show and Los HD, as well as the rest of the Rumblers. They continue that wrap, but Peak trying to hold on as best as they can. The rest of Trogloditas coming in for the crash. Selfish getting low, tried to find a knock, wasn't quite meant to be, but Rusty's arrow is going to fall down as the help of Arma. It looks like HVZ is right now trying to just hold on to any window that he can. That line of sight is a little bit cut off right now, but and the window caught!
Was not the play.
I don't think he was trying to vault.
I don't know if he even knew he was exactly in that spot, but that sucks.
Yeah.
That just really sucks.
We've all been there, and also it sucks once again. Fiumba going out early, eliminated into 16th place. 2 points for Rumblers. So they're able to mostly recover, pulling back away from Wildcard. I think they're going to wrap back in around to the north, but they've got to be careful. There's still so many teams coming out of COD. Sonics is one of them. They spot out Roth Keenan, trying to hold it up for Bing Bang Boom, but he's been spotted out by Shrimzy. Takes 2 in the back, manages to still be up and alive, but there is nowhere left for Keenan to go. He's got to fight through this for Sonics.
Yeah, the problem with this as well is Sonics is starting to just swarm, and I think Keenan really doesn't have a lot of options.
Ooh, a little jump.
Going from, he originally wanted to get Roth, but this is such a dangerous prospect now. I don't know if he goes for it.
Yeah, it looks like he continued to put that rotation in, try and get that res up. He's getting real close to Roth, but he's got to be careful, as you called out. I mean, H-Win is on the hunt, the continuing that swarm, as you put it. And they've got eyes back. I mean, Tiggleton's hanging back with Mime. There's not only that information they can call Big Bang Boom, but making sure that they've got the eyes on all the other teams in the area. And another team to keep in mind in the area has been LG. Penta was able to finally meet back up with Alo. They sent Luke 12 to play anchor onto Team X, but they have been watching this rotation from Rumblers. So waiting to see where that Phase 4 shift takes them before they engage in either.
And man, Dodge is feeling great. Ethan needs to just get back to his team right now.
Yeah, that is
right now.
That's a rough split now with nothing left to lose. LG absolutely lighting into Rumblers. Get the flush on a Waldo. Light Shows bleeding out slowly, and Los HD lying prone and as still as can be. In the hopes of not getting caught back out, but LG not going to break away from this yet. With the loss of Luke 12, it's just those last 2 players looking for any points that they can salvage this game, but they've got themselves a great lead, 68 points so far for the day, LG.
Yeah, I mean, again, if LG just goes down even right now, they've had a hell of a day, and they can hang their heads in pride after that one. You know, hang their heads in pride, that doesn't make any sense. They can raise their heads in pride and continue the momentum going into tomorrow, but they're still finding points, as we see Shrimzy find a nice knock on a Gizera.
And just the patience, right? We're entering Phase 4 right now. Sonics do send Mime ahead, and on the opposite side of the circle, LG continuing to creep into Los HD. They don't want to focus onto the zone until they can clear the path ahead of them, and that is at Los. Alo down to 36 HP, but he finds the knock. Able to get a little bit of loot off this, but
so early.
This is a far spot from the zone. This is a tough place for LG to move forward from, because they're still vulnerable to a couple other teams, being these 2, Team X and 4PN ahead of them and the circles. You can see just there on the mini-map, that little edge of the white line from the circle. That is what LG need to aim for. But you can see Alo now fighting in the blue is going to fall down to the zone. Penta, he takes damage, but he's looking for anything he can put down onto Team X. Does connect onto Dialect, getting him down to 69 points. But unfortunately, this might be the end of LG.
And even if it is, again, like, LG had a hell of a day.
70 points. I mean, what a ride.
But Penta, I mean, he's not giving up. As long as he's gotten some meds from Alo, he might be able to get back to a vehicle, maybe, and get in. I don't know if there's a working vehicle. I mean, a bike, a 2-seater would be ideal, but I don't know if he has that option. Right now, beggars can't be choosers, but, I mean, he's going to try to mid up a little bit and at the very least survive and try to run this in. But, I mean, you're right. Penta's in a whole world of trouble right now.
Yeah, and then, you know, it kind of really is a detriment to Team X as well. They had so much time locked into
just anyone on the west edge, honestly, is in trouble, because that's just one massive hill. There's no cover on that thing.
I'm expecting some crashes into Dodge and Synergy's compounds.
Yes.
I think the compounds that we've got down the hill, center of the zone, with so many vehicles in play, it's just going to be the play to send it now. As you can see, Team X aiming for Peak's compound. Dialect takes a lot of damage, loses control of the cars. He's lost multiple tires, gets taken down, but Dean Zera on the chase, gets another knock. The last 2 players up alive along the ridge line, as you see, trying to hold on to the fence as well as they can. The last member of 22 tried to make a similar play. Haven caught out, but San, Klauzera, really, I mean, there's nothing you can do. Look at all these zeros. You got Dean Zera, Klauzera.
Well, there's a lot of zeros, but I mean, this just shifted right onto the compound where E United is playing as well. And Dean Zera survives with 9 HP. Can he get Armatics up?
He might. Could be an opportunity, but he's got to get through.
He's got to get through 2 members. Oh, yeah, and there's a Groza on that side, too. Yikes.
Well, and if he tries to take the eastern side to view their line of sight, then he's going to put himself in vulnerability for Dodge,
Dodge is going to shred. I mean, Dodge is just licking their lips right now, waiting to see who's going to try to make a play. He's going to find one. Clover.
Oh, I mean, this is the perfect moment, right? He peeked around right as Santi had the nade out in hands. That animation, fortunately for San, meant that Dean Zera got that nice knock. Now, if he could just get Cloud, it could be huge, but he's going to take a lot of damage from the opposite nade, down to 26 HP. Popping in the first nade, but there you go. That last nade does it. Team X eliminated, but unfortunately for Peak, he ran out of time to get that res onto Arma.
Not only that, I mean, what are you going to do now? Like, what do you actually do now in this situation, right? Like, they pretty much have to just pray they make it across. I don't think they do it. You got your wish.
I got it. The M249 drive-by Mime does get knocked down along with H1 as H1 gets flushed out, but Shrimzy around the corners coming in clutch with that M4, waiting for Colton to peek, but that Molotov's going to push him back. Tickleton popping that first aid kit as he tries to come back into the fight healthy. And that Molotov landing just short, but Wadez, hello my bad. I have to pull back away.
That was a nice nade.
Taking damage from Synergy.
That was a beautiful nade.
Oh, this is gorgeous. Gorgeous rotation from Sonics right now. That unfortunately, you know, that they lost both H1 and Mime out of this. Still is a two-man. There's a lot of damage that can be done between these last.
That's a dangerous. Any two-man on that squad is a dangerous two-man. I mean, this is. The fact that they're alive and they're in right now is very important as well. So they will survive the crunch of this circle. Obviously, Dodge is going to farm everyone else on the west side of that, as well as SG. And now it all comes down to this. I mean, E United is going to be safe regardless of what this shift does. It's just, is SG going to have to cross that road? Is Dodge going to have to leave that compound? And I can promise you, Clover, there is nothing in between those rotations, those runs.
Well, and two, I mean, I want to point it out because we haven't really talked much about them. Guri are doing exactly what they do, which is keep their heads down, kind of sneak into a really strong position and set themselves up for the late game. It worked for them really well in some of those military circles that we had on Erangel. We've seen it even here on Miramar. Beal has been taking shots towards E United. They've been letting them know their presence, but if this circle shifts anywhere to the right, that could be big for Guri, because again, as you pointed out, those compounds that Synergy, Dodge, and Wildcard are playing from will suddenly become a detriment as there's not a lot of coverage around them. And oh, okay, we got a little traveling crate.
I mean, that crate's decent cover. The side of that hill, I guess. But yeah, okay, so this is still okay-ish for SG. However, Dodge needs to make a play. They absolutely need to make a play at this point, and United knows that, as does SG.
Yeah, I mean, now we're really looking at TM to do something here. Wadaz and Hello My Bad had pulled back away from their initial compound lift, and they lost Colton to that Sonics push. But with Sonics needing to continue to make that migration into the zone, Tokyo Maji Gang's compound is really the best opportunity for them. And you can hear all those nades landing around Wadaz as Tiggleton, along with Shrimzy, trying to make moves, get into safety. Those Molotovs landing just shy of Hello My Bad. They're looking for that opening to get into circle. Might get some assistance from Dodge into that position. You can even see on the minimap those red dots looking up in this direction. That is E United.
Yeah, Dodge is just trying to figure out something. I mean, they're in a rough spot. If they even try to just send it somewhere, I wouldn't even blame them. But it does look like they at least have a vehicle or two, so they could actually make it to the side of EU's hill, but the problem again is still SG and the surrounding teams. As you said, Wadaz is going to find Tiggleton as well. Still two members up for TM, just one. It's just Shrimzy now for Sonics.
You know, this fight's a good opportunity for Dodge to send one. Finna actually just sending it with the bike, got himself ahead, tried to find his own safety, but I mean, you can see that smoke.
Problem.
Yeah. Oh, it was Rello. Rello actually got the shot, so really everybody had line of sight. I think the hope was that this might have been enough coverage, but you can see just everyone.
No, there's nothing there. Like I said, there is nothing in between SG, Dodge, and E United. Absolutely nothing.
I mean, really the best hope is to try and get some of that ridge line between E United and EOS Guri, but the people that have the best open rotation to do that would be TM. If Finna had continued wrapping around the back side of that, he might have been able to put down in the dip and just slightly been out of line of sight from Guri, but it looks like the rest of them are just going to full send it. There you go. Crash now into United compound, but oh, Ethan, Hikerman, all getting taken down. Corsac, he's been spotted. That's it for Dodge.
There were really not that many plays for Dodge to make there, so I don't blame them for trying to just send that in, man. That was rough.
Yeah. Now we can see, talking about sending it in, is Shrimzy going to make moves or just go to the zone, pop in that first aid kit, trying to see if he can just out-heal, maybe get that fifth place points, but you know what?
He survived Dodge going out, right? So
yeah, that's
not the worst thing ever. Yeah, that's a point. Good for you. Proud of you.
Yeah. I mean, smart too, because you really look at who's up. United Synergy not wanting to give either one of those teams a point as they are tied now with United. Flood, Relo, Kickstart still in the high ground for that compound, looking for something else. Kickstart's going to find one. It's Benya. Gets him down to half HP. I'm still keeping eyes on to Tokyo Majigang as he spots out Juarez, who starts making that rotation. Once Strimsy went down, that was what TM needed to make those moves. They find that back ridgeline cover, but Kickstart pushes out, unfortunately just missing that opportunity to find those knocks, underhanding a grenade. And Guri splitting on this as well. They could challenge that position. You can see now nades coming out. Baki's a Kraken. Beal looking for some kind of knock on the left members of TM.
Fake.
Well, 2 members down of
Two
Guri.
of them, actually. They're protecting TM.
This is the best showing that
unintentionally, but yeah, they're protecting TM because they have no angle on TM. They're not going to overextend for that. Now they know that this team is here, so before they try to pour over and take out the last 2 members of TM, they got to take care of the rest of the members of Guri.
Oh, Flood. Good shots onto Kraken with help from not only other teammates, but members of Synergy. Benya getting that knock onto Hello, my bad. So that's 1 down for TM. You can see the wrap continuing around. Benya, Danet looking to see if they can get those eyes onto Juarez as he turns his attention back now to Synergy. But we've seen how vulnerable that spot is to members of EU United. They've got to be careful on how long they focus that fight onto Juarez.
That's okay, though. And I just want to point out Synergy's timing on crossing that road right when that fight popped off was beautiful. And now, because Synergy was the team on the other side making that position so dangerous, they actually have a beautiful position on the backside of EU.
Now we're going back into the top 4 teams for the game. Wildcard, who's been moderately quiet, though, making it into it. You can see United, every time they make it into the late game, into the top 4, 40% of them they win. And right now with that compound, I mean, the big issue obviously is can they hold that push onto Synergy, who have also been looking so good today. There we go. And this is, there you go, wrapping around. Benya, Silzen, Pippa, all looking for other angles onto members of EU United as they sent one inside the compounds. We're going to listen into EU's comms as we can hear what's going on this late game.
One of SG's looting TM on orange. Literally right underneath me on my north. I have 5 stuns, that's all I have.
If we ever get naded, we need to just not group. Everyone just don't group.
Guri's getting res, he's trying to. He's right here on orange.
They have nades. I think they would have used them.
Oh, he already res on orange.
There's 2 there.
We just gotta hope that this zone pushes Guri into us. I mean, into wildcard or something.
I lost my helmet.
Those guys
if wildcard's out, SG should hold wildcard.
Bro, I swear he got in our building.
He could be downstairs.
No, he's not.
Behind the ridge in orange.
They're about to die to wildcard, I think.
This is good. This is good for us.
There's a guy in our building, bro. It's the TM.
He's on the north.
He's right in front of
me. TM's all dead.
TM's all dead. It's just SG. He's definitely on our north ridge for sure. I don't know. I think there was a choke downstairs.
Yeah, I don't want to go down there though.
Yuri's gonna push us, by the way. They have no other player.
They literally can't. They're just on orange, prone behind the ridge.
Yeah.
I only have stuns.
Yeah, I only have stuns and I have a smoke. You need
I
smoke?
have 5 stuns and 2 smokes.
I have 4 smokes.
How much 5s do you have, Kick? I have not much.
I have 8 bullets.
I have 30. I have 30.
I have 8 bullets reload for it.
Oh wait, you should.
9-4.
I have 80 because I have a shotgun.
I think SG used a lot of util on us right there, so.
Yeah, we just need to hold these guys to the southeast.
Wildcard should have like full control. I don't know. We haven't had SG like on us.
I feel like SG is gonna fuck with wildcard more than us.
They should lay, yeah.
They should, but.
Wildcard's peeking. I mean, smoking to peak, by the way.
Guri is literally just 2 men behind on orange, behind the ridge.
I'm holding them.
I'm gonna throw a stun at them probably when the zone's about to come.
Throw us on a wildcard, and I think that
No,
you're a big problem. Yeah. I'm holding them, by the way. Are you holding left side, brother? One's peeking right. They're gonna try and push wildcard.
One's knocked.
One's on our shack, on my mark. Green. He's right behind green if anyone has lethal.
I have no lethal.
One's still far, one's still far, one's still far. Last one's here. Orange. Look for that kill, look for that kill.
I knocked one of wildcard.
We should go out east and take the shanty.
He's gonna deny.
Right here on orange.
You just don't want SG to take your building behind you.
They can't.
I'm aiming at the guy that's prone.
I think I'm gonna run downstairs and try and take this shanty.
He's in the smokes. SG push. It's still a Guri guy. Still a Guri guy.
Yeah, I'm holding Guri guy.
He's in those smokes.
Yeah, I'm stood.
I can take this ridge on me.
Yep. I'm holding Guri.
Oh, it's really exposed to fucking SG.
Guri's gonna die soon.
How do we push? How do we push SG? We should kill Guri.
Towards yellow.
How do we push, SG? We need
You
to
guys have a wall here.
Guys, let's do green line together.
Yes.
We need to do green line now together.
I'm soaking their fences,
Okay,
so they have nothing
one's
to
gonna
do.
be riding close to you, like on yellow line for sure.
I'm coming.
Like you guys need to do this right now.
Flood, come.
I'm
There's
trying to
probably
kill
gonna be
the-
one close. You have to kill the close guy.
I killed the Gurus.
There's a guy on me. He's outside of the building. He's just gonna molly
I'm
everything.
mollied. I'm
He
prone for
just
setting.
well, you guys should just deny.
They loaded molly the entire house.
Flush it.
No.
Nice try. He modded the entire house.
There you go. And we actually kept on the comms a little bit longer because, guys, we have not had an in-game comms like that ever, especially from a team like them. But you know what? I want to give credit where credit is due. That beautiful win from Synergy.
Dude,
at the very end.
Synergy's decision making and timings. If you look back to that circle that from the circle that Dodge had to move up until that end game was almost flawless. Synergy played that so well, but also United. I mean, their comms were pretty precise. I mean, they knew everything. They knew there was going to be a rat pretty much right there. They knew they were going to be on the ridge, but man, Synergy played that so well, so well. They absolutely earned that win.
I mean, too, and you know, earlier Cameron pointed out the keys to success was great comms, and that was a perfect moment. You even heard someone call out TM is alive. Everyone said, no, TM is dead. And that is why comms are so important, because you have that information coming into the late game. But
Synergy didn't care though.
No, Synergy didn't care. And you know what? I've been really excited. We had some crazy games today on Air and Gil. I feel like we really rounded things out with two phenomenal Miramar matches. We saw wins across the board from so many teams. Luminosity really stepping up to their late game presence, as well as teams like Dodge and Synergy. So really loving this. But guys, that is it from Dustin and I today. We are done casting. We're going to toss it a break. When we get back, casters are going to break down not only that match, but what we're looking at in terms of the total leaderboard today. So don't go anywhere.
Get on yellow line for sure.
I'm coming.
Like, you guys need to do this right now.
Fuck, come.
I'm
There's
trying to
probably
kill
gonna be
the...
one close. You have to kill the close guy.
Kill the gears, by the way.
There's a guy on me. He's outside of the building. He's just gonna molly it.
I'm mollied.
He's just well, you guys should just deny.
They loaded molly the entire house.
Flush,
it.
No.
Nice try. He modded the entire house.
Welcome back. The last game is in the books. My name's Toppies. I'm here with Porosaurus and Cammy D to break down the end of action today. A big shout out to Synergy, who came out with a very good win.
Yes.
But I'm being told that our interview is already ready to go, so we'll jump straight into it. We're going to have a chance to talk to the captain of Luminosity, a man who is single-handedly carrying Poro's fantasy team on his shoulders.
Thanks, Dad.
Welcome, Purdy Curty. How are you today?
I'm good. What's up, boys?
Good, man. We had a great time watching what felt like classic winning Luminosity. Congratulations on a great day. I'll turn it over to Poro to ask a question.
Yeah, man. So obviously the big conversation about you guys changing up hot drop spots going into this. How long did it take to kind of adjust to that, or is it? I guess is it even an adjustment at this point? Is this going better than you thought it would based off of the changing of the drops?
Yeah, not a big adjustment period for us because I think most internationals we leave anyways.
Sure.
So it's just the norm for us. We just quick little review session, figure out some good teams out of the spots, and just go over it, and we're good to go.
Yeah. I want to know if there's any team here because, yeah, you've dealt with scrims and all that, but scrims don't ever really fully replicate the experience of the event itself. So I'm curious, with the, I guess, newly revived LG, if we can say that, as well as the new drops, is there any team that's sort of been caught you off guard or made it a little difficult for you to have such an enormous day?
Trog in that last game.
Yeah, fair.
Our rule of thumb for Trog is just avoid them early game. TM learned that lesson today that we learned out of South George is just get out of Trog's way in the early game because those boys aggressive seat swapping, you just don't want to see them. And we were a little lazy on that last game and they got me. So
that'll happen. So let me ask you this: there has been, you've been one of the most prolific teams in North American PUBG for a very long time. I know you, me, everyone else expects yourselves to be there at PGC. ESL, I can guarantee, wasn't the way that you wanted it to go. Have you guys changed anything internally as a team and how you train or your time together since that to sort of see the performance we saw today?
Not too much.
Okay.
We try to do some more EU scrims and stuff like that. We can't do them with Luke, so we just got a core 3 of me, Penta, and Alo, and then we get a sub. But I think that's been good for us. It's helped us learn a lot. The EU scrims are such a better quality that it helps us learn a lot and just react around the map a little bit better. So I think that's the main thing that's helped us recently.
Is it a better quality because TMG's not in those scrims? Is that...
No, the teams just aren't troll, and they're just actually... Listen, I hate to say more than anybody, but most of the EU teams are better overall than NA teams.
No, you can't say that on broadcast.
Hey, man,
Listen,
we're all
I
looking
have
at...
to say it. I'm going to be honest with you.
If the truth is the truth, PGC's around the corner, and I want to know that the teams coming out of our region are focused on that. So, great work. Is there any shout-outs or anything you want to say before we let you go and let you get back to the team?
Shout out to the whole team except for Luke. He's been slacking today. He needs to step it up. He's supposed to be the best Australian in the world, so he's got to take that crown from Tig again. Other than that, just thanks for the fans that stick with us when we're not in an event and we suck like we did for ESL or like they are today. So thank you for the real ones.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being a real one, and we will talk to you, I'm sure, again before this event ends. Have a good day.
Thanks for the fantasy points.
For real, that's the big thank you. All right, let's take a look at the dinner winner numbers from that last game. It is Synergy Esports. Comes out with a good win.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. 10 kills, 1k damage. That's almost a perfect ratio of damage to Nox. They sort of... I don't really want to say snuck in at the end there, but it really did look like the United game to win, but their good management of controlling around the barriers. Basically, they did exactly what United did to them in the previous game. Yeah,
I was about to say, this was almost like a complete flip of last game where United had the compound that got a lot of circle of Synergy worked in from the outside and then just kind of worked around the outside and went through. So it was really, really well played by Synergy. And this has just been, man, hopefully they can find a little bit of the Miramar luck that they've had today on Erangel tomorrow.
And I want to see the end of that game again because I do love the way that Synergy sort of played that compound push against the United. So let's do it. Let's take a look back, and the last game of the day is highlights.
Highlights? Oh my God.
Highlights?
Yeah, listen, as you mentioned, LG do get taken out a little earlier, so we get to see a few more teams, right?
Got taken out a little bit earlier. But again, you know, it's what he said, right? It's you. This is the thing that goes along hand in hand with going into these lobbies where you don't have a whole lot of repetitions in scrims versus these teams. You know, you don't know exactly what to expect of people. At least at this point, LG has gotten to the point with Trog where they're like, okay, we expect them to make that hard push onto it.
Yeah.
They end up getting bit here a little bit for it, but for the most part today, it didn't seem to impact them too much.
Yeah, here at the end, again, it's 2 Miramars in a row, 2 sort of house on the top of a hill that teams are having to push up, and both times it's actually been second place goes to the team that's been hanging out here. We get to see another angle from Synergy as they just deal massive damage here. We heard in the comms, E United, their pathing, their routing around the side, moving through the buildings was really, really good, but just they had to walk across that window at some point.
And my memory may be rusty, but didn't Kickstart have a chance to open fire on Synergy as they moved into that compound? I think they were passing in a car. I don't know if that was Synergy or not.
It wasn't Synergy.
Okay.
That was TMG when they were kind of coming in underneath them. But that was that one where Godspeed was actually talking about it. That Synergy was, or I think it was AS Guri was trying to make a wraparound because AS Guri was four strong on the southeastern side rather, and then E United kind of combined to protect TMG from the AS Guri push. So E United still got a lot done from that compound. But all that being said, Synergy, I mean, Pippa especially popped off.
Yeah. Also, Sonic, 7 kills. I mean, they got
really good that game.
6th place, but still 7 kills to back that up. That's really, really solid. They haven't reached anywhere close to the 15K win that we saw in the very beginning, but they're still in the mix.
I mean, 42 points after one.
And day number 1, Luminosity Gaming shows up with 70. They slipped off the podium in the last match, but you know what? That is fine because they did great.
That's 14 points a game.
That's
wild.
That is a lot.
That's a huge beat. I mean, we're gonna.
This is ESL 1 Luminosity.
This has to dip like a little bit by the end, but still with 5 games, that's enough of a sample size that 14 points per game is a ridiculous number, whether it stays at that rate or not.
Another big one is Synergy Esports. Okay, they had a huge game in that last one. They climbed up to second place.
Miramar, man.
We're gonna go to the final circle in a second. We had planned a big piece on Dodge, who was in second going into that match. It'll still be there, but Synergy, I think, really came to play and has caught me off guard. I thought they'd do well, but not second place at the end of day 1.
I mean, it's Miramar. Like they just had 2 huge Miramar games back to back, and I mean, obviously, you know, all credit due to them for getting up to second place, but they need to find a little bit more of that on Ergo. Now, again, Ergo today you kind of throw out a little bit just because of the 2 wheels off millicircles, but it's great to see Synergy finding kind of that synergy and that get that ball rolling, because that's a team that when they start chugging, man, they're fraggers.
Well, we are going to get into even more of that in just a minute or two. We're gonna take a short break, and then the final circle. 3 of us, we're gonna talk about some numbers, talk about some teams, break down the day, and look forward to tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. Be right back in just a few minutes. It's time for the final circle. Welcome back. My name is Tommy. I am joined by the Porosaurus and Cammy D as we get into the action, or the after-action report, as I should say. Break down some of the biggest teams, look at the scores. It is going to be fun, so stick around and let's jump right into it. First thing, most important thing, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Leaderboards. Let's look at them. Let's see where the game stands right now. I'll get out of the way so you can see the magic that has been Luminosity.
Yeah. I'm gonna say it again. I said it already 10 minutes ago. I'm going to say it again.
So hot
14 points per game.
And one chicken dinner.
Only one of them was a chicken dinner, but they had so many podiums as well and a lot of kills to back it up. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
And we're going to dig deeply into them in just a second. I do want to give props, though, to this Synergy Esports. We talked about the end of the last game. I did not expect to see him in second place. They came out swinging, and I think you said Pippa big time.
Pippa that last game was crazy. Like, Pippa was, he had the AUG in hand and he was making it thing. Now, that being said, again, I think most of their points they did get on Miramar. So, but we do start with 3 games on Miramar tomorrow, so.
But here's the thing. A lot of it does have to do with the milli-circles. I know, I'll try to stop talking about them, but they are that impactful when 2/3 of Erangel were those 2 military circles. That means that the variance of a lot of the performances were all over the place to give Synergy that opening for 2 good maps in a row, immediately up in second place in the conversation.
You brought up some circles that worked for teams. Let's talk about Luminosity, because those first 2 games seem to work well for them. Give me some insights into why, I love what's going on with these guys.
Listen, I'm even going to loop it back to my keys to victory. We heard in game 1 how clean their comms were, and this is a team that was coming all the way from Zarki into military base. They had so much information that they needed to find out, and they knew exactly how to get it and communicate it to the big brain that is Purdy Curtin, and of course, they executed on to it well. And looking at the number of podiums that they got, I don't need to mention that they had a laser focus on the late game. They were able to get there with at least 3, if not full 4, almost every single game. And this is a roster that even when they were up, banging their heads against Sonics and now United, then Oath, the biggest criticism was their rotations and that they routinely lose 1 or 2 players, but it was just like, but if they can get to the late game, they can dominate. They don't have that issue anymore. They get everyone to the late game almost every single time. As for the trust, I mean, we don't know for sure. I'm going to assume it's all there, though, considering how well they're performing. Like, how could it not be?
I mean, I think obviously you got to bring up Penta, Alo, Luke. They're all finding damage. They're landing their shots too. I mean, I know it sounds stupid, and it's like, if you want to win, you got to hit you. But look at this. He's both of these guys averaging 500 plus damage, 2 plus kills, even Alo 2 plus kills. Kurt's the low man on the totem pole, and he's still putting in big numbers. So like this is LG back kind of where they've needed to be, and they discounted a little bit, but playing from the edge has been
and you heard the captain. I love that he was even giving a little bit of shade over towards his own guy, Kurt.
I don't know why.
Well, Luke, but because
he's been doing all right.
Because Luke has the potential to be the best player coming out of his region, and he isn't right now. And I think that that's the encouragement of, like, we know Luke's potential is absolute, and I want to see him keep improving. All right, next one I want to talk about, maybe I want you to dig into this for me, is Dodge. They came out of the gate guns blazing. They got all the way up to 3rd to end the day. This looks good.
Yeah, no, Dodge has been looking great, and man, Dodge has such an interesting story going into PCS7 here. You go back to last year, Toffees. Dodge was in 4th place going into PCS5 in terms of overall PGC points, right? They were looking good to qualify for PGC, and then they didn't qualify for that final PCS of the year, and they had to sit there and watch as all these teams jumped them and passed them and knocked them out of PGC. Fast forward to this year now, you've got Dodge that had picked up Ethan, they picked up Gats, they were looking good, and then all of a sudden Gats gets poached away by Bing Bang Boom, and now they have to come in and they have to fill in with Corsac, a journeyman player who's been around for a long time. But man, Corsac today has been just absolutely beautiful. He has put up a bunch of kills, bunch of damage. You saw him in this position right here. He saved Dodge in this game, in my opinion, with the flank. He was the last one up when they went to put a push onto Bang Bang Boom. He managed to get the reses all up onto everybody. He caught the Alo flank. Corsac was in a beautiful position. And Dodge all day today, I mean, we haven't really talked about them, but they're getting points, man. They're getting up there in the leaderboard.
And I will say, Corsac did it with 1 magazine left in that M4. He had the wherewithal to do that. So
and the other thing is, we didn't really talk about Dodge because they are an extreme outlier of trying to make PGC. But if they continue to play the way they've been playing, Cam, they could find themselves leaping everybody else the way they got left last year.
There's an irony or a world exists that Dodge does to Yoho what everyone else did to the Yoho last year. So that we're waiting.
It's not even Yoho. BBB haven't been performing well at all. They're barely in the double digits on overall points. Slow start. Wildcard are doing better, but I don't know by how much it is. So I don't even think it's Yoho that need to be sweating too much right now.
I think everybody should sweat with Dodge, with the way these guys have been playing, Luminosity and Dodge in particular. Let's talk about another two teams, though. We started the show with the head-to-head of the Clash of the Titans. This idea that Sonics and United were going to take the big showdown. It's only 5 games in. I want to know what you guys think so far. Do you still stand where you started? Sonics for you and United for Poro?
Yeah, I do. I still stick there. Sonics are still looking good. They get 30 kills overall.
Hot.
Average placement is not quite so high, but they have the kills to back it up. And honestly, this is just a team that they don't even need to start strong. Yeah, there are some events that they win like every other game from the very beginning, but they've won events that they've had a little bit of a slow start that we've taken that bait like, oh, are the Sonics, are they slipping from the top of the podium? No, I'm not taking that bait this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sonics' biggest problem today was circles. Like they just get hard shifted away late game, and it cost them a couple of times. But in true Sonics fashion, those boys always getting their money. It doesn't matter. Like they're getting their points. They're getting it. If it's not in this game, they're going to double up next game, and it feels like it's that way for E United as well. They definitely sure came around here on Miramar.
Yeah, and if there's anything that we know about E United is that they rarely ever start with the form that they end with. I mean, it's become a meme at this point, but it happens so often, the 2 or 3 wins in a row in a qualifying round or even in the grand final to secure their position. This is one team that I wouldn't be worried about.
Are you saying they're off form right now? I mean, they're in the top 5.
Yeah, but they're a top 2 team.
Okay.
So there's still a little bit for them to level up on. In fact, the growth that we saw from game 1 into the final 2, already that just shows what I'm talking about.
I get it. You've always been a hard sell. E United, did they do what you needed them to do today?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Look, the thing that the only thing I ever worry about with E United, right, is the bad day. They usually it seems like they're always susceptible to having one just really bad day. And early on today with the 2 military circles, it was looking like it might be today.
Yeah.
Like they started very slow, but then they managed to pick it up and they still got their points in the end.
Got a little bit of a player focus here. Shrimzy versus Luke 12 coming out of Luminosity. Pretty close there, but what to me the big takeaway here is Shrimzy absolutely playing really well. I mean, we talked about fantasy points, how Shrimzy can sometimes be a trap, but it seems like he came in aggressive today.
He was a trap for me at PNC, and I'll not forgive him for that. But you know what? I don't take anything away from anybody who wants to pick Shrimzy. I mean, he's a phenomenal player. He's always been a phenomenal player. And you know, even if he has an off tournament, you can come back to him the next time and just be just as confident he's going to perform.
No, but what I love about this is on the opposite side is the return of Luke 12. Like honestly, what Kurt was talking about, if you're a new viewer of PUBG Esports, you wouldn't know this, but Luke 12 was the superstar from Australia that came over to the North American region before Tickleton really made his mark here. Absolutely domination, amazing performances throughout the latter half of 2019 into the beginning of 2020. But with the fall off of STK, that core that we know that are now Luminosity, of course, he fell off with them. But if he's coming back up into it,
big time.
We might be back to the 3 Kings. We genuinely might be back to the 3 Kings once again.
I hope so.
It would be nice. It would be nice. Now, you talked about the top teams. Let's talk about the top plays. It's time for the top 5 plays of the day.
Oh my God. Let's get them.
I'm
so excited. I don't know which one's going to be first. I'm excited to see
Number
which one.
5.
I know we gave them all the list, and it's going to be the Snaker's Grenade. I love the Snaker's Grenade. Look at this. This was where I was kind of concerned about Dodge not pushing BBB, but that grenade, man, that was beautiful. Beautiful. Through the smokes.
Unfortunately, he does get called off on a push by LG, but either way.
Number 4.
Number 4. Ooh. Oh, I don't. It's an
It's a beautiful shot by Gizera.
Okay, yep. That's good. That's up there. You know what? Let's not talk about fantasy.
Would you like
Please
to
don't
put
bring
some
it up.
fantasy points in my pocket, Poro?
No, I knew that was coming.
Thank you.
Give me mine too, because
there you go.
Boy, Gizero is popping off today, dude. Yeah, I think he might be second highest on my team right now. I'm not sure, but here we go. Another one.
Number 3.
Number 3 is Dean Zera holding the push against Team X. Cam, this was one of those things you were talking about. Confident late game pushes. This didn't look as confident from Team X to me. They sent 2 in the compound. They had 2 on the wall.
Yeah.
Dean Zera just got to pick them apart, man.
Yeah, that was like a blind throw as well. He just was able to echolocate them.
Number 2. Ooh.
Oh, is this the grenade?
Which one is it? Oh, look at Lumina. Yeah.
There's a lot of grenades in this section.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking back on it. Oh, okay, yep, yeah, there it is.
A luminosity grenade? No way.
No way.
Not again.
It's only a meme because it's been around for years at this point, right? Like, they absolutely nail these things.
And finally, number one.
I already know what this was going to be. Look
I knew what it was. I already knew what it was. I would have been pissed if it was anything else. It's Kickstart. That 1v3, absolutely sick hold. It doesn't matter how much he does at the end of this point. As a solo player, he already got enough.
It doesn't matter what he does. It doesn't matter what team he's playing for. This guy is on fire every single time. Kickstart, phenomenal watch. And again, more points in my pocket.
More points in my pocket.
Gotta love it. Oh, you have them too. We're never gonna beat each other. All right, let's take a look at.
Shit. I took Flood.
You did. Yeah, I thought so. Top 5 damage dealers for the day. You were talking about it earlier, man. Luke putting in some work. We got all the guys coming through. Top 5 assists. Exciting. Exciting to see these players doing this. Trying to get those special rewards out there.
Reset.
Yep.
I don't think Balefrost is number 2 on assists right now, but
oh
yeah, there you go. We'll reset it a little bit, but still, the fact of the matter being LG at the top of that kill, when's the last time you've seen that, guys?
Like
it's like
PCS1.
It's like a warm, snuggly blanket. I mean, they did really well in ESL 1.
Yes.
They did really, really well in ESL 1, and the fact that they're actually doing this well on day 1 with a completely different play style and coming off of whatever they had to deal with ESL 2, that I mean, it just goes to show the mental fortitude of that team.
Let's take a quick look. I'm gonna look at the pick'em updates. We want to let everybody at home know. I know you guys got stuff to do, so let's check it out. Pick'em updates. Who's getting the gain? Wow.
Shocking.
I thought you know it'd be a lot higher, to be honest with you. 92% Sonics, pretty impressive.
I mean, yeah. This is what I'm talking about. This is going back to the beginning of the day. It's you people that are picking Sonics to win every time and completely disregarding United.
I'm going to be your anger translator. I can't get no respect over here.
No, listen. I pick United.
How many times? What does United got to do at this point?
Win PGC, I guess.
Be Australian and stream all the time.
They have to win.
If they win a global, I mean, Sonics did win a global, right?
That's true.
Global? Like 2 years ago.
Did you say global?
I did say global.
Let's look at the global schedule. I remind you guys, there's lots of PUBG coming. It is happening here. We got 2 weeks, APAC every morning. America's wrapping up the day. And then once we finish, it's not over because the next 2 weeks are going to be Asia and Europe as we hand the reins over to them for the race to PGC continues. It is quite the journey.
Europe's going to be real fun, man.
Europe's going to be wild.
Tight.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting.
I'm excited. I know that they've got their broadcast teams back in the studios. I'm excited to see those guys put it in some serious work.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a fun event. So make sure you tune into both. But more importantly, make sure you come back and see us here again. All right. We're getting ready to wrap up the day. I don't know if we're going to do fantasy leaderboards just yet. I don't know if that's fair to someone like Cameron.
Spoiler, I'm winning.
It's only, listen. It's only 5 games, okay? It's a bit too early. The sample size is very, very low.
It's true.
We'll come back. We'll come back. We'll re-rack. We'll re-rack
it.
The sample size of 5 games, I'm winning. And you're in dead last.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sucks, doesn't it?
All right, and now I do want to, I'm going to remind you guys that there is a podcast before we start the show tomorrow. It will be live. I don't know what's a real podcast because it's actually going to be here on screen for you to watch, but it is featuring Shrimzy. It'll be about 30 minutes before the broadcast starts.
It's a lot of fun, guys. Make sure you check it out.
Poro and Matt have a great time. I watched it. It's entertaining. All right, let's actually, you know what? I want to show you a snippet to guarantee that you come back. Check this out. This is the pre-show podcast set for tomorrow.
Do you think that United are really rats? Or is that something that just like started off, your fans got a hold of it, and now it's like nonstop in the PUBG chat about how United, they're rats. What are your real thoughts on the United boys?
Rat start.
Love the trash talk. Love the commitment. That is it for the day. You know I can't sign off until I get final thoughts from the 2 folks next to me. So let's start. Cameron, you were here with me all week, so I'm going to start with Poro. Poro, final thoughts.
If Dodge keeps doing this stuff, we came in expecting a race for PGC points, but if Dodge keeps performing the way they are, if these other guys keep performing the way they are, it's going to be a lot more interesting going into week 2 than I think even we were expecting.
I love it. Cammy D.
I'm going to be very disappointed with a lot of these fans. It's like what Kurt said. If you don't love me at my ESL 2, you don't deserve me at my PCS7.
Nice. Well, I'll tell you who I do love. I love all of you guys at home. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Come back, same bat place, same bat time tomorrow for even more PUBG action. On behalf of everyone here, as well as Crafton and PUBG Esports, thank you for watching. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.
Not free. three. Kickstart gets one, gets two, gets three. Takes down Fiumba.
What an animal! Kickstart!
Yeah, you can see they're already missing a tire. They're going to lie down all the way to try and stay alive. And Tiggleton is just looking for anything moving below the car. There you go. See those legs. Easy knock there. No, and whoa, talking about things in a long time. Nice drive by Corsac gets that knock onto Sharp Shot, though, but you can see the trades coming out as Roth is going to pick up one onto Hikerman. But now caught out in the open. Roth with nowhere to go. Does get knocked and Bing Bang Boom eliminated early. Looks like right now the focus is to making sure TX don't completely wrap around them as Pulso with the nades trying to keep at pressure. Does push Dial It out a little bit closer, but those Molotovs are just falling short. Finds one, knocks Relax is going to get taken down. Finds the flush onto that, but there's still one member up. Her Team X, as I say that, the Molotov is going to take care of that. Necro finds that last kill.
I mean, they've already had such a solid game. Their consistency is just shining. That nade is going to catch Luke, which is probably going to put him out of commission. That blue ticks too hard. There's a chance.
Oh,
there's still a chance. I mean, Dodge is just licking their lips right now, waiting to see who's going to try to make the play. He's going to find one. Clover.
Oh, I mean, this is the perfect moment, right? He peeked around right as Santi had the nade out in hands, that animation. Fortunately for Sand, meant that Dean Zera got that nice knock. Now, if he could just get Cloud, it could be huge, but he's going to take a lot of damage from the opposite nade, down to 26 HP. Behind the first nade, but there you go. That last nade does it. Team X eliminated